The map reveals the Empire of Calais, situated in the world's southeastern region.
Gleaming skyscrapers reach toward a clear sky, symbolizing the strength and prosperity of the nation.
Tourists capture joyful selfies in front of a grand palace guarded by traditional royal soldiers. As night falls, crows take flight over the dangerous, neon-lit streets of Minland City.
In the shadows of the city, a brutal street brawl leaves men bloodied and broken.
The violence escalates as more fighters are caught in the center of the chaotic turmoil. A menacing figure in a black hoodie stands tall over a grim collection of skulls.
Known as Shura, the challenger swings his heavy bats to brutally sweep through his opponents.
After delivering a powerful finishing blow, the masked fighter disappears into the dark of the night.
The legendary strongest boy, Fuyi Jianluo, sits triumphantly atop a pile of defeated enemies. Bloodied and rain-soaked, a boy with intense blue eyes stares back with a defiant gaze. The dark-haired boy kneels in submission, bound by a heavy leather collar and a leash.
Bang! A sudden, sharp sound echoes as the blonde man pulls the leash with cold authority. The blonde man asserts his dominance. He forces his finger into the boy's mouth, demanding he utilize his invincible abilities for him. A dark and unsettling smile spreads across the blonde man's face as he watches his captive. Crown Prince Tunin sits upon his throne, holding the bound and fallen legend, Fuyi Yama, close. A black car arrives at Minland College, prompting an immediate order for all students to bow. Thud. Royal attendants stand at the ready as they open the car door for the prince. A blonde man in magnificent white and gold royal robes emerges, radiating an aura of elegance. Crown Prince Tunin looks ahead with a serene expression, his presence commanding the entire campus's attention. Tunin walks through a gauntlet of flashing cameras and bowing students as he enters the college. Ecstatic schoolgirls cheer and hold up glowing signs to express their love for the prince. Reporters swarm forward, thrusting microphones toward the prince to capture his first words at the academy. The press questions his sudden transfer and whether political threats are influencing his path to the throne. Tunin explains he simply wants to experience normal life and make friends with people his own age. He charmingly tells the reporters that he might even find a girlfriend among the cute local girls.
Blushing students are completely won over, marveling at the prince's apparent kindness and approachable nature.
Tunan graciously thanks the crowd for their warm welcome, standing as a beacon of regal light. He smiles warmly and states that he is very honored by the reception he has received. The moment he is away from the cameras, Tunin's public angel persona vanishes into a cold indifference. Nearby, students notice a loud commotion as guards struggle with a messy and disheveled newcomer. Li Chuan-sing argues with the guards, insisting he is a student despite his battered and unkempt appearance. Li Chuan-sing calls out to the nearby girls, desperately hoping someone will recognize and help him. He imagines that flashing a kind, charming smile will be enough to win the girls over. While he thinks he looks friendly, the girls see a terrifying, devilish expression that sends them into a panic.
The students are gripped by sheer terror as they stare at Li Chuan-sing's frightening and intense gaze.
Panicked screams erupt as the girls flee toward the prince's building to escape the devil Li Chuan-sheng. Li Chuan-sheng is left standing in a cold sweat, baffled by the extreme reaction of his fellow students. The guards mock his terrible popularity as the campus entrance falls into a sudden, eerie silence. Li Chuan-sing trudges up the stairs alone, muttering the prince's name with a sense of lingering resentment. He stares at a full-screen image of Crown Prince Tunin displayed on his smartphone. Li Chuan-sing scoffs at the prince's public image, scrolling through photos of the supposed angel and warm sun. He skeptically compares the prince's angelic reputation to that of a cunning and deceitful fox. Li Chuan-sing's eyes widen in surprise as he catches sight of something unexpected further down the hall.
He spots royal guards saluting and quickly hides his phone to avoid drawing unwanted attention.
Tunin walks past with a stern, icy demeanor that contrasts sharply with his public-facing charm. Li Chuangxing shivers as a sudden, chilling cold seems to radiate from the prince's passing presence. A woman in a white suit sharply scolds an official for allowing an unannounced interview with reporters. Tunin intervenes with a mask of gentleness, telling the man it is nothing and to be more careful.
Li Chuanxing is left reeling as the blonde prince shifts his public mask with terrifying, seamless speed. Prince Tunin maintains a serene and impenetrable gaze, his true intentions hidden beneath a calm, regal exterior. While walking through the corridor, the prince spots a girl named Xu Yizhuo carrying a heavy stock of papers.
Xu Yizhuo walks with quiet diligence, unaware that she has become the focus of a royal political scheme.
Tunin examines a dossier revealing that the girl is a hidden chaebol heiress and his key to power. Putting on his charming persona, the prince approaches the girl and offers to help carry her heavy burden. Li Chuanxing watches in confusion as the school monitor politely declines the royal's assistance to leave for class. The prince grants her leave with a soft farewell, leaving the girl blushing at his seemingly genuine kindness. As the girl walks away, a hidden guard prepares to strike, his hand ready to cause a calculated accident. Li Chuanxing's sharp eyes catch the subtle movement, sensing the immediate danger lurking in the hallway's quiet shadows. A small projectile is fired at the girl's leg, intended to send her and her papers crashing down. A sudden, loud crash rings out as the girl trips, her test papers scattering wildly across the sunlit floor. Before she can hit the ground, Tunin catches her in a dramatic, petal-filled embrace to secure her trust. The girl is momentarily lost in the prince's gaze, falling for the carefully crafted illusion of a romantic hero. A sudden whoosh sounds as Li Chuanxing lunges forward, determined to disrupt the prince's manipulative and staged moment. The blonde prince is caught completely off guard, his eyes widening in shock as his perfect plan suddenly derails. In a chaotic twist, Li Chuanxing tackles the prince to the floor, pinning him down in a frantic heap. Li Chuanxing stares down at Tunan with intense suspicion, the two rivals locked in a tense physical confrontation. The royal guards and the female official stand frozen in utter disbelief at the sight of their fallen prince. Xu Yizhuo stands to the side, completely bewildered by the bizarre and violent turn the situation has taken. Li Chuanxing looms over the prince, the air thick with unspoken hostility as the campus atmosphere turns cold.
Tunin's facade cracks for a split second, revealing a flicker of genuine annoyance at the unexpected interference.
Triumphant, Li Chuanxing believes he has finally caught a glimpse of the prince's true, out-of-control personality. The guards demand answers for the intrusion, while the prince stands up, brushing off his clothes with icy composure. Li Chuanxing boldly claims the girl is with him, placing a protective hand on her shoulder as he stares. The girl scolds Li for being out of class, while he dismisses her thanks with a cocky, nonchalant grin. Determined to unmask the royal, Li Chuanxing vows to pull out the fox's tail and reveal Tunan's true nature. Prince Tunin narrows his eyes in calculation, silently questioning the identity and motivations of the unruly boy before him. Tunin reviews a digital profile identifying Li Chuanxing as a 19-year-old bully feared by teachers and students alike. The prince reads rumors suggesting the boy might be the legendary Fuyama, his gaze turning increasingly sharp. Visualized rumors depict Li Chuanxing as a lonely, untrustworthy outcast who survives by preying on the weak. The prince's assistant dismisses the boy as now an ordinary bastard, unworthy of being compared to a true legend. Tunin remains skeptical, his purple eyes fixed on the girl as he questions the purpose of Li's sudden interference. Li Chuanxing asserts his dominance, claiming the girl is under his protection to ward off the prince's meddling.
With the fierce aura of a tiger, Li Chuanxing confidently challenges the prince's cunning, fox-like political maneuvers. A sharp tap sounds as the prince stops in his tracks, his presence radiating an aura of cold authority. Tunin challenges the girl's predicament, asking what should be done now that her self-proclaimed protector has arrived. The prince maintains his cryptic stance, whispering that the girl is his belief as he considers his next move. A tense triangle forms as the two boys stand on either side of the girl, both claiming their territory. Rivalry sparks between the prince and the bully, their glares clashing in a silent declaration of war. 20 minutes later, the teacher introduces Prince Tunin to the class, prompting a roar of ecstatic, joyful cheers. The blushing teacher invites the prince to choose any seat, while Tunin offers a polite, charming word of thanks. Tunin walks through the aisle, his smile glowing like sunshine as he captivates the entire room of students. With a sudden, heavy stop sounding, the prince halts right next to the sleeping and disheveled Li Chuanxing. The class watches in stunned silence as the elegant prince decides to sit beside the academy's most notorious bully. Li Chuanxing wakes up with a groggy mutter about hunger, completely oblivious to his new royal deskmate. Tunan offers a sugary, sweet smile, while Li Chuanxing reacts with a comical look of pure, unadulterated disgust. The dark-haired boy is gripped by horror as he realizes the prince has officially invaded his personal school space. In Li Chuanxing's eyes, the prince appears as a cunning fox, complete with deceitful ears and a swishing tail. A sharp slap echoes as the prince slams his hand down, leaning in close to ask his new tablemate. With a sharp, calculating smirk, Prince Tunin whispers a promise to take full control of his new target. A hand scrolls through a tablet, navigating through digital news headlines and social media updates about the royal transfer. Secretary Yun reports the massive public success of the transfer as girls online swoon over the prince's beautiful appearance. Capitalizing on the hype, the official suggests filming a documentary of the prince's school life and requests an interview. Tunin sits in heavy silence, prompting Secretary Yun to ask after his well-being with a look of growing concern. The prince gazes vacantly out the window, his recent dullness and melancholy noted by the worried secretary beside him. Memories resurface of a younger, happier Tunin who enjoyed life before the crushing weight of the empire took hold. The golden days ended when the emperor died early, leaving Tunan at the mercy of the ambitious minister Dueling. Shadows loom as a young Tunin is coerced into signing away his royal power to the manipulative minister of state. Tears fall as the boy prince is trapped by greedy hands, surviving a palace atmosphere filled with betrayal and blood. Tunin walked a lonely path through a man-eating palace, enduring years of suffering just to reach his adult ceremony. Secretary Yun weeps for her poor majesty, fervently hoping that his plan to reclaim power finally succeeds this time. Tunan's strategy involves marrying a chaebol heiress to seize the national economy and suppress his political rivals once and for all. The prince reviews Li Chuanxing's profile, noting the boy's lack of friends and family, deeming him an easy person to handle. A sudden bang echoes as the prince's sharp gaze fixes on a target, his true, icy personality returning in full force. Outside, a student begs for mercy as Li Chuanxing looms over him, confirming the prince's suspicions of his bullying nature. Tunin watches from the car, noting that the stubborn bully has already started making trouble near the school grounds. The prince muses that a simple, violent person like Li Chuanxing is far easier to manipulate and deal with. As the car drives away, Tunin mentally prepares to handle the unruly boy during the school day tomorrow. The scene shifts back to the fight where Li Chuanxing warns his opponents to leave if they value their lives. Li Chuang stands bruised but defiant,
his intense gaze forcing the cowardly thugs to beg for their pathetic lives.
Panting heavily, Li Chuanxing wonders why the intruders never bothered to ask who was actually protecting this specific territory. The thugs flee in a panic as Li Chuanxing smirks, claiming he understands exactly how to navigate current affairs.
Li Chuanxing scolds the bullied boy for not running away, while the victim tearfully expresses his deep, overwhelming gratitude. The boy cries about his own weakness, but Li Chuanxing interrupts his self-pity with a sudden, firm pat on the shoulder.
With a surprisingly sincere expression, Li Chuanxing asks the battered boy if he truly wants to become a stronger person.
In a comical twist, Li Chuanxing pulls out a flyer for a boxing gym, eagerly pitching a part-time membership sign-up.
He enthusiastically promises the boy that learning boxing is the ultimate choice for a man who wants to be strong.
The boy is initially terrified by Li Chuanxing's intense salesman face, but realizes the bully isn't actually as rumors suggested. Li Chuanxing leads his new recruit toward the gym, confidently promising him an 8-pack of abs in 1 month.
At 11 p.m., the city street is quiet as the lights of the boxing gym glow against the night sky. Inside the gym loft, an exhausted Li Chuanxing collapses onto his bed, relieved that the long day is finally over.
He reviews his finances, noting that while tuition is nearly ready, he still needs to complete his work indicators. A sudden ring prompts Li Chuanxing to answer his phone, greeting his grandmother with a tired but warm voice. He lies about his living conditions, describing his cramped loft as a spacious hotel room to keep his grandmother from worrying. His grandmother's messages appear over old news clippings, expressing fear that his past defense of his grandfather will isolate him.
Li Chuanxing reassures her that he is popular at school, putting on a cute, cheerful facade for her sake. After hanging up, he lies back in the dark, quietly wishing he actually had as many friends as he claimed.
Birds chirp on a wire as a new morning begins, signaling the start of another day at Minland College. Li Chuanxing walks through the school gates, blending into the crowd of students arriving for their first morning classes. To his utter bewilderment, classmates greet him warmly, leaving Li Chuanxing shocked by their sudden change in behavior. Though suspicious of why they are being so friendly, he decides not to care and embraces the peaceful morning atmosphere. His attempt at a friendly greeting backfires as his terrifying, intense expression sends the nearby students into a panicked retreat.
Inside the classroom, Prince Tunan sits with regal elegance, his presence creating a shining aura that captivates every girl nearby.
Li Chuanxing's smile vanishes the moment he spots the prince, his face twisting into a look of pure, unadulterated anger. He walks past Tunan with a fierce gaze kill, but the prince offers no response, remaining perfectly still and composed. Upon reaching his desk, Li Chuanxing finds a small, ribboned gift box and looks around with a confused expression. A note inside the box explains it is a gift for the prince's very first friend at Minland College. A massive, explosive WTF sound effect rings out as Li Chuanxing is shown in a state of complete, world-shattering shock.
In a tense confrontation, Li Chuanxing pins the blonde prince down, demanding to know the true meaning behind his actions.
Li Chuanxing struggles to make sense of the prince's sudden friendliness, wondering if he has completely misjudged the royal. Prince Tunan watches his classmates' confusion with a secret smile, confident that his calculated gift-giving strategy is working perfectly.
After a long yawn, the lonely boy finds a formal note from Tunan requesting the honor of becoming his friend.
Tunan maintains a studious facade while secretly observing his deskmate, questioning if the boy's awkwardness is actually just shyness.
The prince finds his target's innocence surprisingly cute until a sudden turn of the head forces an awkward eye contact.
Both boys are lost in their own thoughts, weighing their suspicions, while Tunan prepares to make his victim beg for mercy.
Tunan finds his deskmate less annoying than before, while Li Chuanxing considers if he should offer a return gift.
An intense rhythm fills the air as both boys experience a sudden, heart-pounding moment of mutual, blushing realization and guilt.
The school day officially concludes as the bell rings, signaling the end of class and the start of a new confrontation.
A sharp slap echoes as Li Chuanxing slams his hands onto the desk, finally gathering the courage to speak up.
He stands to thank the prince, only to find the seat empty as Tunin is ushered away for a broadcast.
Li Chuanxing watches from a distance, clutching the gift while noting the prince's busy life surrounded by handlers and cameras.
Tunin looks back with a chillingly beautiful smirk, eagerly anticipating the chaotic performance that will follow the opening of his gift.
Walking home alone, Li Chuanxing remains dazed by the prospect of finally having someone to call a true friend.
He imagines a happy future where his grandmother meets his new friend, unaware of the cruel prank awaiting him. A sudden, shocking mental image of the two boys sharing a bed causes him to scream out in pure terror. He shakes off the ridiculous thoughts, feeling foolishly proud of the gift box tucked safely under his arm. Without warning, a hand snatches the box away, interrupting his peaceful stroll with a sudden and aggressive confrontation. Li Chuanxing faces the bullies from yesterday, his heart sinking as they mock him and refuse to return his property. The thug tosses the precious gift into the air, forcing Li to lunge forward with a desperate, furious cry. He manages to catch the box mid-air just as the group of thugs prepares to launch a coordinated attack. A blinding flash precedes a brutal strike, leaving Li Chuanxing bleeding but still determined to protect his only gift. Covered in blood, he breathes a sigh of relief as he realizes the box remained intact through the violence. Horror replaces relief as he opens the box to find a dog collar, labeled "Forever Alone," while bullies laugh. The thugs mock his pathetic hope, laughing hysterically at the idea that someone like him could ever have friends. Surrounded by shadows, he is forced to face the harsh reality of his reputation as an unwanted social outcast. Blood drips down his face as he realizes the prince's betrayal, his eyes burning with a new, vengeful fire. Night falls on the academy as reporters and cameras gather outside the prince's lounge, eagerly awaiting a live broadcast. Inside the darkened room, a furious Li Chuanxing has the prince pinned, his presence radiating a dangerous, predatory energy.
The staff outside grows frantic as the broadcast deadline looms, completely unaware of the violent struggle happening behind the door.
Li Chuanxing holds the insulting dog collar against the prince's throat, demanding an explanation for the cruel public humiliation.
Despite his own injuries, the dark-haired boy vows to teach the royal a lesson he will never be able to forget.
The scene shifts briefly to a stylized portrait of the two rivals, highlighting the growing complexity of their relationship. Li Chuanxing forces the prince's face upward, his grip tightening as he prepares to exact his revenge for the betrayal. Tunin gasps for air as he is held against the door, the weight of his own cruelty finally catching up.
The prince remains defiant, mocking his captor, even as Li Chuanxing tries to silence his arrogant, hateful words.
A wave of realization washes over the dark-haired boy as he sees the prince's true, cold, and heartless nature.
Shadows stretch across the floor as Li Chuanxing trembles with a mix of heartbreak and pure, unadulterated rage.
Prince Tunin offers a chilling smile, confessing that his offer of friendship was nothing more than a board game.
The intensity in the room reaches a breaking point as Li Chuanxing prepares to strip away the prince's royal mask.
Tunin admits he only wanted to see his victim beg, viewing the entire ordeal as a simple way to pass time. Li Chuanxing's heart shatters at the mockery, realizing he was a fool to believe in the prince's hollow sincerity. Flashbacks of a lonely, younger Tunin suggest a cycle of misery,
yet Li Chuanxing refuses to play the game.
With a look of absolute determination, he prepares to reveal the prince's hypocritical face to the world outside. The secretary finally inserts the spare key, announcing to the live audience that they will now see the prince. Panic seizes Tunin as he realizes his royal reputation is about to be destroyed in front of millions of viewers. The prince's life flashes before his eyes as the door begins to swing open, signaling the end of his power. He lets out a desperate, silent plea for mercy as the light from the hallway spills into the room. In a blur of motion, Li Chuanxing makes his final move just as the staff and cameras burst inside. The world watches in stunned silence as the elegant prince is discovered pinned to the floor by the school bully.
Tunin stares with tearful eyes as an observer wonders why the blonde prince is crying after such a confrontation.
A cheering crowd celebrates the great emperor, their shouts echoing as they reach out to the royal during a public event. Flashbulbs pop as reporters scramble for hot news, declaring today's events as tomorrow's massive front-page headlines. Minland, the principal's secretary, desperately tries to halt the broadcast as scandalous questions about the prince's orientation arise. Tunin stands paralyzed by an invasive media barrage, his reputation crumbling under global scrutiny and cruel online comments. A fragment of the prince's past reveals a lonely boy in uniform, haunted by the loss of his family's legacy. Li Chuanxing is blindsided when the secretary claims he is the prince's close friend to appease the frantic reporters. The blonde prince remains silent and visibly shaken while the staff continues to issue frantic apologies to the gathered crowd. With a cold and defiant expression, Li Chuanxing publicly rejects the secretary's claim, declaring that they are not friends. He walks away with absolute disdain, leaving the stunned prince behind and stating that Tunin is simply not worthy. Li Chuanxing offers one final mocking smile, leaving the prince's offer of friendship hanging in the air like a bitter challenge. The black-haired boy exits the room, leaving the prince to ponder his own isolation amidst the lingering, watchful crowd. Overwhelmed by the public betrayal and internal stress, Tunin collapses as the royal guards rush forward to his aid. A sharp, shallow breath sounding as Tunin wakes up in his dark mansion, sweat dripping from his face after a nightmare. Horror fills his eyes as he spots the dog collar. Well, that's one way to start a morning after a nightmare. Desperation fills his gaze as he pleads for release, trapped in the suffocating memory of his own malicious actions. In a surreal vision, Tunan sits atop a grand throne, watching Li Chuanxing kneel obediently before his royal feet. He asks the dark-haired boy why he has returned, noting the dog collar now secured around Li Chuanxing's neck. Tunin's hand tightens around a red leash as a dark thought of absolute control flashes through his troubled mind. From his throne, the prince demands to know why his prisoner refuses to beg for mercy or show fear. Desperation colors Tunin's face as he struggles to reconcile his waking reality with the disturbing images of his fevered dream.
Li Chuanxing dares the prince to strike him, mocking the royal's inability to truly break his defiant spirit.
Tunin leans in close, his eyes searching Lis for any sign of weakness, yet finding only a cold, unsettling fire. The black-haired boy accuses Tunin of being the one who tied him there, forcing the prince toward a realization. The prince stands alone in his vast, cold dreamscape, admitting to himself that this intense conflict is only a dream. He watches his own hand grasp the leash again, the cycle of dominance and submission repeating in his restless mind. Tunan questions why Li Chuanxing remains defiant, frustrated that the school tyrant will not bow to his royal authority. A sudden, sharp yank sounding as Lee bites the leash, his eyes flashing with a predatory intensity that startles Tunin. His expression softens into one of deep conflict as he urges the boy to use his strength against him.
Pinned against the throne, Tunin whispers that he is happy, despite the twisted and dangerous nature of the moment.
A sudden, violent snap sounding as the red leash breaks, signaling a complete shift in the dream's power dynamic. Lee Chuan-sing breaks free from his bonds and pins the blonde prince down, leaving Tunan in a state of shock.
The dark-haired boy smirks down at the royal, warning him not to be disappointed by the sudden turn of events.
Tunin gasps as he is forced onto the bed, wondering if his own dream has finally turned against him.
Li Tranxing leans in with a dangerous proximity, causing the prince to panic and demand that he get out.
Tunan asks if this is revenge, his face flushing as Li points out the marks left on his lips. The black-haired boy mocks Tunin's aggression, reminding the prince that he was the one who started this game.
Tunin vehemently denies wanting anything shameful, even as his captor continues to lean in with an intense, judging gaze.
Li Chuanxing points out Tunan's undeniable physical reaction, further humiliating the prince in his own subconscious vision.
He dismisses the prince's arrogance, telling the blonde boy that he is far too narcissistic for his own good. Floating text amidst soft leaves reflects Tunin's inner confusion regarding the pain of being single or being together. Li Chuanxing moves to silence him with a kiss, prompting a desperate cry for him to get out. A sudden, sharp gasp sounding as Li challenges Tunan to push him away, proving the prince is making no escape.
Li Chuanxing asks if the prince likes boys, causing Tunan to slam his hand down in a furious, defensive denial.
The black-haired boy pins Tunan's wrists above his head, asserting that the prince doesn't like boys in general. In a chillingly intimate moment, Li whispers that Tunan only likes him, sending the prince into a speechless rage. Tunan clings to his royal identity, insisting he is a model for his family and cannot succumb to this desire. Li Chuanxing tells him to relax, softly reminding the distressed prince that this entire ordeal is merely a dream.
The two boys lie together on the bed as glowing butterflies dance around them, concluding the prince's fevered nightmare.
Sunlight filters through the tall windows of an ornate, blue-wallpapered palace room, signaling the start of a new morning.
Prince Tunan wakes up with tears welling in his blue eyes, still visibly shaken by the intensity of his nightmare. Lying in his grand white bed, the blonde prince tries to catch his breath and calm his racing, troubled heart.
Tunan sits up, questioning if being single for so long has caused him to have such vivid, confusing dreams.
He quickly pulls up his covers as he notices someone entering, his expression still haunted by the dream's lingering tension. Sudden, sharp gasps sounding as Tunan is informed of the Queen Mother's arrival while he looks down at the courtyard. He frantically adjusts his bedding as the Queen Mother, dressed in an elegant yellow gown, enters his private chambers. The Queen Mother expresses deep concern, questioning Tunan's recovery after the massive disaster he caused at the academy. Tunan listens somberly as she emphasizes the political damage his recent scandalous actions have inflicted on the royal family.
She warns him that his future ascension to the throne depends entirely on his behavior over the next 3 months. A gentle, soft touch sounding as the Queen Mother checks Tunan's forehead, asking if he has truly recovered yet.
Tunan is moved by her genuine care, silently apologizing for letting her down and vowing to do better. With a look of absolute determination, the prince promises he will make no more mistakes in the near future.
The Queen Mother reveals her plan to host a palace banquet for his classmates to rehabilitate his public image.
She explains that being seen as close to the people will win over hearts and arranges private time later. Tunan realizes this means Li Chuanxing will likely be invited,
causing a flicker of nervous anticipation in his eyes. Desperate, muffled cries for help sounding as Lee Chuan-sing steps in to save a bullied student from an aggressor. A loud, sudden thud sounding as Lee Chuan-sing knocks out the bully with a single punch, impressing the onlookers.
Lee Chuan-sing encourages the young boy to be brave while laughing off the idea of attending a royal event.
Despite his outward dismissal, Lee Chuan-sing is haunted by a vision of a fox-like Tunan seducing their female classmate.
A loud, heavy bang sounding as Lee Chuan-sing heads to the palace, encountering the boxing gym owner, Lao Mu. The scene shifts to the magnificent Calais Royal Palace, brightly lit and filled with guests for the evening banquet.
Dressed in his formal military regalia, Prince Tunan greets the arriving students while the guards manage the large crowd.
A flurry of camera clicks sounding as Tunan poses for photos, his thoughts secretly searching for Lee Chuan-sing's arrival.
A sudden, sharp breath sounding as Tunan tries to focus, though his internal monologue reflects his irritation and distraction.
Frantic, loud shouts sounding as a motorcyclist speeds toward the palace entrance, ignoring the guards' orders to stop.
A sudden, loud screech sounding as the biker halts, removing his helmet to reveal a defiant Lee Chuan-sing. Prince Tunan's heart skips a beat as he stares at the boy who has completely captivated his wandering mind. The two rivals lock eyes in a tense, silent standoff, the atmosphere around them charged with an electric energy. Lee Chuan-sing nonchalantly approaches the palace, telling the guards he doesn't have an invitation as guests whisper in shock. A flurry of bright petals sounding as the staff is stunned by the rare badge Lee Chuan-sing suddenly presents. A sudden, sharp gasp sounding as a secretary recognizes the badge as a gift from the first emperor himself. The secretary stands frozen and Lee Chuan-sing demands entry with a cool, arrogant gaze, holding the golden imperial badge firmly for all to see. The guards immediately bow and clear a path for the royal guest, while Lee Chuan-sing smirks at the attention.
A flurry of camera flashes sounding as guests scramble to document the mysterious boy's grand, authorized entrance.
A sudden rhythmic tap sounding as Tunan tries to stay normal while the dark-haired boy finally stands before him. The two boys stand back to back in the moonlight, a striking contrast between royal tradition and rebellious defiance. Tunan's eyes widen in surprise as guests urge Lee Chuan-sing to present a gift and take a commemorative photo.
Lee Chuan-sing looks back with a blank expression, appearing completely unbothered by the expectation of a traditional gift.
He leans in with a dangerous proximity, touching Tunan's chin and claiming the gift has already been delivered. A sudden, sharp gasp sounding as Tunan stares into Lee's eyes, while the onlookers watch in absolute, stunned silence. Lee Chuan-sing offers a chillingly intimate smile, suggesting he will give himself to the prince if he wants more. A sudden, loud snap sounding as a camera captures the scandalous moment, the photo sliding out of the device. The Queen Mother officially opens the banquet, inviting everyone to choose their favorite partner for the first dance. Tunan watches from the balcony as the crowd gossips about his choice, his gaze locked onto Lee Chuan-sing. The palace gardens are beautifully lit with lanterns and butterflies, setting a romantic yet tense scene for the evening. A guest observes the lavish spread of food and wine, captivated by the grandeur of the royal event. A loud, elegant chime sounding as the Queen Mother prompts Tunan to announce his chosen dance partner. Tunan's jealousy flares as he watches Lee Chuan-sing comfortably place a hand on the dark-haired girl's shoulder. Prince Tunan makes his grand entrance down the red carpet while the curious guests whisper in anticipation. Tunan and Lee Chuan-sing exchange a sharp look, their rivalry palpable as classmates watch from the sidelines. The Queen Mother reacts with shock as a sudden, soft brush sounding when two hands meet. Amidst the shock of the onlookers, Tunan finds himself flustered by the black-haired boy's unexpected proximity. Recovering his composure,
the blonde prince formally invites Xu Yizhuo to join him for the first dance.
To everyone's surprise, the girl politely rejects the prince, claiming she already has her favorite dance partner. Tunin walks alone through the ballroom as the guests mock his rejection and label Li a demon. Xu Yizhuo reveals to the prince that Li Chuanxing arrived without an invitation and lacks a partner.
The girl suggests that Li is only here for the prince, leaving Tunan visibly shaken and blushing.
Tunin watches Li standing solitary, deciding to complete his task by ensuring the monitor's safety through a dance.
The blonde prince extends his hand to Li Chuanxing, offering a dance as a way to settle their misunderstandings.
Though visibly annoyed, Li Chuanxing agrees to the dance for the sake of his brother, the student monitor.
The queen mother is appalled that Tunin chose his scandal partner for the dance, but her aide remains calm. Faced with her son's unpredictable behavior, the queen mother decides it is time to implement her plan B.
A sudden, heavy stomp sounding as Li repeatedly steps on Tunin's feet, proving he has no rhythm.
Watching the awkward pair, Xu Yizhuo gleefully predicts that Tunan will take a hands-on approach to teaching Li.
Li Chuanxing leans in with a smug expression, whispering that he will be the one leading the dance.
Tunan grows increasingly defensive, warning his rival not to mess around as their movements become more intimate.
With a confident smirk, Li Chuanxing tells the prince not to worry about giving himself over to him.
The black-haired boy's arrogant smile widens, fully aware of the blushing prince's growing agitation and confusion.
Tunin stares back in a daze, his heart racing as they continue their rhythmic, tense movements across the floor.
Li laughs at the prince's reaction, asking if he finds this fun while the crowd watches in awe.
The dance reaches a dramatic peak as Li dips the blonde royal, creating a scandalous and romantic silhouette.
Guests marvel at the prince's unusually genuine laughter, fueled by rumors that the two are truly a couple. A royal messenger approaches Xu Yizhuo with an invitation to meet the prince in the back garden. Suspecting a trap, the girl plots to send Li Chuanxing in her place to handle the royal encounter.
Following the heart-marked map, Li Chuanxing enters the garden while Xu Yizhuo watches him go with a grin.
Li explores the beautifully lit garden, spotting a blue-ribboned gift box suspended from a tree branch.
A sudden, sharp gasp sounding as Li finds a doll head resembling Tunan inside the bizarre gift box. Li follows a whimsical path through the garden, collecting various doll parts as part of a royal game.
After much effort, he assembles the doll, but realizes the heart is still missing from the tiny toy.
Li realizes the doll's outfit matches the prince's, unaware that Tunan is waiting nearby with his own gift.
Tunan waits nervously, hoping his romantic gesture will make up for the earlier confusion with Xu Yizhuo. Holding a small gift box, Tunan remains determined to execute Plan B and rectify his previous social blunders. The blonde prince approaches the figure in the garden, presenting his gift and calling out to Miss Su.
In a quiet room, the queen mother recalls how the first emperor used this same method to confess.
She believes the gift will guide her son to true love, unaware of the chaos unfolding in the garden.
Tunan is horrified to find Li Chuanxing waiting for him instead of the girl he actually expected.
Li reveals he has the doll's heart and leans in, the doll's heart, asking what the prince intends to do next. The black-haired boy boldly asks for Tunan's heart, mirroring the intensity of the prince's recent fevered nightmare.
Tunin is left speechless as Liz's face inches closer, the line between dream and reality blurring dangerously.
Li looms over the prince, asserting his dominance in a moment that feels terrifyingly familiar to Tunin's dream.
A lush portrait captures the two boys in an intimate embrace, surrounded by white roses and royal elegance.
Back in the garden, Tunin is overcome with embarrassment as Li continues to tease him for being shy. Li laughs off the tension, warning the prince not to confuse real feelings with these elaborate, imaginary games.
The black-haired boy lifts Tunin onto a table, declaring himself a straight guy despite the provocative situation. Shu Yizhuo sneezes elsewhere as Tunan panics, realizing this confrontation is unfolding exactly like his haunting nightmare.
Li offers to help Tunan chase girls, but the prince reacts with a furious, defensive outburst of anger. Li explains that he sees the monitor as a brother and already has a specific marriage target.
Tunan is stunned into silence by the revelation that Li Chuanxing has no romantic interest in him.
Li Chuanxing notices Tunan's pale complexion while the prince tightly clenches the doll in his gloved hand.
Tunan coldly dismisses his rival, leaving Li Chuanxing to worry about the prince's future temperament and marriage. A sudden, sharp shout sounding as Tunan orders Li to leave, resulting in a tense, silent departure. Vibrant fireworks explode over the palace as Li cheers, unaware of the prince's cold, watchful gaze behind him. The two boys watch the display together, Tunan secretly hoping the moment is special for his companion. Disaster strikes as a fire breaks out on the palace roof, causing the blonde prince to freeze in shock. A sudden, frantic wail sounding as a memory of a childhood fire haunts Tunan's traumatized mind once again. Li Chuanxing rushes through the smoke to rescue the coughing prince, promising to keep him safe from harm. A serene woman in traditional robes gazes into the distance as butterflies flutter around her glowing lantern. A sudden, heavy thud sounding as a brave young boy carries his blonde friend away from the burning building. The two children find safety under the moonlight, panting as they escape the terrifying inferno behind them. A sudden, soft pat sounding as the boy comforts his crying friend, a memory mirroring the present embrace. Tunan stares at Li Chuanxing in a daze, overwhelmed by the feeling of safety the black-haired boy provides. A sudden, firm grip sounding as they hold hands, the prince's tears flowing freely in a moment of vulnerability. Li Chuanxing reacts with utter confusion when the prince whispers a mysterious childhood nickname to him. Tunan quickly denies his words, leaving Li skeptical while the prince remains deeply affected by the encounter. Li Chuanxing teases the prince for being noisy, though Tunan secretly finds his rival's lively nature strangely appealing. A sudden, playful pinch sounding as Li mocks the prince's anger, finding his genuine reactions far more interesting. Tunan's demonic temper flares as Li continues to poke fun at his perfect prince persona with a smirk. Amidst bickering and fireworks, Li Chuanxing vows to unmask the prince's true self, much to Tunan's extreme annoyance. Security concerns arise as more flames flicker, prompting the boys to flee the garden in a frantic rush. Back home, a weary Li Chuanxing collapses onto his bed, reflecting on his dual roles as bodyguard and firefighter.
Li examines the miniature prince doll, finding it surprisingly cute despite the chaotic night he just endured.
A sudden, quiet sigh sounding as Li wishes the little prince goodnight, missing the final piece of the doll. Tunan sits alone, holding the missing heart and recalling how his father used such gifts to win love. Haunted by the past, the prince wonders why Li Chuanxing reminds him so much of his childhood savior. In a flashback, a young Li Chuanxing finds the blonde boy crying and offers him comfort and kindness. A sudden, gentle peck sounding as the boy kisses his friend's eye to make the pain fly away. He brings a leaf filled with water to the thirsty boy, showing a level of care beyond their years. The boys share their tragic family secrets, finding common ground in their shared loneliness and lack of parents. A sudden, tight squeeze sounding as they embrace, the blonde boy finding warmth in his friend's presence. The young prince asks to be held forever, receiving a joyful promise of eternal friendship from his companion. Li Chuanxing suggests they become family despite having no blood relation, a concept the young prince finds comforting. They vow to accompany each other forever, so that neither of them will ever have to be alone again. A sudden, sharp pang sounding as Tunan misses that childhood hug while staring at the heart-shaped piece.
The Queen Mother examines a scandal photo, questioning why Li Chuanxing possesses a badge from the first emperor.
She grows increasingly worried, realizing that Li's connection to the past makes him a dangerous threat to deal with. A sudden, loud creak sounding as Dueling enters the room unannounced, startling the Queen Mother with his presence. The arrogant man mocks the Queen's lack of security, asserting his dominance over the palace and its inhabitants. A sudden, fierce glare sounding as Tunin interrupts Dueling's intimidation, demanding he let go of his mother.
The prince stands his ground against the silver-haired intruder, refusing to let him manipulate the royal family any longer.
A sudden, sharp snap sounding as Tunin rejects Dueling's touch, warning him to respect his royal authority. Tunin comforts his worried mother, promising to protect her by securing an alliance with the King of Walu.
Dueling plots with his aide, laughing off the prince's attempts to gain support from the inconsistent Valu prince.
Prince Valu presents a difficult choice to Tunin, revealing Dueling's lucrative trade offer in exchange for his loyalty.
A sudden rhythmic tap sounding as Valu dismisses the prince as just a pretty face with nothing to offer.
Tunin counters with a logical argument, explaining how Dueling's deal would destroy the livelihoods of millions of workers. With a determined gaze, the prince declares he will never sacrifice his people's interests for his own political gain.
Prince Valu is visibly surprised by Tunin's integrity, as the prince outlines the long-term flaws in Dueling's plan.
Tunin presents a superior proposal based on equality, challenging the Valu prince to choose the path of mutual benefit. Prince Valu smirks as he touches Tunin's hand, admitting he admires the blonde prince's popularity with his people. Tunin remains stoic, warning his companion that his political vision shouldn't be so narrow-minded during their official meeting.
Examining a document, the brown-haired man considers adding a private stop to his official royal itinerary.
Valu expresses interest in visiting the college where Tunan studies, claiming he wants to understand the prince more deeply. With a playful glint in his yellow eyes, the visiting prince continues to tease Tunan about their upcoming plans. Elsewhere, the black-haired Li Chuanxing walks through a school hallway while clutching a stock of important bursary paperwork. Li reviews his application, hoping the part-time job will help ease his grandmother's financial burden so she can rest. Outside the school, a sudden, excited cheer sounding as the crowd reacts to the arrival of the famous crown prince. Li Chuanxing wonders about Tunan's recovery, before scolding himself for caring about their complicated, tense relationship. A sudden, desperate plea sounding as Li stops near the director's office, sensing something is terribly wrong inside. Li is horrified to find teacher Sun accosting a girl, using a scholarship to manipulate and harass her. A sudden, heavy crash sounding as Li tackles the teacher, furiously denouncing him for preying on vulnerable students. The scene shifts to the exterior of the main teaching building as the royal delegation arrives for their visit. Tunin leads Prince Valu through the school grounds, followed closely by a camera crew and palace staff. Valu mocks Tunin's public persona, claiming the prince hides a stubborn, strong nature behind his kind royal mask. The blonde prince remains composed, professionally reminding Valu that this is not the right time for personal chatter. Valu mentions seeing Li Chuanxing on a previous broadcast just as a report of a student-teacher fight breaks out. Li Chuanxing holds the trembling teacher by the collar, declaring that such a man is unfit for the profession. Tunin and Valu arrive at the scene, with the brown-haired man questioning how the prince will handle Li's actions. The investigation begins inside a meeting room as the school administration and royal guests gather to resolve the conflict. A sudden, high-pitched whine sounding as teacher Sun fakes an injury, accusing Li of attacking him without provocation. Nearby students begin to gossip, labeling Li Chuanxing as a violent thug who fights for money in boxing gyms. Li clenches his jaw, enduring the cruel whispers of his classmates while Tunin watches the confrontation unfold. Worried he is embarrassing the prince,
Li Tuangxing looks at Tunan while privately dismissing Valu's rumored good looks.
Valu uses the scandal to pressure Tunin, suggesting they reconsider their educational partnership due to the school's poor reputation.
Tunin stays silent, weighing the political importance of the Valu state against the chaos currently filling the room.
A silent, heavy tension filling the space as Li Tuanxing and the blonde prince lock eyes during the debate.
Valu observes Tunin's unusual hesitation, noting how the normally efficient prince seems distracted by Li Chuanxing's presence.
The visiting prince finds Tunin's reaction fascinating, sensing a deeper connection between the blonde royal and the student.
Tunin demands surveillance footage, but the principal admits the director's office is unmonitored, leaving only Wenwen as a witness.
Trapped by her mother's hospital bills, Wenwen lies to protect her scholarship, leaving Li Chuanxing stunned and betrayed. A sudden, arrogant cackle sounding as teacher Sun celebrates his victory, mocking Li for his lack of credibility.
The principal prepares to expel Li, but Tunin remains lost in thought, carefully analyzing the teacher's suspicious behavior.
Li Chuanxing refuses to apologize for his actions, caring little for what others think, as he stands by his principles. With fierce determination in his eyes, the black-haired boy declares he will never back down when he is right. The atmosphere grows oppressive as the students continue to turn on Li, unaware of the prince's brewing anger. Valu watches Tunin closely, realizing the prince is about to reveal a side of himself that no one expected. The brown-haired prince smirks, enjoying the drama as the power dynamic in the room begins to shift. When the principal threatens his grandmother's reputation, Li Chuanxing stands taller, refusing to be manipulated by fear. A sudden, firm snap sounding as Tunan makes his decision, impressed by Li Chuanxing's unwavering sense of justice. As the principal moves to finalize the expulsion, Tunin's voice rings out, commanding everyone to wait. Tunin steps forward with an icy glare, declaring that the pink-haired girl's testimony is not the only evidence. The blonde prince asserts that there are more witnesses to the teacher's long history of misconduct. Tunin explains how the school's power structure silences disadvantaged students, his gaze fixed on the trembling teacher's son. Turning the tables, Tunin suggests that looking into past bursary applications will reveal the director's true character. A sudden, sharp gasp sounding as teacher Sun collapses, realizing a private royal investigation will uncover all his crimes. The principal immediately abandons his aid, while Wenwen's classmates cruelly mock her for her earlier perjury. A sudden, soft rustle sounding as Tunan offers Wenwen a handkerchief, promising to protect her from future harm.
Tunin announces a new royal scholarship program, terrifying the principal by promising to personally oversee the school's management.
The students rejoice at the prince's wisdom, hailing him as a savior while he restores order to the college. Looking at the documents, the black-haired student feels relieved, while the brown-haired aide notes the prince's continued usefulness. Li Chuanxing watches the blonde prince closely as they both review the paperwork with intense, focused gazes. Tunin announces that Li will be the first student reviewed for the royal scholarship, personally overseeing his detailed investigation. Li grows furious as the brown-haired Prince Valu acts rudely toward Tunin, resenting the intruder's lack of respect. A sudden, soft sob sounding as Wenwen tearfully thanks Li Chuanxing for standing up for her during the crisis. Li bashfully rubs his head, telling the pink-haired girl they are friends now, and friends always help each other. The black-haired boy stands stunned as his classmates suddenly burst into applause, praising him for his heroic actions. Tunin watches the scene with a faint, proud smile, clearly satisfied with how the justice he delivered has been received. Inside a luxury car, Tunin firmly argues that protecting students from persecution is more important than mere economic cooperation. Prince Valu leans uncomfortably close to the blonde prince, mockingly questioning if Tunin is truly acting without any selfishness.
The brown-haired prince mentions Dueling's superior offer, but Tunan remains stoic and unmoved by the blatant political pressure.
A sudden, sharp tisk sounding as Valu touches Tunan's chin, offering to reconsider his loyalty for a specific price.
Tunan demands respect and asserts his bottom line before his aide interrupts to announce a meeting with Miss Shu.
Valu mockingly labels Tunan's defenses an iron wall, but expresses his excitement for their next meeting in 3 days.
The scene shifts to the exterior of a park at night, where the quiet evening air feels heavy and still.
Tunan's grueling schedule flashes before him, revealing a relentless cycle of meetings, study sessions, and stressful royal duties.
His aide warns him that the queen expects him to win the favor of Miss Shu during their brief appointment.
A sudden, weary sigh sounding as the blonde prince looks out the window, exhausted by the weight of his crown.
Stepping out of the car, the prince tries to steady himself, determined to prioritize his work despite his deep fatigue.
Tunan apologizes for being late, his face showing the clear signs of a long and taxing day at the palace.
A sudden, loud roar sounding as a bright yellow motorcycle zooms through the night toward the royal delegation.
Li Tranxing reveals himself as the rider, offering Tunan a helmet and a chance to escape his suffocating royal life. The black-haired boy invites Tunan to a secret location, hoping to help the prince relax away from prying eyes. A sudden, playful giggle sounding as the aide explains that Li was deeply worried about Tunan's stress levels today. Tunan smiles softly as he takes the helmet, touched by Li Chuangxing's genuine concern for his well-being. The blonde prince agrees to go, reminding Li that he only has 1 hour before he must return to work. Riding together, Tunan questions if the constant surveillance is annoying, but admits the guards are simply doing their duty.
Li declares that he is enough to protect the prince, dismissing the formal guards as being too much of a distraction.
A sudden, fierce vroom sounding as Li accelerates, determined to lose the trailing royal guards in the city traffic. Tunan clings tightly to Li's waist as they speed through a tunnel, leaving his sheltered world far behind them. When the prince asks if he's scared, Li simply tells him to look at the beautiful world passing them by. The city lights twinkle below them like a sea of stars, offering a moment of peace to the weary royal. A sudden, frantic shout sounding as the guards lose sight of the motorcycle, desperately reporting the prince's disappearance. The two boys arrive at a quiet riverbank beneath a massive bridge, the moon reflecting perfectly in the still water. Li explains that this is his secret base for bad moods, offering the tranquil view to Tunan as a gift. With a gentle gaze, the black-haired boy asks if Tunan feels better, hoping the fresh air eased his stress. Tunan playfully points out that the land belongs to his family, but Li insists it is still his personal gift. The blonde prince hesitates to lie on the grass, expressing his royal concerns about insects and cleanliness in the wild. Tunan insists he must return to his duties, but Li Chuanxing looks disappointed that their short escape is ending so soon. A sudden, heavy thud sounding as Li grabs Tunan's arm, causing the prince to trip and fall into the grass. They tumble together, with Tunan pinning Li down while reminding him that his time still belongs to the prince. Tunan promises not to touch him, suggesting they simply lie down and rest for the remaining 40 minutes. Lying side by side under the stars, the prince finally relaxes, admitting that Li Chuanxing's help today was significant.
Li offers his help for any future troubles, but Tunan warns him to stop being so impulsive and heroic.
The black-haired boy defends his choice to protect Wenwen, arguing that he couldn't let her life be ruined by lies. Tunan sits up in frustration, questioning who will protect Li if he continues to act without considering the consequences. A silent, heavy pause hanging between them as Li points out that Tunan was the one who protected him today. Tunan lies back down with a huff, scolding Li for his reckless confrontation with Director Sun earlier that morning. Li Chuangxing smiles,
teasing the prince that he sounds exactly like his grandmother when he starts lecturing like that.
A sudden, indignant huff sounding as Tunin reacts to the comparison, while Li quickly tries to soothe his irritation.
Li Chuanxing praises Tunin's composure, while the blonde prince admits he simply performed his royal duty convincingly. Tunin reflects on a lifetime of public pressure, contrasted by Li's playful laughter at their vastly different childhood experiences. A sudden, sharp tug sounding as Li catches Tunan, teasing him about past embarrassments until the prince loses his patience.
The black-haired boy pins Tunin to the grass, their playful struggle intensifying under the quiet, starlit sky.
Looking down at the prince, Li Chuanxing's gaze softens as he observes the exhaustion hidden behind Tunan's royal mask. A sudden, rhythmic pat sounding as Li gently strokes Tunin's hair, acknowledging the heavy burden the young prince carries. Li questions if the prince is truly angry, his voice filled with a rare, genuine concern for Tunin's feelings. Sharing a ridiculous childhood memory, Li describes being attacked by prawns, causing Tunan to reflect on Li's vibrant, chaotic life.
Tunin realizes the black-haired boy is constantly pushing forward, seemingly unstoppable in his pursuit of one goal after another.
An oppressive darkness takes hold as Tunin feels himself sinking into a suffocating void of royal expectations and isolation.
Diving into the deep, Li Chuanxing reaches for the prince, urging Tunan to finally let go and breathe freely.
Surrounded by bubbles and light, the two boys share a profound, quiet moment as they drift together in the water.
Amidst a bed of white roses, the prince and the student stand together, their bond growing deeper and more complex.
A sudden, soft splash sounding as they embrace underwater, the surreal environment stripping away their social status and barriers.
A sudden, sharp pull sounding as Li guides the prince through the depths, leading him toward the surface's distant light.
Breaking the surface, Tunin gasps for air, disoriented by the strange transition and the vastness of the dark water.
Tunan questions his surroundings as Li Chuanxing offers his hand from a small boat, welcoming him to this dreamscape.
Standing on the boat, the blonde prince remains confused while Li observes him with a knowing, playful intensity.
Li Chuanxing's eyes sparkle with mischief as he prepares to reveal the true nature of their current surreal encounter.
A sudden, soft rustle sounding as Li explains that Tunin's own subconscious chose him to populate this intimate dream world.
Tunin pushes the black-haired boy back, demanding to know his intentions as the dream begins to feel uncomfortably real.
Dominating the space, Li suggests that Tunin actually desires his presence, mocking the prince's attempt to maintain his defenses.
The black-haired boy teases Tunan about their previous encounters, leaning in close to test the prince's resolve.
Blushing fiercely, Tunin wonders why Li is acting so presumptuously, feeling his control over the dream slipping away. A sudden glowing shimmer sounding as magical vines appear, surprising Li Chuanxing as the dream's logic begins to shift.
Realizing he can manipulate the environment, Tunin gains confidence, sensing his royal authority returning even within this sleeping world.
Turning the tables, Tunin pins Li down, reminding the student that he is the master of this subconscious realm. The blonde prince threatens to punish Li for his earlier arrogance, his eyes flashing with a new, assertive energy.
To Li's horror, Tunin manifests a large prawn claw, intending to repay the student for his earlier teasing.
Li Chuanxing desperately begs for mercy as Tunan looms over him, enjoying the rare opportunity to see Li flustered. Tunin declares a tooth-for-tooth justice, mocking Li's previous bravery while maintaining a firm hold on the student. A sudden, quick snap sounding as the vines retract, leaving Li breathless and startled by the prince's sudden dominance. A sudden, loud roar sounding as a killer whale leaps over them, terrifying Tunin before Li promises to protect him.
The dream reaches a chaotic climax as the massive creature descends, forcing Tunin to look toward Lee for safety.
With a sudden, sharp gasp, Tunin's eyes snap open as he returns to reality, the dream's intensity still lingering.
Li Chuanxing gazes down at him, checking to see if the blonde prince has finally returned to the waking world.
A sudden, loud roar sounding as a motorcycle approaches, interrupting the quiet moment while Li covers Tunan with a coat.
Prince Valu arrives with a group of thugs, his arrogant smile indicating that he has found their hiding spot.
The blonde prince in sunglasses mocked the pair, crudely suggesting that they were caught in the middle of a date.
The tension between the rival royals and the student reaches a boiling point as the credits for the chapter appear. A sudden, heavy pant sounding as Li and Tunan flee through the streets, desperately trying to evade Valus's gang.
Tunin notices Lis's hands are shaking, wondering why the normally fearless fighter is suddenly acting so uncharacteristically nervous.
Darting into a narrow alley, the two boys pause to catch their breath, the sounds of their pursuers drawing closer.
Li urges Tunin to stay hidden, planning to act as a decoy to draw the group's attention away.
A sudden, firm grab sounding as Tunin stops him, sensing the student's fear and refusing to let him face danger alone.
Li admits his nervousness is for Tunin's sake, while the blonde prince offers to use his own boxing skills.
The thugs discover their hiding spot, their leader mocking the mice for thinking they could hide and talk love.
Li Chuanxing prepares to fight, telling Tunan to turn away so he won't witness the brutality about to unfold.
A sudden, loud bang sounding as Li throws the first punch, his expression hardening into a mask of fierce determination.
A sudden, heavy thud sounding as the alley erupts into violence, with Li Chuanxing single-handedly taking on the armed mob.
Tunin watches in awe as Li Chuanxing fights, realizing for the first time that someone is protecting him.
The blonde prince urges Li to step back, but the black-haired boy insists he is fine, determined to hold on.
Li Chuanxing vows to protect Tunan's secret identity, shielding the prince from the violent mob's weapon-filled assault.
A sudden, sharp crack sounding as Li blocks a bat, his eyes narrowing with a fierce, protective resolve. Li delivers a powerful kick as his attacker yells that the student is finally as good as dead. Transformed by protective fury, Tunin finally stands tall, demanding if the thugs truly dare to bully his people. The two boys fight side by side, their trust solidifying as the prince hands his back over to Li's protection. A sudden, loud siren sounding as police arrive, while the blonde prince and Li desperately flee the scene. The guards roughly seize Li Chuanxing, falsely accusing him of robbery, while Tunan is forced to face reality. A sudden, heavy thud sounding as Li is pinned, while the Queen Mother scolds Tunan through the phone. Tunan hangs up on his mother, defying royal protocol to lead the injured Li Chuanxing away to safety.
Despite the aide's warnings of political ruin, the blonde prince refuses to leave his injured protector behind tonight. They arrive at Li's humble attic room, where Tunin is surprised to find a plush doll of himself.
A sudden, embarrassed stammer sounding as Li tries to hide the doll, but Tunan insists on treating his wounds.
Li Chuanxing removes his shirt, his casual bravado fading as Tunan prepares to apply medicine to his back.
A sudden, cool splash sounding as Tunin pours water, revealing a network of old, jagged scars on Li's back.
Tunan asks about the old wounds, but Li dismisses them as symbols of glory before wincing at his touch.
Gently touching the scars, the prince realizes the hardships Li has endured, while the student finds comfort in him. Sharing a rare moment of vulnerability, they both admit that despite the chaos, they are happy tonight.
Tunin offers to check for more injuries, his soft gaze causing the black-haired boy to blush with intense embarrassment.
The blonde prince finishes his examination, but the heavy silence between them crackles with a new, unspoken tension. A sudden, loud thump sounding as their hearts race, while Tunan warns Lee to be careful of future rumors. Lee smiles warmly, explaining that he isn't afraid of the rumors as long as he can protect the prince. A sudden, painful gasp sounding in memory as Lee recalls his grandfather's tragic death at the hands of gangsters. Overwhelmed by fear, Lee Chuan-sing worries that he is a monster who will eventually cause the prince's downfall. Tunin pulls Lee into a tight embrace, their rhythmic, pounding heartbeats blurring the line between dream and reality. A sudden, rhythmic tap sounding as footsteps approach, forcing the two boys to separate and mask their feelings. The bedroom door swings open, revealing a shock that leaves both Tunan and Lee Chuan-sing completely frozen. The Queen Mother stands before them, her icy gaze demanding to know why Tunin hung up the phone. Guards roughly haul Lee Chuan-sing away to detention, while the blonde prince is forcefully returned to the palace. Standing before the grand Minland palace, Tunan indignantly questions his mother's decision to arrest his friend.
The Queen Mother questions his special feelings, leaving Tunan stunned by the depth of his own hidden emotions.
Tunan denies the accusation, yet internally he begins to wonder if his feelings for Lee have truly changed.
Demanding proof of his loyalty, the Queen Mother orders Tunan to transfer Lee Chuan-sing to another school immediately.
Tunan attempts to manage his mother's firm resolve, while an aide reports an emergency meeting regarding Prince Valu.
A sudden, soft rustle sounding as the Queen Mother strokes his face, urging him to return to duty.
Tunin bids his mother farewell, his heart heavy with worry for the boy currently trapped in a cell. At the detention center, the gray-haired Boss Mu arrives, shocking the police by demanding Lee Chuan-sing's release. Presenting a rare royal badge of honor, Boss Mu forces the stunned officers to follow his direct orders. A sudden, loud metallic clink sounding as the cell opens, and Lee Chuan-sing wonders if Tunan has returned.
Surprised to see Boss Mu, Lee jokingly asks about a ransom while the older man grins at him.
Reflecting on the looming general election, Lee worries about the shifting political tides and the prince's safety. Boss Mu warns him about the cruel nature of royals, but Lee Chuan-sing remains focused on his friend's well-being.
Sitting in the park, Boss Mu notes that it is unexpected for the high-born prince to befriend someone like Lee. A sudden, heavy sigh sounding as Lee calls himself an evil star, fearing his presence only brings Tunan trouble. Boss Mu encourages him, insisting that Lee is a lucky star who gave the prince his happiest night ever. Lee Chuan-sing gazes into the distance, wishing he had the power to help Tunan through his royal burdens. In a heated meeting, ministers report that Prince Valu has abandoned them for the more favorable terms of Dueling.
Duke Seti warns of the disadvantage, but Tunan firmly refuses to sacrifice the people's interests for the election.
A sudden, heavy silence sounding as Tunan challenges the room, unwilling to become the heartless ruler they expect.
Aide warns Tunan about the signing deadline, prompting the prince to consider a secret, high-stakes move with hours remaining.
A woman delivers an urgent letter to Tunan, who reads its contents with visible shock and sudden concern.
Relief washes over Tunan as he discovers photos that could save the diplomatic situation for his country, Calais.
Tunan suspects Lee Chuan-sing's friend provided the photos, his expression shifting into one of deep and calculating doubt.
A sudden, loud click sounding as reporters capture Prince Valu and Tunan establishing new diplomatic relations at the conference.
Prince Valu publicly explains that Tunan's integrity at Minland College inspired him to sign the new diplomatic contract.
Valu praises the brave college students, while Tunan maintains a poised, dignified royal smile for the flashing cameras. Flashback to 2 hours ago. Tunan visits Valis' residence to interrupt his plans with a different, more favorable ally.
Tunan presents a strategically chosen gift that challenges Valas's current allegiances, despite the generous offers from the state Dueling.
Valu discovers Dueling's betrayal in the photos, realizing his supposed ally was secretly supporting militias to undermine his government. Faced with political ruin, Valu admits he cannot resist Tunin's beauty or his brilliantly executed and undeniable strategic trap. Tunin remains calm as Valu complains about the pressure, ultimately outplaying the foreign prince's greed and political ambition. A sudden, soft whisper sounding as Valu calls Tunin a hero and requests a favor regarding Li Chuanxing.
News of the alliance spreads through the college, and Li Chuanxing is relieved that Tunan succeeded without losing everything.
A sudden, soft glup sounding as Tunin's televised speech honors a student who fearlessly adhered to justice and principles.
A sudden, loud thump sounding as Li Chuanxing's heart races, realizing Tunan is acknowledging him on live television.
Students discuss Li's kindness while the red-haired Yin Ziwei approaches to offer a spot on the basketball team.
Li reluctantly agrees to join the team, realizing that everything is improving thanks to the blonde prince's public support.
The narrative shifts to childhood, where a lonely young Tunin watches other children playing from a distant hill. Looking small and isolated, the young blonde prince struggles with the heavy sadness of his solitary royal existence. A young Li Chuanxing approaches the crying prince, wondering what is wrong with the boy he calls Little Potato. Li tells Tunin that while men shouldn't cry, his new friend is allowed to show his true feelings.
The dark-haired boy offers his marbles to cheer Tulin up, though the prince initially remains lost in heavy grief.
Determined to help, Li presents flowers, toys, and a slingshot, begging the blonde prince to finally look at him.
Li gives Tunan a wooden tank carved by his grandfather, finally coaxing a small, precious smile from the prince.
Tunin finally smiles, warming Li's heart as the young boy wonders what more he can give his new friend.
A sudden, loud ta-da sounding as Li shows off the wooden tank, which the other children find completely unfair.
A sudden, soft ah sounding as Li wakes up crying in bed, meeting Tunin's concerned and caring gaze.
Little Tunin brings his only toy airplane to share, reciprocating the kindness Li showed him the day before. A sudden, soft pat sounding as Li comforts Tunan, who admits his jealousy of Li's other childhood friends. The two children share a quiet, meaningful look, their bond strengthening in the soft morning light of their childhood. A sudden, soft pat sounding as Li touches Tunin's head, promising an exclusive bond that belongs only to them. Li suggests they do something together that they have never done before, his face lighting up with pure excitement.
A sudden, soft rustle sounding as they visit a magical tree to bury a collection of their most precious treasures.
They promise to return and dig up their buried memories once they have both reached the age of 20.
A sudden, loud got it sounding as Tunin agrees to draw his favorite things to include in the secret box.
Tunin carefully sketches a hero on paper, his pencil moving with focused and quiet dedication to their shared task.
The box is filled with drawings and toys, representing the most important parts of their early and innocent world. Li asks Tunin if he is ready to add the final, most important item to their buried secret time capsule.
They place a drawing of Li and the airplane into the box, sealing their childhood promise with heartfelt art.
A sudden, soft pat sounding as they bury the box in the dirt, finishing their secret childhood ritual together.
A sudden, soft pat sounding as Li urges Tunan to make a wish while they pray beneath the tree.
Li wishes for Tunin's happiness, while the prince tearfully fears their inevitable future separation and distance from each other.
The dark-haired boy wishes that Tunin will see him in his dreams every single day after they are parted.
Li smiles, telling the blonde prince it is finally time for his own secret wish to be made together.
Tunin wishes they could grow up together, his serious expression reflecting the depth of his early and innocent devotion.
A sudden, soft rustle sounding as the scene returns to the present day beneath the old and silent tree.
A sudden, soft rustle sounding as the Queen Mother watches the broadcast, displeased by Tunin's mention of special friendship. Suspecting a hidden benefactor, the Queen Mother orders a deep investigation into Li Tuanxing's social relationships while coughing significantly. The Empress commands her secretary to keep Tunan focused on his mission and foster his relationship with Xu Yizhuo.
On the sun-drenched basketball court, the red-haired Yin Ziwei introduces Li Tuanxing as the team's newest member.
Li Tuanxing greets the team with a forced smile, despite his hidden nerves and uncontrollably trembling legs. A sudden rhythmic tap sounding as Li Tuanxing dribbles the ball, determined to prove himself to his new teammates.
Tunan watches from the sidelines as Li Tuanxing executes a spectacular slam dunk, leaving the blonde prince stunned.
A sudden, soft thump sounding as Tunan's heart skips a beat while watching the athletic and sweaty Li Tuanxing.
Beside him, Xu Yizhuo teases the blonde prince about his obvious distraction and preoccupation with the dark-haired player.
Tunan notes Li's growing acceptance while the team gathers around to praise the boy for his impressive skills. Yin Ziwei hugs Li Tuanxing, making Tunan feel a sharp pang of jealousy and discomfort from across the court.
Yin Ziwei asks Li Tuanxing to stay behind, praising his skills before preparing to ask a very personal favor.
Yin Ziwei admits he likes someone close to Li, while Tunan continues to watch their close interaction with concern.
Li Tuanxing is startled to see the monitor, Xu Yizhuo, realizing he hadn't noticed her presence on the court.
Yin Ziwei confesses his crush on the monitor, explaining he joined the team just to get closer to her. Relief washes over Li Tuanxing as he realizes the red-haired boy isn't actually interested in Tunan after all.
Tunan wonders if Yin Ziwei likes Li Tuanxing, while Xu Yizhuo remains determined to support her favorite pairing. Tunan approaches the fence to congratulate Li Tuanxing on finally making friends, though his expression remains somewhat guarded.
Li Tuanxing thanks the prince for his support, while Yin Ziwei interrupts to praise Li's surprisingly good personality.
Tunan leaves with Xu Yizhuo, appearing visibly annoyed, leaving the confused basketball players wondering what they said wrong.
At a grand dinner, Xu Yizhuo confronts Tunan about his sour mood and urges him to be honest. Xu Yizhuo reveals she is estranged from her rich father, warning Tunan not to use her for political gain.
The purple-haired monitor insists that Tunan is betraying his own heart by denying his feelings for Li Tuanxing.
Memories of Li Tuanxing flash through the prince's mind as Su reminds him of their deep and shared history. Xu Yizhuo declares that Li Tuanxing is Tunan's destiny, leaving the blonde prince lost in a silent emotional struggle.
Tunan sits in heavy silence at the table, the weight of his hidden feelings finally becoming impossible to ignore.
Despite the tension, Tunan maintains his gentlemanly mask and offers to drive Xu Yizhuo home after their dinner. Xu Yizhuo walks home alone at night, hoping Tunan will find the courage to be honest with himself.
A sudden, loud, careful sounding as Yin Ziwei approaches Xu Yizhuo, blushing as he prepares to speak with her.
Flashback shows Yin Ziwei blushing as Li Tuanxing warns him that his crush likely prefers girls, shocking the captain.
Yin Ziwei is crushed by the news, while Li Tuanxing begins to wonder who the red-haired boy actually likes.
Li Tuanxing reflects on his own symptoms of love, realizing his heart pounds non-stop whenever Tunan is near. The dark-haired boy tries to dismiss his feelings as an illusion, struggling to accept the truth of his heart. Yin Ziwei begs for help getting closer to the monitor, and a sympathetic Li Tuanxing agrees to assist him. Xu Yizhuo tells Yin Ziwei to give up, claiming the person he likes already belongs to someone else. A sudden, loud bam sounding as Yin Ziwei accidentally runs into a pole during his failed and awkward confession.
Li Tuanxing vents his frustration at a boxing stadium, unable to shake the prince's image from his racing mind.
Tunan focuses on his calligraphy in the quiet palace, trying to find peace amidst his growing internal emotional chaos.
Both Tunan and Li Chuanxing spent a restless night apart, each wondering what the other is currently thinking about.
A phone message reveals that Yin Ziwei is hospitalized with a concussion and cannot participate in the upcoming game. At the basketball hall, Su Yizhuo cheers loudly while the excited crowd eagerly awaits the blonde prince's arrival.
In the locker room, Li Chuanxing learns that Tunan will be the substitute, filling him with nervous anticipation.
Tunan arrives and joins the team, his presence immediately commanding the respect and attention of all the other players.
A sudden, soft thump sounding as Tunan and Li Chuanxing lock eyes, their shared intensity sparking an unspoken connection. Li Chuanxing feels incredibly shy as he considers why Tunan decided to play, while Tunan offers a subtle explanation.
The dark-haired boy offers a bottle of water, resolving to apologize to Tunan for his earlier rude behavior. Li Chuanxing's heart sinks as he realizes Tunan hasn't actually arrived yet, and his previous encounter was a daydream.
The team feels overwhelmed by the strength of their opponents, realizing they are severely disadvantaged without their main player.
Li Chuanxing refuses to surrender, passionately urging his exhausted teammates to keep fighting until the very final buzzer.
A sudden rhythmic squeak sounding as the game begins, and Li Chuanxing quickly realizes his stamina is reaching its limit. The crowd grows restless and disappointed as the Minland team struggles, demanding to know where the blonde prince is.
Xu Yizhuo checks her phone with concern, discovering that Tunan is still trapped at a formal foreign guest banquet.
At the royal banquet, Tunan maintains his composed mask while guests express their gratitude for his hospitality.
Tunan abruptly leaves the formal event, urging his escort to quickly prepare a car for the college gymnasium. Arriving just in time, Tunan steps onto the court, his presence reigniting the spirits of the struggling Minland team. Despite the overwhelming score gap, Li Chuanxing refuses to yield, desperately hoping for the blonde prince to finally appear. A sudden, loud beep sounding as the referee announces a substitution, revealing Tunan's arrival to the shocked Li Chuanxing. Clad in his Minland jersey, Tunan enters the game with an intensity that leaves both teams and the referee stunned. Li Chuanxing gazes at the blonde prince in disbelief, wondering if he is witnessing a miraculous fantasy or a dream.
Tunan urges the team to hold their ground, while Li Chuanxing notes the prince's unexpected dedication and physical effort.
The game reaches a fever pitch as the score narrows, leaving the roaring crowd in a state of pure disbelief.
Xu Yizhuo cheers as the duo's perfect chemistry dominates the court, while their opponents struggle to maintain their composure.
With only 1 minute remaining, Li Chuanxing rallies the team to pass everything to Tunan for the final push.
A sudden, loud thud sounding as Li Chuanxing aggressively blocks an opponent, clearing the path for their final scoring attempt.
Tunan seizes the ball, his focused gaze locked on the hoop as he prepares to execute the game-defining play.
A sudden, rhythmic tap sounding as Tunan expertly dribbles past his defender, his movements a blur of speed and precision. With 10 seconds left, Tunan unexpectedly passes the ball back to Li Chuanxing, trusting his friend to finish the game. Tunan shouts for Li to shoot, and the dark-haired boy resolves to succeed for the sake of the prince's trust. A sudden, loud swish sounding as Li Chuanxing scores the winning basket, securing a miracle victory for Minland College.
The stadium erupts in cheers as the team celebrates their impossible win against the national silver medalists.
Li Chuanxing runs toward Tunan, his face lit with joy, while the blonde prince watches his friend with quiet pride. The team huddles around their heroes, and Li Chuanxing humbly credits the win to everyone's hard work and Tunan's arrival. Tunan offers a rare, gentle smile before Li Chuanxing suddenly pulls him close, catching the blonde prince off guard.
Li Chuanxing thanks Tunan for the scoring opportunity, while the prince reflects on the dark-haired boy's impressive growth and spirit.
Moved to tears, Xu Yizhuo and her friend celebrate the brotherly spirit displayed by the two boys on the court.
In the quiet locker room,
A frantic Li Chuanxing searches everywhere for something precious he seems to have misplaced.
Tunin returns with a water bottle, coolly dismissing Li's thanks before urging his friend to go celebrate with the team.
The enthusiastic teammates and Xu Yizhuo invite both boys to a celebratory dinner, refusing to take no for an answer.
Tunin looks down at the water bottle, feeling a sudden wave of shyness as he considers joining the group.
The restaurant is filled with laughter and cheers as the Minland team celebrates their hard-earned victory together.
Tunan tries to decline a toast, but Li Chuanxing recalls the prince's earlier lectures on health with a subtle look. Yin Ziwei tearfully admits his rejection to Li, claiming Xu Yizhuo only has eyes for the blonde prince.
Li Chuanxing feels a sharp sting of jealousy,
assuming Tunan only joined the game to impress the purple-haired monitor.
A sudden, rhythmic glug sounding as the heartbroken Yin Ziwei attempts to drown his sorrows in a glass of beer.
A teammate offers another drink, and Yin Ziwei impulsively decides that alcohol is the only cure for a broken heart.
Li Chuanxing intervenes to protect Yin Ziwei's health, while Tunan watches the dark-haired boy's kindness with growing irritation. Surprising everyone, Tunin begins drinking aggressively, accepting every toast as his irritation boils over into an impulsive, competitive streak.
A sudden, soft splash sounding as Tunin washes his face in the bathroom, deeply regretting his drunken and impulsive behavior. The blonde prince leans against the mirror, feeling dizzy and overheated as the effects of the alcohol take hold. Li Chuanxing finds Tunan in the bathroom and is shocked to see the usually composed prince looking so disheveled.
A sudden, loud bang sounding as Li Chuanxing locks the door, determined to hide Tunan's vulnerable state from others.
Li Chuanxing tries to wake the dazed prince, scolding him for drinking so much after his previous lecture. Tunan opens his eyes and believes he is dreaming, annoyed that
A sudden, soft pinch sounding as the drunken Tunin playfully
Tunin commands Li to stay away if he can't understand his mistakes, leaving the dark-haired boy baffled by his behavior. Li Chuanxing pinches Tunan back, finding the prince's drunken softness surprisingly cute despite his haughty and demanding words.
Tunin grabs Li's hands as their proximity becomes intense, and a sudden, soft flutter sounding as a butterfly appears. A sudden, soft thump sounding as Tunin pushes Li against the wall, their faces inches apart in the quiet bathroom. Li Chuanxing notices the scent of Tunin's hair, wondering why this dream feels and smells so incredibly real. The scene dissolves into a raw and sketchy blur as the intensity of their physical closeness becomes overwhelming.
Later, Li Chuanxing stands beneath the shower, the falling water failing to wash away the memory of their encounter.
A sudden, rhythmic knock sounding as Li reflects on the intensity of the bathroom scene, questioning his own confusing feelings.
Outside the bathroom, an impatient student demands Li Chuanxing hurry up while he struggles to regain his composure.
Under the spray of the shower, Li Chuanxing is haunted by a vivid and heated memory of Tunan.
In a hazy flashback, the blonde prince's face is flushed with desire as he whispers for Li Chuanxing to continue. Li Chuanxing's frustration boils over with a sudden, rhythmic bam sounding as he repeatedly strikes his head against the wall.
In class, Tunan reflects on the softness of Li Chuanxing's lips, wondering if the kiss was merely an alcoholic dream.
Tunan watches Li Chuanxing's distant behavior, while a bandaged Yin Ziwei arrives to offer stomach medicine to his friend.
Li Chuanxing accepts the gift, resolving to give the medicine to Tunan to help with his severe hangover.
A sudden, sharp whoosh sounding as Tunan tries to write, his focus broken by the lingering memory of their embrace.
Xu Yizhuo comments on Tunan's strange behavior, prompting the blonde prince to offer a formal apology for his actions.
Li Chuanxing is hurt by Tunan's dismissal of their moment, deciding to leave the classroom to avoid the tension. Tunan watches Li Chuanxing walk away, noticing his pained expression and wondering what has caused such a sudden shift.
Outside, Li Tranxing vents his anger at being told to forget everything, just as Tunan catches up to him.
Tunan is breathless as he approaches, but a cold Li Chuangxing insists they should maintain a strict distance.
With a sudden rhythmic thump-thump sounding, the air grows heavy as they recall the raw intimacy of the night before. Li Chuangxing finds himself mesmerized by the blonde prince's lips, his heart racing with a persistent, rhythmic thump-thump sounding.
A sudden, firm grab sounding as Li Chuangxing steadies Tunan, handing him the medicine to soothe his aching stomach.
Li Tuanxing tells the prince to forget everything and flees, desperate to escape the emotional chaos clouding his mind.
Tunan stands alone in the quiet hallway, his gaze fixed on the spot where his friend just disappeared.
A frantic call reveals that Xu Yizhuo has been kidnapped, forcing the two boys to set aside their differences.
At an unknown location, a groggy Xu Yizhuo begins to regain consciousness as two mysterious men loom over her.
Bound tightly with ropes, the girl realizes she is trapped in a warehouse with no immediate way to escape. A flashback shows Xu Yizhuo being silenced and snatched from the street, her phone slipping from her fingers. Memories of a childhood kidnapping haunt her, reminding her of the time her father failed to save them.
Xu Yizhuo is jarred awake by a sudden cold splash sounding as water is thrown onto her bound body.
A scarred man in a suit confronts her, questioning her loyalty to a father who supposedly abandoned his family.
Xu Yizhuo remains defiant, telling her captor that her father hasn't been part of her life for many years.
She recalls the bitter truth that her father didn't show up 14 years ago, making this kidnapping feel like history repeating.
Xu Yizhuo is stunned to find Yin Ziwei tied up nearby, learning he followed her out of selfless concern.
With a sudden, determined Grinch sounding, Yin Ziwei pledges to protect the monitor, even in their current desperate situation.
In the monitoring room, Tunan and Li Chuanxing search for clues while a familiar woody fragrance fills the air.
Li Chuanxing is consumed by guilt, but Tunan remains sharp, realizing the kidnappers intentionally left a trail for them.
Tunan places a comforting hand on Li Chuangxing's shoulder, urging him to stay strong for the sake of their friends. A sudden, rhythmic knock-knock sounding as Xu Yunchuan arrives, surprising Li Chuangxing, who knows him as a former boss.
Tunan shakes hands with Mr. Xu, learning the kidnappers haven't made any demands for money, deepening the mystery.
While the police find the empty getaway car, Tunan asks Mr. Xu about any enemies who might seek revenge.
Tunan focuses on the license plate number, asking Mr. Xu if the digits hold any special or forgotten meaning.
The scene shifts to a silent, abandoned train car marked HD 36005, the site of the captive's current imprisonment.
Yin Ziwei tries to stay upbeat, but a cynical Xu Yizhuo insists her father will never come to their aid. A tragic memory flashes of Xu Yizhuo's mother falling to her death, a sacrifice made while waiting for a rescue. Yin Ziwei offers a hopeful bet to cheer her up, but Xu Yizhuo remains lost in her deep, lingering sorrow. Yin Ziwei promises that if he loses their bet, he will spend his life protecting her from any further harm.
Looking out at the night sky, Xu Yizhuo secretly hopes for the first time that she will lose the bet.
An elegant illustration depicts Tunan in royal military attire alongside a focused Li Chuangxing in his school uniform. Guards with rifles patrol a heavily fortified industrial site, maintaining a strict watch over a secret, highly guarded room. After a thorough search, Xu Yunchuan enters the facility with a sudden mechanical whoosh sounding as the doors open.
With a sudden, loud bam sounding, Xu Yunchuan confronts his old friend, threatening him with violence if his daughter is harmed.
The kidnapper speaks of his lost son and brothers, all victims of a fire and betrayal from 14 years ago.
A dark flashback reveals soldiers dying in agony as poisonous gas is released into their returning train car.
With a sudden, tight gripping sounding, the kidnapper chokes Shu Yuntran, venting his years of rage and suffocating pain. The purple-haired man accuses Shu Yunchuan of orchestrating the massacre, while the advisor tearfully recalls his own family's tragic loss.
Li Chaosheng gloats over a captured Mr. Zhu, declaring that his daughter and the prince must both die.
With a chilling laugh, the purple-haired man reveals his twisted plan, calling the deadly situation truly interesting. An explosion rocks the warehouse as royal guards storm in while Tunin and Li Chuanxing search for the monitor. As a guard prepares to open a mysterious box, Tunan and Li Chuanxing exchange a look of deep concern. Sensing danger, Li Chuanxing stops the guard, recalling a haunting childhood lesson taught by his absent father. In a warm flashback, a young Li Chuanxing plays hide-and-seek, eagerly counting down while his father hides. The small boy searches his home, eventually spotting a large wooden crate that piques his innocent curiosity. As the child reaches for the box, a sudden, firm snatch sounding as his father stops him in time. Younger Li Chaosheng playfully warns his son about monsters in boxes before sharing a joyful, lighthearted laugh together. The father gently embraces his son, admitting the boxes hold dangerous explosives and promising to always protect him. Returning to the present, a melancholy Li Chuanxing shares his distant family memories with a concerned-looking Tunan.
Tunan realizes Li Chuanxing used a familiar nickname, demanding to know his true identity before a guard interrupts.
Upon opening the box, they are shocked to find a bound and gagged Yin Ziwei hidden inside.
A frantic Yin Ziwei reveals that the monitor is strapped to a bomb with only 20 minutes remaining. Authorities secure the perimeter of the abandoned warehouse, urgently ordering a lockdown to ensure the prince's safety. Inside, Yin Ziwei comforts a bound Shu Yizhuo, who weeps while realizing her father still hasn't arrived. With the countdown ticking away, Tunin refuses to leave the monitor's side despite the imminent danger of explosion. Li Chuanxing also stands his ground, determined to fulfill his promise to protect his friend at any cost. Sacrificing himself, Li Chuanxing pushes Tunan out and locks the door with a sudden, loud slam sounding. Li Chuanxing chooses to stay behind, ignoring Tunan's desperate cries as guards drag the prince to safety.
Li Chaosheng coldly informs Mr. Shu that he intends for all the children to perish on the train.
With a sudden, loud crack sounding, Mr. Shu attacks, revealing that Li Chaosheng's own son is trapped inside. Standing outside, a worried Tunin prays the bomb experts can find the correct password to save his friends. Tunin reflects on the shocking truth that Li Chuanxing is the kidnapper's son, rescued years ago by Mr. Shu. A sudden realization strikes Tunin as he connects the password hint to Li Chuanxing's actual birth date. Tunan frantically calls Li Chuanxing's phone with a persistent, rhythmic toot-toot sounding, praying for a quick answer. As Li Chuanxing prepares to enter the code, Tunan's call remains unanswered, leaving the prince in agonizing suspense. A massive explosion erupts, and a devastated Tunin fears he was too late to save his dear friend.
To everyone's relief, Li Chuanxing emerges unharmed with his friends, having disposed of the bomb just in time.
Li Chuanxing credits Tunin's text for the save, but a sudden, loud boom sounding signals further danger nearby. Further explosions rock the area, forcing Li Chuanxing to pull Tunan toward the train for immediate cover. Massive barrels of fuel ignite, causing a series of violent, fiery blasts that illuminate the dark warehouse. Inside the smoke-filled train, a protective Li Chuanxing holds a struggling Tunan who is gasping for air.
Tunin suffers a severe panic attack triggered by the surrounding fire, desperately reaching out for help.
To save him, Li Chuanxing shares an intimate kiss that Tunan recognizes from his supposed alcoholic dream.
Awakening in Li Chuanxing's arms, a startled Tunan realizes their intense bathroom encounter was actually real.
Memories of their previous intimacy flash through Tunin's mind as he gazes at the dark-haired boy in shock.
With a rhythmic thump-thump sounding, the pair shares a moment of realization before debris strikes the train. A sudden, loud bang sounding as more wreckage falls, leaving Yinzi Wei to protect the monitor from harm.
Firefighters break into the train, and a tearful Su Yizhuo is finally reunited with her heroic father.
The rescue team begins a full evacuation as the group is led out through the raging flames. A firefighter grabs Li Chuanxing's arm and calls him by his childhood name, leaving the boy utterly stunned. Removing his helmet, Li Chaosheng reveals himself to his shocked son amidst the chaos of the burning warehouse.
Reunited at last, Li Chuanxing embraces his father, who weeps over how much his son has grown.
With a rhythmic chuff-chuff sounding, a helicopter arrives as Li Chaosheng urges his son to escape.
Li Chaosheng's expression turns cold as he forbids his son from ever befriending their enemies again.
Credits roll as Mr. Xu tenderly checks on his daughter, relieved she is finally safe and sound.
Hugging Su Yizhuo, Mr. Su whispers to his late wife that he finally succeeded in protecting their child.
Tunan reflects on the deep connection he felt during the kiss, wondering if Li Chuanxing feels the same.
With a rhythmic chuff-chuff sounding, Tunan watches helplessly as a helicopter carries Li Chuanxing away into the sky. Li Chuanxing watches a helicopter depart, his expression unreadable as Tunan watches him leave from the ground below. Prince Tunan gazes upward with a look of deep reflection, finally understanding the true depth of his feelings. At the Royal Private Hospital, a rustle sounding marks the room where a red-haired boy recovers among his friends. Smiling warmly, the red-haired boy tells his companion that seeing her happiness is the greatest reward for him. Laughter fills the air as the group welcomes Tunin and Uncle Xu into the hospital room for a visit. Uncle Xu reveals the tragic history of Li Chaosheng's family and his secret role in protecting the young prince. A vision of a spiky-haired man appears, accompanied by a selfless thought about wanting to help someone he loves. Sitting on a park bench, Tunin and Uncle Xu discuss the mysterious, deep connection that binds him to Li Chuanxing. Uncle Su suggests that Tunan is the key to resolving the long-standing grievances between their parents' rival generations. Tunan sets off with a determined purpose, leaving Uncle Xu to wonder if he shared too much hidden information. A sharp stop sounding echoes as tears fall, Tunin finally realizing the true identity of his long-lost childhood companion. Standing on a modern balcony, Li Chuanxing worries about leaving Tunan without a word as a rustle sounding passes. Li Chaosheng approaches his son, declaring that his decade-long struggle has finally secured their family's rightful inheritance and legacy. Father and son clash over Tunin's nature, with the scarred Li Chaosheng warning that the prince cannot be trusted. Haunted by the spectral voices of his fallen brothers, Li Chaosheng erupts in a fit of traumatic rage and pain. Weeping for his lost comrades, the scarred father tells his son that they are forbidden from helping their enemies. Li Chaosheng vows to avenge the royal family, while his son remains steadfastly determined to share his father's heavy burden. Looking out toward the horizon, the dark-haired man remains hopeful that Tunin will eventually find a way to help. A flashback reveals a young, blushing Prince Tu Yuan carrying a brown-haired girl through a sun-drenched royal garden. Young Prince Tu Yuan tries to escape a blind date, but he is caught by young Li Chaosheng and Xu Yinchuan. A run sounding marks the prince's escape attempt, though he is quickly caught by his collar and held back. Tunin agrees to the date only if Dueling accompanies him, leading the group to the general commander's grand mansion. A soft chirp sounding fills the garden as the young nobles gather for tea and target practice under the sun. Young Dueling looks deeply annoyed as he is forced to act as a human target for the commander's archery. Prince Tu Yuan misses the bullseye again, earning a playful tease from his friends about his lack of shooting skill.
A sudden whoosh sounding precedes a perfect bullseye hit, revealed to be the work of a bold, brown-haired maid. Smitten, Prince Tu Yuan thinks the name Lisa suits the girl perfectly, though he is disappointed she is a maid.
Prince Tu Yuan formally greets the blonde commander's daughter, kissing her hand with proper, polite, and royal court etiquette.
During the dull tea party, the maid Lisa openly yawns, leading her mistress to suggest she go out and play.
Eager for excitement, the prince and his friend follow Lisa into the garden to escape their formal royal obligations.
A rustle sounding comes from the trees as Lisa uses a slingshot to target a large, ripe red apple.
A loud Pam sounding occurs as the apple falls, striking the unsuspecting Prince Tu Yuan directly on his head. Finding Lisa high in a tree, the prince learns about her dream to be free and travel the world.
Lisa describes her longing for adventure, though the young prince worries about the many dangers she might face alone.
A sudden slip sounding causes Lisa to lose her footing, sending the young girl tumbling from the high branch.
Terrified, the young blonde prince reaches out his arms, desperate to catch Lisa before she hits the ground.
Prince Tu Yuan catches Lisa safely, leading to a quiet, blushing moment of realization as they gaze at each other. A rhythmic thump sounding echoes the prince's heart as he asks to travel the world by her side forever.
Over the years, the pair exchanges 72 letters, with Lisa secretly hiding her true identity as a simple maid.
Worried about the future, Lisa fears the prince will despise her if he ever discovers her true status as a maid.
Night falls over the Palais de Calais, with a rustle sounding as the secret world comes alive under the moon.
Returning to the garden, the girl finds a mysterious wrapped gift hanging from a tree branch in the moonlight.
An sounding of shock escapes her as she unwraps a realistic, handmade doll head that resembles the prince. Following a trail of boxes, she assembles the full doll, finally realizing it is a thoughtful and heartfelt gift.
Holding the completed doll, she wonders about its missing heart, just as the real prince calls out to her. Under the moonlight, the prince proposes to Lisa, declaring his love regardless of her true identity or social status.
The prince reveals his royal status, but Lisa laughs, triumphantly announcing that she has won their game of secrets.
Lisa reveals that her real name is Amy, and she is actually the high-ranking daughter of the general commander.
Embracing under the moon, Amy chooses her prince over freedom, promising to travel the entire world by his side.
A framed wedding photograph captures the joyful reunion of the four friends, celebrating their enduring love and shared history.
A visual comparison chart tracks the evolution of key figures over 20 years, highlighting those who have changed and those who have passed. A soft rustling sounding fills the air at Li Chuanxing's secret base as Tunan lies peacefully among the tall, dark grass.
Fireflies dance as Li Chuanxing gifts Tunan the starry sky before vanishing into the night, leaving the prince reaching out in vain.
Lying alone in the field with a single tear, Tunan realizes the night was only relaxing because Li was by his side. Under the shade of a massive tree, a mournful crying sounding draws Tunan's attention toward a figure hidden in the sunlit field. Tunan discovers a young, sobbing boy with messy dark hair and wonders if he has encountered a child in this strange place.
Realizing he is dreaming again, Tunan is filled with a mixture of surprise and joy to find a young Li Chuanxing.
Tunan affectionately calls the boy Little Potato, but the child corrects him, stating his name is Li Zhang, also known as Xiaozhang.
Little Potato laments a best friend who left without a word, prompting Tunan to reflect on his own forced departure to the palace.
Wiping his tears, the boy expresses his sadness but remains hopeful that special circumstances prevented his friend from saying goodbye.
Tunan comforts the child, suggesting the friend might need time to convince a father who didn't approve of their bond. Little Potato vows to make his father like his friend, moved by Tunin's gentle words as the prince sheds a quiet tear.
Taking Tunin's hands, the boy playfully calls him a little crying dumpling and invites him to hang out and be happy.
Little Potato grabs a rope swing and prepares to jump, while Tunin watches with a hesitant but fond expression.
With a joyful shout, the energetic boy swings through the air, his spirit unburdened as he flies toward the water.
Flowers bloom and water sprays everywhere as the boy lands with a splash, his face beaming with pure, infectious happiness.
Little Potato invites his big brother to join him in the cool water, leaving Tunin staring at the rope with uncertainty.
A massive splashing sounding follows as Tunin takes the plunge, fully immersing himself in the playful moment with his younger partner.
Soaking wet and smiling, Tunin shares a rare moment of levity, his heart warmed by the energetic spirit of the young guard.
Little Potato playfully splashes Tunin and teases him for being timid, leading to a light-hearted struggle in the shimmering water. The pair splashes and laughs amidst the sun-dappled waves, finding a fleeting moment of peace within the boundaries of a dream.
Resting together in the grass, Tunin confirms his happiness to the boy, enjoying the simple tranquility of their shared presence. Little Potato urges Tunan to remember his name so they can find each other, while the prince silently confirms he already has.
The boy leans in to press a gentle kiss to Tunin's forehead, a symbolic gesture of the deep bond they share across time. As the dream begins to fade, distant voices calling for His Highness pull Tunin back toward the cold reality of the waking world.
Tunin awakens under the moonlight as a concerned aide urges the prince to return inside before the heavy air makes him ill. Standing with renewed resolve, Tunan commands a secret investigation into the treason charges brought against Li Chaosheng 15 years ago. Determined to find the truth for the man he loves, Tunin walks through the tall reeds, carrying the heavy burden of justice. At Li Chaosheng's private villa, Li Chuansheng gazes at the moon from the water, his thoughts lingering on his absent prince. Seeing Tunin's face reflected in the water, the guard wonders what he is doing, his heart aching with a sudden, sharp longing. Rubbing his eyes, Li realizes he is seeing Tunin's shadow everywhere, his attention diverted by a playful, rough-sounding puppy. The guard notes the puppy's adorable resemblance to Tunin, feeling a sudden, intense flutter in his chest at the comparison. Comical punching sounding effects follow as Li questions his own sanity for having romantic feelings triggered by a cute puppy. Exasperated and exhausted, Li Chuanxing settles into a robe and sighs, feeling the weight of the recent tumultuous events pressing down. Resting his head on a pillow, the guard tries to sleep, but finds his mind consumed by vivid, lingering thoughts of Tunin. A heated vision of Tunin whispering for him not to stop flashes through Li's mind, causing a flush of desperate desire. Sharp, heavy gasping sounding fills the room as Li sits up abruptly, overwhelmed by a sudden and intense need to see Tunin. Approaching his father in the dimly lit living room, Li Chuanxing asks why the older man is still awake so late.
Li Chaosheng admits he is too sick with memories to sleep, sitting amidst bottles as his son joins him in the quiet.
The father holds a wedding photo, noting it is his 20th anniversary with Li's mother and reminiscing about their shared past.
Li Chaosheng describes their school days together, recalling how they transitioned from fighting classmates to a deeply devoted, loving couple.
After learning his mother disappeared thinking his father was dead, Li Chuanxing vows to help find her, prompting a question about his own heart. The father assumes his son has found someone special, asking with a gentle smile what kind of girl has captured his attention. With a nervous flush, Li Chuanxing confesses that he likes a boy, though he admits he is still uncertain about the situation. Li Chaosheng expresses concern, wondering if the boy in question knows Li's feelings and if he also shares an interest in men. Seeking his father's acceptance, Lee admits he misses the man terribly, hoping that he won't have to suffer for his love.
The scene shifts to the Royal Library, where an old newspaper reveals a tragic train accident and allegations of treason against the guard. Tunin works tirelessly at his desk, wearing glasses and insisting he is not tired as he sifts through piles of old documents. An aide explains the details of the suspicious accident that claimed the lives of 14 soldiers, noting the bodies were burned beyond recognition. Reviewing the evidence, Tunin notes the presence of unexplained cache and coded messages, suspecting a deep conspiracy behind the mission's failure. Empress Amy tells Tunan that despite Uncle Shu's doubts, all evidence previously pointed toward high treason.
Tunin explains to his mother that as a son, he has an obligation to find the truth. Tunin warns that leaving hidden evil forces unchecked will ultimately cause far greater harm to their entire country.
Looking deeply troubled, Empress Amy asks Tunin what new information he has managed to uncover so far.
Tunin admits that the old evidence seemed impenetrable, making the case appear impossible to flip over back then. Empress Amy recalls how Tunin's father was consumed by frustration and failing health due to the treason case. In a somber flashback, Tunin's father on his deathbed asked Dueling to investigate the matter one last time.
The scene shifts to a chaotic past where Li Chaosheng's absence allowed the throne to almost fall into enemy hands.
Empress Amy tenderly strokes Tunan's face, insisting that ensuring his safety is her most important priority now. Tunan reveals that Li Chaosheng is the kidnapper, shocking his mother who believed everyone on the train died. Empress Amy urgently requests a meeting, revealing it was the late king's final wish to settle the matter.
Tunan remains cautious, fearing that Li Chaosheng views the royal family as enemies and will never believe them.
Empress Amy gives Tunan her precious necklace, certain that Li Chaosheng will agree to a meeting upon seeing it.
Tunin stands amidst swirling yellow ginkgo leaves, reminiscing about the childhood bond he shared with his dear friend.
Tunin receives an urgent call from Uncle Su, who reports finding the mercenaries' hidden base in Lapu City.
Uncle Su points out the secluded manor where Li Chaosheng hides, monitored through a high-powered telescope.
Through the lens, Tunan spots Li Chuanxing sitting on a balcony, gasping as he gazes into the night sky.
Tunin's heart races with a rhythmic thump-thump sounding as he observes his long-lost friend through the telescope.
Tunan decides to infiltrate the manor alone, ignoring Uncle Su's desperate warnings about the extreme danger.
Determined to resolve the conflict peacefully, Tunan prepares to negotiate with Li Chuanxing in secret to end the strife.
At the villa, a sudden loud whack sounding occurs as Tunan neutralizes a guard to begin his infiltration. Tunin hides behind a wall with an unconscious guard while a security camera scans the dark courtyard nearby.
Moving with stealth, Tunin is suddenly ordered to stop by a guard pointing a submachine gun at him. With a sudden, sharp crack sounding, Tunin takes down the guard and continues his daring night mission.
Li Chuanxing stands on the balcony, reflecting on the heavy patrols that make escape seem almost impossible for him. Li Chaosheng forbids his son from leaving, offering to bring Tunan to the villa instead of risking discovery. Li Chuanxing misses Tunan deeply, unaware of the sudden, firm whack sounding as Tunan grabs the balcony railing.
Startled by a sudden presence, Li Chuanxing gasps as Tunan's reflection appears in his wide, surprised eyes.
Tunin removes his tactical cap, his heart beating with a rhythmic thump-thump sounding during their tense reunion.
Tunin climbs over the balcony railing, his heart continuing its rhythmic thump-thump sounding in the pale moonlight. Believing he is hallucinating, a tearful Li Chuanxing reaches out to hug Tunan with overwhelming desperation and longing.
Embracing Tunin tightly, Li Chuanxing whispers how much he missed him while realizing Tunin's body is actually warm.
Tunan returns the embrace, affectionately calling Li Chuanxing his little potato during their emotional and intimate reunion.
With a sudden, firm groping sounding, Li Chuanxing realizes it's not an illusion and fears he crossed a boundary. Li Chuanxing gently strokes Tunan's face, recognizing the familiar eyebrows that haven't changed since they were children together.
Tunan hopes his friend will finally notice his feelings, recalling how much he wanted to be noticed as a child. The two boys share an intimate moment on the balcony, their faces inches apart in the quiet night air.
Tunan playfully pats Li Chuang's head, causing the dark-haired boy to blush intensely and look away in embarrassment.
Sitting together in the darkness, Tunan gasps softly as the weight of their shared past hangs over them. After moving apart, Tunan informs Li Chuanxing that Uncle Su and his daughter talk about him every single day.
Li Chuanxing reflects on their near-intimate moment, while Tunan's steady, caring gaze remains fixed on him.
Tunan warns that his presence is dangerous, but insists he has something vital to tell his old friend.
Under the bright full moon, Tunan prepares to reveal the true, important reason for his risky night infiltration.
Tunan's expression is serious and focused as he gets ready to explain the new evidence found by his mother. Tunan explains that his mother wants to meet Li Chaosheng to discuss evidence that could overturn the old case.
Li Chuanxing worries about his father's hatred for the royals as Tunan presents the sparkling, ornate pearl necklace.
Tunan reveals the necklace belonged to his mother, certain it will convince Li Chaosheng to finally agree to meet.
Staring at the jewelry, Li Chuanxing remembers his own mother wearing an identical piece when he was very young.
A sudden rhythmic knock-knock sounding as Li Chaosheng asks to enter his son's room, startling the two friends.
Tunan prepares to leave quickly to avoid detection, holding Li Chuanxing's hand one last time for mutual comfort.
Tunan promises to protect Li Chuanxing as they share a quiet, moonlit moment together on the balcony.
Li Chuanxing grips Tunan's hand, hoping they can work together to resolve the old conflict through peaceful negotiation.
Tunan agrees to stay by his friend's side, and they share a soft smile under the night sky.
In the kitchen, Li Chaosheng offers a homemade soup to his son, reminiscing about the taste of the past. Li Chuanxing warmly thanks his father for the comforting meal, which reminds him of his beloved mother's cooking.
Li Chaosheng smiles as he watches his son enjoy the soup, promising to make it more often for him. Thinking of his late mother, Li Chuanxing asks his father about the special story behind her ruby necklace. Li Chaosheng reveals that there were actually two necklaces, precious family heirlooms handed down through the generations. A close-up shows the two identical pearl necklaces with ruby pendants, symbolizing the deep themes of guard and loyalty.
A flashback reveals that Empress Amy saved Li Chuanxing's mother's life through an urgent blood transfusion many years ago.
To show their gratitude, the family gifted one of the sacred necklaces to the queen during their recovery. The two mothers are shown smiling together while holding their newborn sons, Tunan and Li Chuanxing, in the hospital. The scene shifts to the first emperor on his throne, protected by his loyal guard during more peaceful times. Back in the present, Li Chuanxing presents the necklace to his father, who reacts with sudden, wide-eyed shock. Li Chaosheng immediately recognizes the jewelry as the queen's, demanding to know how his son obtained such a piece. Li Chuanxing pleads for his father to meet the queen, but Li Chaosheng reacts with explosive anger and suspicion. Consumed by bitterness, Li Chaosheng rants about betrayal and his deep hatred for those he considers his enemies. Li Chuanxing embraces his father, weeping as he expresses his love and desire for a future filled with warmth. Li Chuanxing urges his father to let go of the blinding hatred and join forces with the royal family. Tunan steps forward to offer himself as a hostage, proving the royal family's sincerity to the purple-haired man. Seeing the prince, Li Chaosheng's rage boils over as he draws a gun and orders Tunan to die. Li Chuanxing shields Tunan,
begging his father to stop, while Li Chaosheng demands his son stay out of it.
Defending his best friend, Li Chuangxing begs his father to choose peace instead of another impulsive and violent decision.
Li Chaosheng observes the intense bond between the two boys, his expression softening as he contemplates their deep connection.
Memories of the past haunt Li Chaosheng as he realizes his son cares for the child of his greatest enemy. Fearing for his son's happiness, Li Chaosheng struggles with the pain of separation and his lingering desire for revenge.
Under the full moon, Empress Amy waits with her advisors, hoping the high-stakes meeting will go as planned.
Looking at Li Chaosheng, Empress Amy is struck by how much time has passed since they were all young friends. 15 years of hardship have changed them both, and Empress Amy notes the stark difference in their current lives.
Empress Amy explains her need to support her family, but Li Chaosheng insists they focus strictly on their business.
Pointing to his scarred face, Li Chaosheng recalls the day he nearly gave his life to protect the emperor.
Li Chaosheng reflects on the secret mission and the subsequent tragedies that led to his long-standing resentment and exile.
With a stern warning, Li Chaosheng threatens that Tunan will suffer if the royal family attempts to betray him.
Empress Amy commands her guards to stop, standing her ground against the purple-haired man's intense and looming threats. Recalling their shared history, Empress Amy insists that they must work together just as they did in the past.
The two groups stand opposite each other on the rooftop, the tension thick as they begin their difficult negotiations. Li Chaosheng scoffs at the idea of justice, but Empress Amy asks him to listen to the new evidence.
Shocked by the news that Lisa is in Cyan, Li Chaosheng listens as Empress Amy explains the enemy's expansion.
Flashbacks show how the villain Dueling likely manipulated events, using family members as leverage to secure his own power.
Empress Amy explains how the enemy anticipated their moves, leaving Li Chaosheng stunned as the pieces fall into place.
Handing over a journal, Empress Amy reveals the late emperor's private thoughts and his true feelings about the case.
Li Chaosheng reads the journal, discovering that his old friend never truly doubted his loyalty, despite the public pressure.
Overwhelmed by the truth, Li Chaosheng weeps over the book, finally understanding his brother's heart after all these years.
Empress Amy wipes away her own tears, reflecting on the depression and sorrow that ultimately took the emperor's life.
Li Chuanxing consoles his grieving father, while Empress Amy realizes the dark-haired boy is the son she once knew.
Empress Amy promises to fully investigate the matter once Tunan takes the throne, asking for Li Chaosheng's trust. Tunan steps forward, declaring his plan to defeat the enemy and his determination to succeed in the upcoming election. Tunan explains how Uncle Zhu's financial support and Li Chaosheng's hidden forces are the keys to their strategic victory.
Li Chuanxing begs his father to help Tunan, reminding him of how the prince once protected him at school.
Li Chaosheng agrees to a temporary alliance for his son's sake, while Tunan vows to follow his father's footsteps. Tunan suggests allowing Li Chuanxing to enter and leave the palace freely to facilitate easier communication between their families. Tunan explains that Li Chuanxing is the best intermediary since his father needs reliable eyes within the royal palace. Uncle Li defers the decision to his son, while the blonde prince asks his friend if he truly wants this. After Li Chuanxing agrees, the empress sincerely apologizes for the many misunderstandings that once fueled their bitter family conflict. Presenting a golden badge, the empress welcomes Li Chuanxing to visit any time, causing him to recall a similar royal token. Because his father must remain hidden, Li Chuanxing will represent their family at the palace while blushing from Tunan's attention. The following day, the scene shifts to the grand and ornate royal banqueting room, prepared for a very special guest. Dressed in a sharp pinstriped suit, Li Chuanxing is enthusiastically greeted by the excited monitor at the lavishly set table. Embracing her friend, the girl shares updates about Yin Ziwei's recovery, while Li Chuanxing listens with a soft, caring smile. She mentions rumors of a prince's daring night rescue, leaving both of the young boys feeling quite flustered and embarrassed. Uncle Su praises Tunan for resolving the old grievances and successfully bringing the former guard back into their political circle. Observing the prince's distracted gaze, Uncle Su realizes Tunan's true motivation for keeping the dark-haired boy close is deeply personal. Tunan thanks Uncle Su for his help, while the older man suggests they move the conversation inside to avoid detection. Teasing the prince about being a lovebird, Uncle Shu offers to help him secure both the throne and his heart. Li Chuanxing feels neglected as he watches Tunan leave, wondering why his friend hasn't even greeted him at the party.
Overthinking the situation, Li Chuanxing worries Tunan only invited him to pursue the monitor, leading him to doubt their connection.
Sparkling with excitement, the pink-haired girl tells Li Chuanxing she has a perfect plan to help him navigate his romance. Half an hour later, the guests wait at the banquet. As a servant announces the prince's imminent arrival to the group. Tunan and Li Chuanxing sit together in an awkward silence, both clearly preoccupied by the heavy weight of their feelings. Recalling a psychological tip, Li Chuanxing prepares to test Tunan's feelings by attempting a subtle physical touch during their meal.
Simultaneously, Uncle Shu advises Tunan to gauge Li Chuanxing's reaction by touching his hand, hoping to spark a confession soon.
With their hearts sounding with a rhythmic thump-thump, both boys hesitate on the verge of making a bold romantic move. Li Chuanxing finally reaches out, touching Tunan's hand while internally celebrating his successful attempt at physical contact during the dinner. Watching from the side, the monitor and her father are delighted, certain the two boys are finally admitting their attraction. Both boys remain frozen in a state of panic, overanalyzing the lack of response after their brief and meaningful touch. Tunan worries he is just a buddy, while a flustered Li Chuanxing makes a hasty excuse about reaching for fruit. The Empress enters the room, apologizing for her delay, while the others stand respectfully to welcome the royal family member. Looking regal in a yellow gown, the Empress warmly welcomes her guests home, setting a peaceful tone for the dinner. Li Chuanxing recounts the tragic fire from his childhood, explaining how his mother went missing and his family changed names. The Empress expresses regret over her failed search for his mother, while Li Chuanxing confirms his father has no news. Uncle Su apologizes for hiding the truth, explaining he wanted to protect Li Chuanxing from the bitter grudges of the past. Showing his gratitude, the dark-haired boy smiles warmly and thanks Uncle Shu for taking such good care of him. Uncle Su recalls Li Chuanxing's bravery when he fought off gangsters who were harassing his grandfather's shop near the university. Reliving the trauma, Li Chuanxing describes the fight that caused his grandfather to fall and eventually pass away in the hospital. Weeping over the injustice, Li Chuanxing describes his violent retaliation against the gangster stronghold that took his grandfather's life away. Uncle Su remembers the boy's bloody state, while Li Chuanxing credits the older man's intervention for his safety after the fight. Tunan silently vows to protect his friend, while the Empress praises Li Chuanxing for possessing his father's brave and righteous spirit. To the surprise of everyone at the table, the Empress asks Li Chuanxing to officially become Tunan's new personal guard. Li Chuanxing's imagination runs wild with romantic possibilities as he ponders the personal nature of his potential new role at Palace.
With a blush, Li Chuanxing accepts the position, stating it would be an absolute honor to serve by Tunan's side.
The scene transitions to the Grand Palace of Calais, basking in the soft, warm light of a beautiful sunset evening.
A servant shows Li Chuanxing his luxurious new quarters, which have been specially arranged for the prince's closest new ally. Curiously, Li Chuanxing asks about a mysterious door in his room and requests that the servant open it for him.
With a sudden, firm push sounding, the door reveals Tunan's gorgeous bedroom, which is connected directly to Li Chuanxing's own. Realizing their rooms are linked, Lee Chuan-sing becomes incredibly flustered, his heart racing at the thought of such close proximity. The servant explains that Tunan usually prefers being alone, making this special room arrangement feel even more significant and intimate.
Lee Chuan-sing realizes how special he is to Tunan, while the prince reflects in his room on their shared future, imagining a life where he sees Tunan wake up every single morning. The dark-haired boy drifts into a hopeful, romantic daydream. Overwhelmed by his own embarrassing thoughts, Lee Chuan-sing shakes his head vigorously with several sharp whack-whack sounds of self-discipline. Tunan suddenly appears at the door, having just stepped out of the bath and holding a steaming mug in hand.
Blonde-haired Tunan drinks wine alone at midnight, his melancholic expression bathed in the soft, pensive glow of moonlight. Secretary Yin suggests Lee Chuan-sing return home, while the dark-haired boy worries about his racing, uncontrollable heartbeat. Secretary Yin offers an overnight stay, sending Lee Chuan-sing into a panicked, blushing frenzy of awkward excuses and denials. Secretary Yin leads the way, as Lee Chuan-sing stands by, looking resigned and slightly embarrassed by the sudden arrangement. At the palace, Lee Chuan-sing receives his guard equipment while being reminded to prioritize his studies over daily reporting.
Lee Chuan-sing asks Secretary Yin for guidance on his new duties, questioning if he is truly fit for the role. Secretary Yin explains that his position is unique, leaving the dark-haired boy confused about the queen's true underlying intentions.
Secretary Yin reveals Tunan's lonely childhood, noting how Lee Chuan-sing is the first person to spark genuine emotions. Secretary Yin admits the queen was initially worried, but felt relieved after learning about the boy's prestigious family background. Secretary Yin emphasizes that Lee Chuan-sing is Tunan's most precious friend, serving as his greatest source of emotional support. Tunan and Lee Chuan-sing stand together in an intimate title image, their formal attire decorated with regal golden medals.
The scene shifts to the moonlit Palais de Calais, where a pensive Tunan walks alone through the quiet grounds. After a long day of official business, Tunan dismisses his attendants to enjoy a solitary walk in the garden.
As Tunan wanders through the beautiful moonlit palace gardens, a stray pink petal drifts past on the night breeze.
Tunan catches a falling petal, reflecting on the sudden arrival of autumn, while standing in the cool blue moonlight. A sudden clatter sounding draws Tunan's attention toward a door as he wonders who is inside his private chambers.
Tunan enters the room and finds Lee Chuan-sing, his eyes widening in genuine surprise at seeing his friend still there.
Lee Chuan-sing greets Tunan with a soft smile, causing the prince to wonder if he stayed specifically for him.
Tunan warmly welcomes his friend back, his heart secretly yearning to catch the metaphorical light present in his life. Night settles over Tunan Palace, with the grand architecture standing silent and proud under the starry, deep blue sky. Lee Chuan-sing sprawls on his luxurious new bed, clutching his head and groaning about his own awkward, confusing behavior.
Flustered and blushing, Lee Chuan-sing regrets his words to Tunan, while the prince mentions thinking he had already left.
Lee Chuan-sing claims he stayed because of the cold, but Tunan looks down with a hint of hidden, lonely disappointment.
Noticing Tunan's disappointment, Lee Chuan-sing berates himself for not simply admitting his true desire to stay by his side.
Tossing and turning, Lee Chuan-sing resolves to convey his thoughts better next time, lamenting their sudden, awkward romantic tension.
In his own bed, Tunan smiles and thanks his idiot friend for staying, feeling deeply touched by his presence. The two boys lie in their respective rooms, separated by a wall, yet reaching out in a symbolic, shared connection.
Morning arrives at the palace, and Lee Chuan-sing's hand reaches for a stack of documents with a quick throw sounding.
Secretary Yin notes Tunan's exceptional speed and improved mood today, sensing a positive change in the hardworking blonde prince.
Tunan enthusiastically greets the palace staff,
appearing much brighter and more cheerful than his usual reserved and serious self. Crediting his good rest to Lee Chuan-sing's company, Tunan decides to take a walk toward the guard training grounds. Secretary Yin suggests visiting Lee Chuan-sing's training, while privately praising the Queen's wise decision to keep the boys close.
At the training field, guards cheer for their captain, the air filled with the sounds of active, high-energy exercise. Tunin and Secretary Yin approach the grounds as a rhythmic count of push-ups echoes through the sunny morning air. Tunin stares with wide, sparkling eyes at the impressive display of strength and discipline unfolding on the training field. Shirtless and sweating, Lee Chuan-sing leads the training session with the staff, determined to prove himself to his peers. Gasping for breath, Lee Chuan-sing pushes his physical limits, his muscles glistening under the bright, warm morning sunlight. The guards realize the prince is watching, while a blushing Lee Chuan-sing takes notice of Tunan's presence with interest. Determined to look his most handsome, Lee Chuan-sing flashes a confident, charming smile toward his watching friend, the prince. Lee Chuan-sing's workout intensity doubles as he surpasses 100 reps, leaving the observing Tunan completely bewildered and confused. Feeling flustered, Tunin suggests they leave quickly, while Secretary Yin wonders why he wants to stop watching so soon. Tunin's heart sounds with a rapid thump-thump as he realizes his feelings are becoming impossible to ignore. Tunin wonders about the strange, deep feeling in his heart as he watches the moon from his dark, quiet room. Tunin lies in bed, smiling to himself as he touches his lips, clearly lost in a very pleasant daydream. With a sudden open eyes sounding, Tuanin finds Lee Chuan-sing hovering over him, asking if he looks handsome today. In the prince's dream, Lee Chuan-sing leans in close, asking Tunan if he likes and wants to touch him. Tunin and Lee Chuan-sing pose together in a title image, looking regal and intimate in their decorated royal uniforms. Within the bold dream, Lee Chuan-sing continues to tease Tunan, asking if he truly wants to touch his body. Lee Chuan-sing pulls the prince into an embrace, telling him not to suppress himself and to touch wherever he wants. With a soft moan and a tender kiss sounding, the dream reaches its peak as the two share an intimate moment. Leaning in close, Tunin confesses his deep feelings, his eyes reflecting a mixture of longing and vulnerability. Reality returns as Tunin finds himself reaching into the cold, empty air of his silent grand bedroom. Standing alone, the blonde prince reflects on the vivid warmth of his dream, wishing it hadn't ended. Driven by lingering reluctance, Tunin wanders through his dark room, unable to shake the phantom feeling of intimacy. Focused and determined, Tunin reaches for a door handle, driven by a desperate need to extend the night's magic. With a soft push sounding, Tunan finds Lee Chuan-sing sleeping peacefully, his rhythmic snore sounding throughout the dark room. Seeking comfort, Tunin slips under the covers and joins his friend in bed as they appear together in a warm embrace. Cradled in a deep, comfortable embrace, Tunan finally finds the peace he craved, lulled by Lee Chuan-sing's steady breathing. The two boys sleep soundly together, their bodies entwined in a quiet moment of shared, unconscious intimacy and trust. Waking to find Tunin beside him, Lee Chuan-sing stares in confused silence, his heart racing at their close proximity. Watching the blonde prince sleep, the dark-haired boy feels a wave of affection wash over his tired, racing heart. With a tender, soft kiss sounding, Lee Chuan-sing presses his lips to Tunan's temple, lost in the quiet of the night. Butterflies dance around them as the two share a deep, moonlight-drenched kiss, transcending the boundaries of friendship and duty. Morning light spills into the palace as several chirp-chirp sounds signal the start of a brand new, bright day. Tunin wakes with a start, realizing his proximity to the snoring Lee Chuan-sing and wondering if he's still dreaming. Overwhelmed and blushing,
the prince questions his own reality, unable to believe he actually spent the night by Liz's side. Leaning in for a soft sniff sounding, Tunin recognizes the familiar, woody scent that confirms his memory of their kiss. Panicking over his bold actions, Tunin blushes furiously while Li Chuanxing remains fast asleep, completely unaware of the prince's inner turmoil. Determined to avoid being caught by the maids, Tunin makes a quick, sneaky exit from his friend's private quarters. Waking up alone, Li Chuanxing reflects on the vivid, romantic dream he thinks he just had about the blonde prince. Touching his lips, the dark-haired boy recalls the soft, lingering sensation of a kiss that felt impossibly and beautifully real. Li Chuanxing wonders why he feels so reluctant to wake up from a fantasy where he and Tunan were inseparable. Noticing a single, unmistakable blonde hair on his pillow, the boy's eyes widen as a shocking new possibility takes hold. The scene shifts back to Tunin, who is already up and preparing for the many royal duties of the day. With a loud whoosh sounding, the story moves through the city as the boys begin their official morning routine. Sitting in heavy silence, Li and Tunan share a car ride, both lost in their own awkward private thoughts. Li Chuanxing's mind races as he questions if last night's intimate encounter was truly a dream or a reality. Recalling the blonde hair found in his bed, the boy wonders how the usually reserved Tunin could be so sneaky.
Tunan berates himself for taking advantage of Li Chuanxing's sleep, feeling a deep, nagging sense of guilt and shame.
The two steal glances at each other, the unspoken tension in the car growing more palpable with every passing second. Searching for answers, Li Chuanxing breaks the silence and asks Tunan if there is anything he wants to say. Flustered and blushing, the blonde prince quickly denies having anything to share, hiding his growing anxiety behind a stoic mask. Tunan asks about Li's sleep, privately resolving to lie and obscure the truth to protect his own deep embarrassment.
Li Chuanxing admits he dreamt of someone sleeping beside him, his gaze searching Tunin's face for even a hint of recognition.
Tunin's heart sounds with several rapid but dump sounds as he admits to himself how much he wanted to stay. Confirming he slept well, the dark-haired boy watches Tunin closely, sensing a secret hidden behind the prince's calm exterior. With a radiant, gorgeous smile, Tunin admits he too was reluctant to wake up, stunning his friend with his honesty.
Li Chuanxing stands bewildered as the prince's beautiful, unexpected smile leaves him feeling completely and utterly captivated and charmed.
Spotting something on Tunin's collar, the boy's curiosity is piqued as he reaches out to examine the small, mysterious detail. Li Chuanxing holds up the incriminating blonde hair, leaving Tunan frozen in shock as his secret is suddenly, undeniably revealed. Arriving at a political venue, the two are forced to separate quickly as royal staff approach with urgent, troubling news. Emergency reports reveal a drop in public support following violent riots at Port Z, leaving the blonde prince visibly shaken. Tunin contemplates the political crisis, realizing the urgent need to address the situation before his support falls any further. Despite the chaos, the prince looks to his personal guard and asks if Li Chuanxing will accompany him on this trip. A large airplane descends toward the airport runway, signaling the start of a high-stakes mission to the border. Stepping onto the tarmac, Tunin is greeted by bowing officials who announce the Royal Highness's sudden and important arrival. With a rhythmic clatter sounding from his footsteps, Tunin walks toward the meeting, looking every bit the noble, determined prince. Watching from a close distance, Li Chuanxing observes Tunin's professional demeanor during his first official attendance at a political event. Tunan confidently takes charge of the situation, while Li Chuanxing admires his friend's dedication and hardworking, selfless royal spirit. Standing side by side, the two prepare to face the brewing political storm, their bond strengthened by last night's secrets.
A tan-skinned man in a white coat greets Tunan and Li Chuanxing with a playful and charming smile.
The tan man addresses Tunan as Prince Valu, while Li Chuanxing looks visibly annoyed by the unexpected royal arrival.
Looking weary, the tan-skinned man expresses his deep distress over the political situation affecting the people of Valu.
The white-coated man leans in close to the blonde prince, demandingly asking for an explanation regarding the crisis.
With a sudden push and bam sounding, Li Chuanxing steps between them to protect Tunan from the man's impatience.
The tan man recognizes the guard as Li Chuanxing, while the dark-haired boy sternly warns him to watch his words. Wearing a confident smirk, the tan-skinned prince tells Li Chuanxing he is looking forward to seeing his performance. The scene shifts to a high-stakes meeting where Tunan and the rival prince sit among various government officials.
Tunan and the tan man stare each other down across the table as Li Chuanxing notes the oppressive tension.
Standing beside Tunan in the formal setting, Li Chuanxing reflects on how surreal and dreamlike this moment feels. In a determined chibi thought, the dark-haired guard resolves to listen carefully and help Tunan in any way. The Tan Prince questions Tunan's loyalty to Valu's interests while officials discuss the ongoing riots and public approval. Feeling overwhelmed by the complex political energy, Li Chuanxing looks dizzy and struggles to keep up with the conversation.
Li Chuanxing watches Tunan with admiration, noting the prince's incredible focus despite hours of travel and back-to-back meetings.
Deeply wishing to support his friend, the dark-haired boy wonders what he can realistically contribute to Tunan's burden.
The Tan Prince discusses the diplomatic uproar and his father's plan to soothe the people's hearts by tomorrow.
A shocking announcement of severed diplomatic ties causes Li Chuanxing to react with a loud and desperate cry. Determined to protect Tunan's hard work, the guard stays focused amidst memories of their shared goals and past efforts.
Whispering among themselves, the officials question Li Chuanxing's presence, dismissively labeling him as nothing more than a common guard.
Li Chuanxing breaks the silent atmosphere with no sound by suggesting a joint effort to turn the crisis into a blessing. Feeling guilty, the dark-haired boy apologizes for speaking out, but Tunan reassures him with a gentle and supportive smile. The tan rival prince mockingly questions why a mere guard is attempting to teach a prince how to lead.
Tunan firmly shuts down the rival's insults, introducing Li Chuanxing as a qualified and essential partner in their diplomatic mission.
With unwavering conviction, Tunan declares that he has no secrets from Li, and that denying his guard is denying himself. Tunan challenges the Tan Prince to turn this crisis into an opportunity, revealing that he has already found important clues. The blonde prince hints at something that will interest his rival, while Li Chuanxing watches, inspired by Tunan's strength. Looking resolute and sharp in his royal attire, Tunan focuses on the difficult political road lying ahead of them.
Under the quiet night sky, Tunan reflects on his heavy responsibilities and feels an urgent need to grow up faster.
In a room filled with books, Li Chuanxing offers to help Tunan review documents to find a solution together. Tunan hands a book to the eager guard, encouraging him to ask for help if any of it is confusing. A rhythmic tick-tick sounding fills the air as the two boys work side by side through the night's research. A sudden ring-ring-ring sounding brings grim news of more riots and a plummeting public approval rate for Tunan. Seeing Tunan's exhaustion, Li Chuanxing gives him a small poke and offers a hug to help him recharge his spirit. The dark-haired boy pulls Tunan into a deep, comforting embrace, providing the silent support the prince so desperately needs. Tunan's heart sounds with a rapid ba-dump as Li Chuanxing explains that a hug can release 80% of stress. Holding the blonde prince close, Li Chuanxing tells him to close his eyes and take a much-needed rest. Outside the window, a final ba-dump sound signals the deep connection shared by the two boys in the quiet room. Li Chuanxing teases Tunan about his racing heart, while the embarrassed prince blames sleepwalking for their closeness last night. With a playful humph, the dark-haired boy decides to let the matter go, while Tunan hides his blushing face.
Standing before a large building, Li Chuanxing introduces himself to a man named Dr. Song on the prince's behalf.
Dr. Song praises the polite and hardworking nature of the dark-haired guard as they make their way inside.
Li Chuanxing leads the doctor to the meeting site, determined to complete the task Tunan assigned to him perfectly.
Tunan and the rival prince review a document together, with the rival expressing excitement over the prince's perfect plan. Li Chuanxing reacts angrily to the rival's chatter, while Tunan maintains his calm, professional composure during the planning session.
The tan-skinned prince squeezes in close to Tunan, offering his help while a tiny, jealous Li watches from afar.
Fuming with frustration, Li Chuanxing suspects the rival is deliberately staying close to Tunan to annoy and provoke him. Tunan introduces a new expert and instructs Li Chuanxing to pick up Dr. Song, his secret weapon for the mission. At the bustling airport, Li Chuanxing meets Dr. Song and vows to succeed for Tunan's sake, despite his own insecurities. With a sudden BAM sounding, Li Chuanxing accidentally crashes into a mysterious, silver-haired person wearing a black baseball cap.
The dark-haired boy apologizes for the collision, but the silent, mysterious figure leaves him feeling curious and slightly unsettled.
Tunan and Li Chuanxing review files identifying a silver-haired middleman named Jesse involved in the protest organizations. Acting quickly, Li Chuanxing borrows a radio and begins a desperate dash to catch the mysterious figure. With a sudden bang sounding, Li Chuanxing tackles the silver-haired boy, finally apprehending him amidst the airport chaos. Li Chuanxing interrogates the tearful captive, demanding the truth while the man's companion watches the intimidating guard. The sweating man, Jesse, reveals he represents the Saiyan government and usually coordinates with a person named Lu Kewen. Noting their visual similarities, Li Chuanxing asks Dr. Song to use his professional skills for a dangerous new plan. 20 minutes later at the terminal, a person holds up a sign to meet the arriving contact. A peach-haired boy named Lu Kewen waits expectantly, his eyes scanning the crowd for his internet connection. A close-up reveals Lu Kewen's sparkling, hopeful eyes as he hears someone approach and call his name.
Li Chuanxing, perfectly disguised as the silver-haired Jesse, greets Lu Kewen with a confident and charming hello.
Lu Kewen stammers nervously, while Li Chuanxing playfully suggests they use their familiar online names. Explaining his late arrival as a luggage delay, the silver-haired boy privately hopes his preparation time pays off. Driving through traffic, Lu Kewen admires Jesse's handsome appearance, unaware of the boy's true identity and mission. Li Chuanxing marvels at Dr. Song's camouflage skills, while Lu Kewen reaches out, causing the guard to feel sudden goosebumps. Lu Kewen mentions his online confession, leaving the sweating, disguised Li Chuanxing to awkwardly respond while a Bluetooth call continues. Through an invisible camera, Tunan watches as Lu Kewen leans in close, mentioning a previous agreement and a hotel booking. Watching the remote feed, the Tan Prince mockingly praises Tunan's selflessness for sending his guard into such an embrace.
The rival prince notes Tunan's troubled expression as they witness the intimate interaction between Li Chuanxing and Lu Kewen.
Overwhelmed by jealousy and fear of loss, Tunan squeezes his hands tightly while watching the screen in painful silence. A flashback reveals Tunan's concern for Li Chuanxing's safety during their video call prior to the dangerous infiltration mission. Li Chuanxing explains his deep desire to become a qualified partner who can stand by Tunan's side through effort. Inspired by the boy's resolve, Tunan allows Li Chuanxing to proceed, acknowledging that growth requires taking the first step. Inside the room, Lu Kewen suddenly pushes the disguised Li Chuanxing onto the bed with a heavy slam sounding. With a sudden push and fall sounding, Lu Kewen pins the boy's hands, asking what he intends to do. Lu Kewen removes the boy's glasses, while a panicked Li Chuanxin wonders if he was just being coaxed.
Desperate to maintain his cover while Tunin watches, Li Chuanxing pulls Lu Kewen into a distracting, sudden embrace.
Feeling guilty for his impatience, Lu Kewen softens and suggests they simply lie down together in quiet peace.
Nearby, the real Jesse is roughly restrained by a guard, crying out as he is forced to comply. Tunin and the rival prince continue watching the feed, while an official identifies the liaison Li is currently impersonating.
The Tan Prince smirks, imagining how uncomfortable the real Jesse must feel seeing his beloved flirting with another.
Tunin stares at the screen, reflecting on the painful, unfamiliar feeling of jealousy blooming within his heart.
A close-up focuses on Tunin's shimmering eyes as he watches his friend intimately interact with another person. Lu Kewen breaks into tears, fearing that Jesse regrets meeting him because he isn't good enough for such kindness. Listening through the comms, the real Jesse frantically urges Li Chuanxing to confess his feelings to Lu Kewen immediately. Stressed and blushing, Li Chuanxing panics at the demand to settle a confession he hasn't even prepared for yet. The captive Jesse continues to demand a confession, desperate for Lu Kewen to hear the words of love.
Li Chuanxing listens as Jesse declares his deep, incomparable love for Lu Kewen across the split-screen connection. Realizing he has no future due to his arrest, Jesse hopes Lu Kewen will always remember being someone's treasure.
Li Chuanxing resolves to be braver for Tunan's sake, using Jesse's heartfelt words to fuel his own confession. Softening his gaze toward the crying boy, Li Chuanxing prepares to deliver a message he hopes reaches the right ears. The disguised guard describes beautiful dreams of dancing and racing, unknowingly recounting his own real memories with Tunin.
Tunan looks surprised as Li Chuanxing speaks of trust and protection, recognizing the sincerity behind the boy's borrowed words.
Li Chuanxing admits that because of the other, he wanted to become a better person and found true friendship.
With a rhythmic thud sounding from their hearts, Li Chuanxing declares his love, leaving both boys deeply moved. Overjoyed and blushing, Lu Kewen cries out that he likes Jesse too, his face glowing with pure happiness.
Li Chuanxing quickly retreats, feeling guilty for the deception, but determined to finish the mission for Tunan's sake.
The silver-haired boy hopes Tunin understands that those words of love were actually meant specifically for him.
Looking radiant and soft, Tunin adjusts his tie, appearing deeply touched by the confession he witnessed through the feed.
The Tan Prince finds the scene of falling in love interesting, wearing a knowing and mischievous smirk. Arriving at the secret hideout, Li Chuanxing is introduced as the liaison, Jesse, to the group of protest organizers. Lu Kewen laughs heartily as the disguised silver-haired boy reflects on capturing evidence to support Tunan's political cause.
A suspicious man suddenly points a finger, loudly declaring that the silver-haired boy is definitely not the real Jesse.
Breaking into a nervous sweat, Li Chuanxing worries as the man insists he knows his former colleague far too well. With a sudden clatter sounding, a gun is pressed against the boy's head as the man demands his true identity. Terrified of being exposed before finishing the video, Li Chuanxing desperately tries to imagine how Tunan would handle this crisis. A menacing crowd of thugs wielding bats surrounds the pair, while the man keeps his pistol aimed at Li Chuanxing. Li Chuanxing holds up a phone, boldly claiming he is reporting back to headquarters to challenge the man's accusations. Lu Kewen tearfully defends his boyfriend, while Li Chuanxing warns the group that injuring a liaison officer carries severe consequences.
The tension in the warehouse peaks as Li Chuanxing tries to bluff his way through the crowd of suspicious organizers.
A man with glasses invites the group to inspect the boy closely to determine if his identity is actually legitimate.
Sweating under the intense scrutiny, Li Chuanxing panics upon learning they have a photo of the man he is impersonating.
Looking visibly annoyed, Lee Chuang-sing hands over the phone for inspection, secretly fearing this gamble will lead to his death.
The man confirms the identity, much to the boy's relief, as he praises Dr. Song's incredible camouflage and disguise skills.
Acting fast, the chibi Lee Chuang-sing threatens to call headquarters until the nervous organizer begs him to reconsider the move. The group cheers at the promise of payment from the Saiyan government, completely unaware that their plan is being recorded.
Having gathered sufficient evidence, Tunin instructs his assistant to contact the police and prepare an immediate press conference for news. Tunan emphasizes that the top priority for the authorities must be ensuring the absolute safety of his guard, Lee Chuan-sing.
The scene shifts to the exterior of the warehouse as police forces begin to gather outside the group's secret hideout.
Armed tactical officers storm the building, their weapons drawn as they move to apprehend the group of protest organizers inside.
The officers command everyone to raise their hands, announcing that the building is now officially under police control and authority.
Confusion erupts among the thugs, while Lee Chuan-sing seizes the moment to grab Liu Kewen and make a desperate dash. Liu Kewen hits the floor with a sudden thud sounding, reacting with shock and anger at the guard's rough treatment. With a quick whoosh sounding, Lee Chuan-sing sheds his wig and glasses, revealing his true face to a stunned Liu Kewen. Lee Chuan-sing apologizes for the necessary deception while sternly informing the peach-haired boy that he has been breaking the law.
Emergency lights flash as police cars and an ambulance surround the industrial facility to process the arrested members and evidence.
Blushing from the praise, Lee Chuan-sing listens as officials commend his fighting skills for preventing any of the criminals from escaping.
The assistant hands over a phone, explaining that Tunin is calling from the press conference to check on his guard.
Lee Chuan-sing takes the device with a nervous expression, his heart racing at the thought of speaking to the prince again. Answering the call with a soft hello, Lee Chuan-sing's heart sounds with a rapid ba-dump as he hears Tunan's worried voice. Tunin asks if he is injured, his voice filled with genuine concern for the safety of his most trusted companion. Reassured by the boy's safety, Tunin offers warm praise and tells him to rest well until they can finally reunite.
Night falls over the city, illuminating the hotel where the blonde prince is currently staying during the ongoing political crisis.
Snore sounding fills the quiet room as a tired Lee Chuan-sing sleeps deeply until a gentle hand reaches for him. The dark-haired boy opens his eyes to see a vague, shimmering image of Tunin looking down at him with affection.
Tunan sits beside him, asking for an update, while Lee Chuan-sing sleepily confirms that their mission was a complete success.
With a sudden clatter sounding, the drowsy boy asks for a reward, leaving Tunin to consider the bold and unexpected request. Lee Chuan-sing repeats his desire for a reward, his gaze softening as he looks up at the prince in the moonlight.
Tunin stares back, his expression unreadable as the silence in the room deepens during this intimate and quiet late-night moment.
As their hearts ba-dump together, Lee Chuan-sing pulls the prince closer, whispering that he truly wants the man before him. The boy explains he wants a simple date where they can relax and walk around like ordinary people for once. Surprised and blushing, Tunan agrees to disguise himself for a date tomorrow night, causing Lee Chuan-sing to squeal with joy. Chibi Lee Chuan-sing asks about the warehouse witness, while Tunan confirms he had already arranged for the person's timely testimony. Calling Tunan his savior, Lee Chuan-sing asks for his reward again, prompting the prince to pull the boy into him. A sudden rustle and hug sounding fills the air as Lee Chuan-sing is pulled into a deep and firm embrace.
Tunan explains he needs to charge his spirit in advance to handle the busy political work scheduled for the coming morning.
Holding the guard close, the prince tells him he can stay and recharge for as long as he possibly needs to. Stars shine over the government office building as the scene transitions to the following night,
in the quiet city center. Standing by his motorcycle, Li Chuanxing wonders if last night's charging session provided enough energy for the upcoming mission and date.
Tunin arrives wearing a cap and glasses, appearing as an ordinary civilian, much to the surprise of his waiting dark-haired guard.
Impressed by the effective disguise, Li Chuanxing blushes and promises to take Tunan on a perfectly planned night market date.
Li Chuanxing mounts his motorcycle while Tunan smiles warmly behind him, preparing for their secret night market date.
Tunan settles onto the back of the bike with a soft sit sounding, ready for their ordinary night out.
Tunan's intimate embrace causes Li Chuanxing's heart to go badump as the prince clarifies his guard's protective role.
Looking elegant in his glasses, Tunin asks the silver-haired boy to be his exclusive knight for the night's festivities.
The motorcycle speeds through the glowing city, carrying the pair toward the distant lights of the festive night market.
Amidst the noisy market atmosphere, an excited Li Chuanxing orders a variety of snacks for the two of them.
Enticed by the delicious aromas, Li Chuanxing comments on the food's fragrance while Tunan watches him with affection.
Li Chuanxing instructs the prince to sit properly while bystanders admire Tunan's striking appearance and refined manners.
Nearby women gossip about Tunan's good looks as Li Chuanxing returns with a tray of hot, delicious market food.
Tunan is fascinated by the moving takoyaki flakes as Li Chuanxing enthusiastically explains the traditional snacks he has prepared.
Li Chuanxing offers to teach Tunan how to use chopsticks while the prince wonders about the etiquette of eating publicly.
Dismissing formality, Li Chuanxing feeds the prince a bite, reminding him that he isn't royalty for tonight's casual outing.
Tunan blushes while enjoying the simple street food, his cheeks full as he makes a soft choo-choo sounding.
Against the backdrop of the vibrant night market, Li Chuanxing promises to be someone the prince can truly count on.
The scene shifts to the moonlit Calais Island, where shouts erupt about assassins and a mysterious figure named Fu Yi Ya Ma. A young blonde master lies in bed as a guard apologizes for disturbing his dreams during the security alert. A dark-haired young assassin threatens the boy with a knife before suddenly collapsing, leaving the little master bewildered.
Finding the assassin awake and bandaged later, the blonde young master observes him through a screen of blooming roses.
The young intruder, Fu Yi Ya Ma, wakes up and asks about the conditions for his life being spared. Fu Yi Ya Ma requests a sacred sutra, but the young master demands 3 conditions in exchange for the book.
The first condition requires Fu Yi Ya Ma to read aloud to the blonde boy to relieve his boredom.
The little master puts a stop to the formal reading with a bam sounding, requesting stories about more lively matters.
Fu Yi Ya Ma shows off banned, suggestive books, causing the innocent young master to blush a deep, bright red. While the assassin laughs, the young master reads the provocative text, fascinated by the descriptions of sweat and breath.
With a rapid badump sounding, Fu Yi Ya Ma realizes the suggestive words sound surprisingly different.
A white-haired elder laments his grandson's unruly character, feeling it's a pity he cannot pass on his unique skills.
Fu Yi Ya Ma resolves to prove he's the better heir by disturbing the young master's legendary, desireless calm.
Frustrated by the boy's unwavering composure, Fu Yi Ya Ma decides he needs to increase the dose of his provocation.
At Magpie Bridge, Fu Yi Ya Ma reveals he deliberately injured himself just to stay by the young master's side.
Fu Yi Ya Ma enthusiastically points out the beautiful mountain scenery, trying to engage the quiet boy beside him. Watching other couples, the assassin hopes to break the blonde boy's immortal facade with tales of love and affection.
Despite the assassin's efforts, the blonde boy remains unreadable, prompting a confused "huh?" from his companion.
The blonde boy's gaze softens into an expression of profound sadness, catching the dark-haired boy off guard. Reflecting on a broken marriage contract, Fu Yi Ya Ma wonders if heartbreak is the cause of the boy's lingering sorrow.
The narrative moves to Riverside Pavilion, where the appearance of Miss Swan Yoon signals a planned meeting.
Fu Yi Ya Ma reveals he arranged this meeting to help the young master and Miss Swan Yuan resolve their past issues. Miss Swan Yuan reveals the marriage ended because the young master claimed his heart already belonged to a secret sweetheart.
Demanding to know the identity of his true love, she watches as the boy offers a silent apology through drink.
The young master drinks the strong liquor Fu Yi Ya Ma prepared, his face flushing from the potent brew. Insulted by his silence, Miss Swan Yan shouts, "Asshole!" before storming away from the pavilion in a rage.
Fu Yi Ya Ma tries to call her back, teasing that more things will be settled once the wine is finished.
With a nervous badump sounding, the drunk young master stares at Fu Yi Ya Ma and asks who stole his heart. Reaching out to touch his hand, the blonde boy softly confesses that the person he loves is actually him.
Under the cherry blossoms, Fu Yi Ya Ma relaxes on a branch, unbothered by the passing young master and guards.
Turning around with a smirk, Fu Yi Ya Ma invites the boy to sleep together amidst the spring flowers.
The elder is shocked when the blonde boy refuses to learn his skills, despite his grandson being the original choice.
The young master agrees to learn only if the elder grants him a specific secret favor in return. Returning to the night of the attack, it's revealed the encounter was actually a setup arranged by the blonde boy. Pinning the assassin down with a push sounding, the young master kisses him, declaring his hard work was successful. A shocked Fu Yi Ya Ma blushes intensely, completely overwhelmed by the blonde boy's sudden and bold romantic move.
The flashback concludes with a confession of obsession, mirroring the previous scene's intensity between the two young boys.
Pink blossoms fall as the narrative notes that the poisonous little master has successfully completed his romantic conquest. Back at the market, Lee Chuan-sing feeds Tunan a sweet treat, sparking a playful and affectionate exchange between them. Chibi Lee Chuan-sing is baffled by the prince's sudden change in attitude as Tunan abandons his usual royal formalities. Their gazes lock in an intimate moment as Lee Chuan-sing gently reaches out to touch the face of the prince. With a sudden click sounding, Lee Chuan-sing snaps a candid photo of a surprised Tunan wearing cute rabbit ears. Proud of his handiwork, the guard shows off the adorable and slightly embarrassing photo to a stunned and blushing Tunan. A flustered Chibi Tornin chases after Lee Chuan-sing, desperately demanding that he delete the scandalous photo immediately.
Lee Chuan-sing runs through the crowded streets laughing, while the prince orders him to stop their playful, high-energy chase.
Breathless from the chase, a panting Lee Chuan-sing surrenders to Tunan's playful punishment amidst the glowing lanterns of the market. Tunan points out a cute toy tiger, requesting it as a simple reward for his guard's earlier teasing and antics.
Lee Chuan-sing finds the tiger toy's slanted eyes strangely familiar, while Tunan insists it bears a striking resemblance to him.
Tunan finds the tiger's fierce but cute expression perfectly captures his guard's personality, much to his own quiet amusement.
Lee Chuan-sing teases Tunan with a cute nickname, causing the prince to hush him before others nearby overhear.
A series of boom soundings fill the night sky as colorful fireworks explode over the festive and crowded city center. Mesmerized by the display, Tunan listens as Lee Chuan-sing suggests that making a wish on fireworks is an essential tradition. His heart sounding with a rapid badump, Tunan is caught off guard when Lee Chuan-sing suddenly takes his hand tightly. Using the crowd as an excuse, Lee Chuan-sing holds on, making Tunan wonder if this dreamlike night is truly real. The two walk closely together through the market, the warmth of their hands providing a sense of deep shared comfort. Hearing citizens praise the prince's recent political work, Lee Chuan-sing reminds Tunan that their shared efforts brought this peace.
Tunan silently makes wishes for his country and his mother, his expression serene in the warm glow of the fireworks.
As Li Tranxing asks about the final wish, the blonde prince looks at him with a gaze full of unspoken emotion. Tunin wishes for this precious night with his guard to last a little longer than the fleeting, explosive fireworks above. A sudden hug sounding precedes a passionate kiss as the pair finally embrace under the shimmering and colorful night sky.
Promising a more private escape, Li Tranxing offers to take Tunan to a place where they can finally forget time.
The scene shifts to a serene, moonlit setting where Li Chuanxing tenderly touches the prince's face with affection.
Arriving at a natural hot spring, Li Chuanxing encourages a nervous Tunan to relax and close his eyes for once.
Yielding to his guard's lead, Tunan wonders about Li Chuanxing's intentions as a gentle hand touches his neck and shoulder.
Tunan feels Li Chuang's presence closely behind him in the water, his pulse quickening from the intimate and warm proximity.
Lost in his memories and desires, Tunin feels the heat of the moment intensify under his guard's gentle, steady touch.
Li Tranxing begins a soothing head massage, though Tunan finds himself wanting more than just a simple moment of relaxation.
Battling his own rising desire, Li Chuanxing notes the heat of Tunan's body while trying desperately to remain calm.
Desperately trying to stay sober-minded, Li Tranxing warns himself not to let his impulses hurt the man he loves.
Tunan asks if Li Chuanxing is happy, reflecting on how his life was once confined only to palaces and schools.
Gazing into the distance, Tunin describes the profound impact of seeing the world outside his royal bubble tonight.
Recalling the vendors and happy couples, the prince realizes that these ordinary lives are what he is truly meant to protect.
A flustered chibi Li Chuanxing finds the prince's presence increasingly overwhelming and exciting as the intimate night goes on. Li Tranxing surprises the prince by revealing he also lived a simple life in the countryside during his early childhood.
Tunan listens intently as Li Chuanxing begins to share the story of his humble beginnings far away from the palace.
A montage of childhood memories reveals how a young Li Chuanxing found happiness and warmth with a kind foster family.
Touched by the story, Tunan expresses his deep gratitude to Li Chuanxing for ultimately finding his way back to him. Their hearts sounding with a synchronized badump, they lean in for another kiss, the tension between them reaching its peak. Breaking the moment, a flustered Li Chuanxing excuses himself to regain control over his racing and increasingly impulsive desires.
Left alone in the water, a disappointed Tunin struggles to settle his own racing heart and mind after the interruption. A series of top soundings signal an approaching figure, causing Tunin to wonder if his guard has already returned.
A dark-skinned man with wavy hair appears, greeting the prince with a bold and confident smile in the moonlight.
The intruder, identifying himself as the Prince of Value, shows Tunan a phone filled with photos from his secret date.
Shocked by the surveillance, Tunin realizes this mysterious man has been tracking his every move throughout the entire festive night.
Tunin confronts the Prince of Value, who admits his curiosity regarding the intimate bond between a prince and his guard.
With a sudden pull-out sounding, the scene concludes as the unexpected visitor begins to make his quick and quiet departure.
The dark-skinned Prince of Value warns Tunin that a childless crown prince faces inevitable political turmoil and countrywide instability.
Recounting a past love, the visitor explains how he once dated a blonde man before paparazzi exposed their secret.
Seeking to protect his lover, the Prince of Value renounced marriage and children, but tragedy still struck his partner's family. After losing his title and his lover to depression, the man notes the throne is now stable under a new heir. The Prince of Value asks if Tunin still intends to follow his dangerous footsteps despite the tragic risks involved.
Tunan declares he is different, having planned a future for his country and his lover since the moment he knew his heart.
With a soft drop and wipe sounding, the blonde prince dries himself off,
acknowledging he owes the mysterious visitor a favor. Leaving the hot spring, Tunin walks away as the dark-haired visitor watches him with a lingering, unreadable expression.
Tunin observes how his guard is becoming increasingly naive and reckless, yet he finds himself drawn to that growing intensity.
A flashback reveals the Prince of Valu ordered surveillance on the pair after spotting them on a motorcycle hours ago.
1 hour ago, the Prince of Valu received a call confirming that paparazzi had been secretly trailing the blonde prince.
Traveling through the city, Tunin reflects on the events of that day while sitting beside his quiet, dark-haired companion. Tunin notices that his guard has become more rational and restrained, mirroring the guarded personality the prince once maintained himself.
Li Chuanxing worries about being a political weakness, briefly considering distancing himself before resolving to stay by the prince's side.
Both men silently agree to maintain a professional distance for protection until the throne is finally secured against their enemies. Li Chuanxing decides he must clarify his true intentions to ensure Tunan never misunderstands his loyalty or his deep affection. The group hurries back to Minland, their airplane soaring through the bright blue sky toward the next phase of their journey. Tunin's approval rating surges to 64%, giving him a massive advantage as the critical election month finally begins. Amidst a flurry of speeches and conferences, the blonde prince remains focused while his dedicated guards maintain a constant, watchful perimeter. Walking in perfect synchronization, the group carefully maintains their professional facade to protect the prince's reputation and safety. Across the professional divide, Li Chuanxing and Tunan share a brief, heavy gaze filled with the weight of their unspoken bond. In the quiet of his bedroom, Li Chuanxing looks at the photo of Tunan before deciding to act on his feelings. With a sudden push sounding, Li Chuanxing enters Tunan's room, only to find it empty, sparking immediate concern for the prince. A series of ting-sounding notifications guide Li Chuanxing toward the palace garden for a secret meeting requested by the prince. Li Chuanxing arrives at the destination, wondering if the prince is planning another playful trick like their past encounter with the doll. A massive glowing tree stands under the night sky, its branches illuminated by twinkling lights as footsteps approach the quiet spot. Tunan smiles warmly as Li Chuanxing arrives, his eyes shimmering with happiness in the magical, moonlit glow of the garden. Noting his guard's exhaustion, Tunan invites him into a hidden hollow, eager to share a personal secret from his childhood. Tunan confesses he used to hide in this tree hole to cry secretly after his mother forbade him from showing weakness. The two sit closely together in the decorated hollow, finding comfort in the shared silence of the peaceful, starry night. With a gentle lean on sounding, Tunan rests his head on Li Chuanxing's shoulder, finally letting his guard down completely. Soft snore sounding fills the air as Tunan falls asleep, prompting Li Chuanxing to tenderly cover him with his own cloak. Tunan lets out a soft laugh, surprising Li Chuanxing as he reveals he was only pretending to be fully asleep. With a soft cough sounding, Tunan teases his guard for being naughty, touched that Li Chuanxing took the initiative to care for him. With a playful pinch sounding, Li Chuanxing squeezes the prince's cheeks, regretting that he couldn't capture this cute moment on camera. Tunan calls him a little cutie as their hearts beat with a rapid badum sounding, the intimate atmosphere drawing them closer. A flustered Chibi Tunan claims to be fierce, but a skeptical Li Chuanxing remains unconvinced as they stare into each other's eyes. With an approach sounding, Tunan leans in, referencing the visitor's past story, but remaining firm in his own romantic resolve. Tunan declares the garden is safe before pulling Li Chuanxing into a passionate, lingering kiss under the shimmering lights of the tree. The pair loses themselves in the embrace, the moonlit hollow of the tree providing a private sanctuary for their deep affection.
Tunan playfully notes his guard's surprising skill, while a blushing Li Chuanxing struggles to maintain his composure after the intense moment.
Tunan reflects on his past attempts to get attention before presenting Li Chuanxing with a small, carefully wrapped gift box. Blushing deeply, the blonde prince offers the gift as a formal delivery, his expression full of vulnerability and sincere hope. A bling sounding highlights the small blue box as Li Chuanxing reaches out, his heart racing with anticipation for the surprise.
The box contains a small red heart, prompting Tunan to tell the story of his parents' own romantic proposal.
A young, confused chibi boy looks on as his mother reacts to the sight of a heartless doll being completed.
Recalling how his father proposed, Tunan looks at Li Chuanxing with a gentle smile, mirroring the historic and romantic gesture.
Tunan offers his own heart to Li Chuanxing, asking with deep sincerity if his guard is finally willing to accept it. A chibi Li Chuanxing is 10,000 times willing to accept the proposal as the heart rests warmly in his palm. With a soft puff and block sounding, Li Chuanxing playfully teases the prince about the heart's original destination, causing Tunan to huff. Blonde Prince Tunan reflects on his dark history and mother's influence at Minland College with dark-haired Li Chuanxing. Memories of societal pressure, his mother, and political opponents feel like a restrictive net closing in on Tunan. Tunan recalls a time of profound loneliness and the unexpected moment he finally met Li Chuanxing.
Tunan describes the dramatic impact Li Chuanxing had when he suddenly broke into his isolated life. Glowing red eyes represent the judgmental gazes and shared struggles Tunan and his companion faced together.
Flashbacks depict the indifference and bullying from classmates and teachers that once defined Tunan's harsh world.
Tunan remembers Li Chuanxing's courageous stance against corruption and how their shared escape shattered his metaphorical prison.
A tender embrace captures Tunan's gratitude as he realizes how deeply his heart has connected with his bodyguard.
Tunan recalls watching Li Chuanxing from afar, sensing his hidden anger and sorrow, even within a crowded classroom. Under a starry sky, Tunan's quiet observations evolve into a deep desire to truly enter Li Chuanxing's heart.
Tunan confesses his love to a tearful Li Chuanxing, wishing to share in every joy and pain together.
A loud wail sounding erupts as someone cries out in overwhelming gratitude for the kindness they have received. Li Chuanxing tearfully reciprocates the confession, acknowledging the obstacles ahead but promising his unwavering love to Prince Tunan.
In a playful moment, Li Chuanxing vows to support Tunan and never be a burden to the prince again.
Two faint rustle soundings occur as the city lights shimmer against the night sky during their clandestine meetings.
Li Chuanxing returns to the boxing gym at night, maintaining a safe distance from Tunan for their mutual safety.
With a soft press sounding, Tunan cherishes a heart-emblazoned doll of Li Chuanxing, promising to protect his lover's heart.
Tunan wakes in his palace bedroom, realizing the adorable image of a doll-like Li Chuanxing was only a dream.
Multiple quick tap soundings of footsteps herald the arrival of a panicked brown-haired attendant with urgent royal news.
The worried attendant shows Tunan her phone, explaining that Dueling has discovered the existence of purple-haired Li Chaosheng. Outside the Grand Palace, Tunan learns that Li Chaosheng fortunately refused a suspicious invitation from the ambitious Dueling.
Tunan and the attendant discuss the presence of a palace spy, while Tunan calmly prepares his formal attire.
Tunan remains confident in his inner circle's loyalty, despite the dangerous leak of their secret military information.
The brown-haired attendant reminds Tunan of a mysterious figure from the bombing incident who might be investigating Li Chaosheng.
Tunan dismisses the idea that his friend Yin Ziwei is the spy, but the attendant warns him to stay vigilant. A soft pat sounding occurs as Tunan receives a supportive touch, reinforcing the need to protect the royal family.
Tunan orders an immediate investigation into the background of his red-haired friend Yin Ziwei to ensure their safety. Multiple rustle soundings of leaves accompany Tunan's return to school, where he is greeted by cheering crowds and bodyguards.
Despite the warm welcome, Tunan remains pensive, reflecting on the fragility of trust within his precarious royal life.
A blue-haired boy approaches Tunan at school, delivering a suspicious request to meet the student union president in private.
In a dark storage room, Tunan confronts the blue-haired boy, questioning the absence of the chairman they were to meet.
A vengeful student threatens Tunan with a blade, blaming the royal family for his father's tragic death and execution.
Tunan stares ahead with a somber expression, haunted by the recurring cycle of hatred directed at his royal lineage.
On the basketball court, Tunan watches as red-haired Yin Ziwei and dark-haired Li Chuan-sing play together with their friends.
Tunan hopes his suspicions about Yin Ziwei are merely overthinking as he observes his friend's seemingly genuine happiness.
Li Chuan-sing notices Tunan's arrival, his face flushing with a mix of surprise and joy at the prince's presence. During the game, Yin Ziwei scores a point while Tunan asks Li Chuan-sing if his presence is a distraction. Tunan and Li Chuan-sing share a quiet, lingering moment of mutual awareness away from the chaotic energy of the court. A sharp bam sounding occurs as a girl cheers, while Li Chuan-sing quickly catches Tunan to prevent a fall. The girl praises Li Chuan-sing's reflexes as Tunan leans into his bodyguard's protective embrace, much to their mutual embarrassment. Yin Ziwei hangs from the hoop after a successful dunk, celebrating his victory as Tunan and Li Chuan-sing watch. The group feels a momentary sense of awkwardness before the girl encourages them to get closer for a group photo. Sitting together on a bench, the four friends reflect on the end of autumn and their shared history together. A quick buzz sounding of a phone distracts Tunan, whose expression darkens as he reads an unsettling message.
Tunan agrees to celebrate with his friends, masking his inner turmoil after seeing the troubling news on his phone.
Red-haired Yin Ziwei looks visibly distressed and pale when Tunan mentions the delicious cooking skills of his father. As the school day ends, the group prepares to leave for dinner, oblivious to the tension building within the room.
The friends call out to Yin Ziwei to hurry, noticing his uncharacteristic hesitation as they head toward the door. A sharp tremble sounding occurs as Yin Ziwei's hand shakes violently while he watches Tunan walk away from him.
Yin Ziwei suddenly gets up and apologizes, claiming a family emergency will keep his store closed for the week. In a quiet classroom, reddish-haired Yin Ziwei invites his friends to have dinner at his home next week. Standing abruptly, the blonde Prince Tunan places his hands firmly on the desk, stating there is no need to wait.
Tunan's expression is stern as he reveals that Yin Ziwei's father is the high-ranking General Yin Han of Dueling.
A meeting is recalled between a blonde man and General Yin Han, who laughs about keeping Tunan in the dark. The reddish-haired general admits he has controlled the army for 10 years and is eager to finally repay his master. Back in the classroom, Tunan demands to know what Yin Ziwei told his general father about their private group. Panic-stricken and sweating, Yin Ziwei desperately denies ever mentioning the prince or their activities to his father. Tunan remains silent and cold, his piercing gaze unnerving the trembling boy as he begs for trust. Gripping Tunan's sleeve, Yin Ziwei apologizes and admits he only spoke to his father about Li Chuan-sing's kidnapping. A close-up reveals the intense fear in Yin Ziwei's eyes as he realizes the weight of his family's betrayal. A flashback shows a younger Yin Ziwei in a hospital being berated by a furious, uniformed General Yin Han. Despite the yelling, the injured boy tearfully begged his father to help find his missing best friend, Li Chuan-sing.
The general mockingly refused the request, leaving the devastated boy alone with his desperate pleas for his friend.
In the present, Yin Ziwei looks downcast, believing his father never cared for his feelings or his friends at all. Li Chuan-sing is moved by the confession, while the monitor explains she lied to spare Yin Ziwei's feelings.
Tunin remains deeply skeptical, wondering if this emotional display is merely another prearranged speech meant to deceive him.
Facing Yin Ziwei, Tunan asks if his father works for Dueling, highlighting the dangerous political chasm between them.
The prince questions why the boy hid his identity, warning that such secrets only breed suspicion and danger.
Tearfully, Yin Ziwei explains he only wanted a real friend because no one had ever been kind to him before. Stepping between them, the monitor argues that her own wealthy status never prevented the prince from being her friend. Tunan apologizes, but insists that while he believes Yin Ziwei's intentions were pure, the situation is now compromised.
The monitor affirms her belief in Yin Ziwei's sincerity, while Li Chuanxing watches the emotional confrontation with a soft gaze.
Yin Ziwei asks if he has caused the prince any trouble, his face flushed with deep guilt and anxiety.
Bowing his head low, the boy offers a formal apology and begs to remain part of their circle of friends.
To the group's shock, Tunan agrees. Tunan agrees, stating they are friends who are destined to face life and death together. In a quiet moment of introspection, Tunan's eyes drift downward as he softly whispers an apology for his harshness.
Tunan suddenly declares they can no longer be friends, shocking the monitor, Yin Ziwei, and Li Chuanxing into stunned silence.
Determined to protect the prince, the monitor grabs Yin Ziwei's hand and leads him away to keep their distance. Li Chuanxing reaches out toward the departing pair, his expression full of regret as their small group is fractured. A sharp bam sounding echoes through the classroom as the door slams shut, leaving Tunan and Li Chuanxing alone.
Tunan stands in the fading light, his back to his partner, as the weight of his decision settles over him. Approaching tentatively, Li Chuanxing asks if Tunan is disappointed, his eyes searching for a sign of the prince's feelings.
Tunan stares out the window, fearing that Li Chuanxing might view his actions as ruthless and selfish. A soft PAT sounding occurs as the dark-haired guard places his hand on Tunan's shoulder, offering silent comfort and support.
Leaning in close, Li Chuanxing asks what Tunan is thinking, his purple eyes filled with concern and loyalty.
Li Chuanxing assures the prince he did the right thing, acknowledging the ulterior motives and dangers surrounding the crown. Standing together at the window, Li Chuanxing notes that Yin Ziwei can now safely live as an ordinary student. The guard praises Tunan's amazing resolve, noting he would rather be misunderstood than let his friends come to harm.
Jokingly, Li Chuanxing suggests he could have been Tunan's warrior or belle sooner, bringing a lighthearted moment to the tension.
Overcome with emotion, Tunan pulls his partner into a tight, desperate hug, his tears finally breaking through.
The prince thanks Li Chuanxing for believing in him, feeling a sense of ease after making such a costly choice.
A rhythmic PAT sounding fills the air as Li Chuanxing strokes Tunan's back, vowing to always support his prince. Locked in a deep embrace, the two men find solace in each other, knowing they will never truly be alone. Outside, the city bridge is bathed in the warm, orange glow of a setting sun as the scene shifts. The monitor leads a crying Yin Ziwei away, loudly scolding him for his embarrassing behavior and lack of self-control.
Under the shadow of the bridge, Yin Ziwei asks with a trembling voice if she truly trusts him without doubt.
The purple-haired girl looks back, explaining that through their time together, she saw the real boy beneath his fear. She recalls Yin Ziwei's past determination, remembering how he once swore to protect her despite being intimidated by fear.
A dramatic memory shows Yin Ziwei bravely blocking a threat for the monitor, proving his courage at a critical moment.
Yin Ziwei sheds tears of shame, confessing that he wasn't innocent and had reported on the crown prince every day. In a painful memory, a young, red-haired boy is struck while several voices claim that everything is perfectly normal. A red-bearded man in a military uniform screams at the fallen boy, cruelly disowning him for failing to gather information. Bleeding and alone, the red-haired boy weeps as he struggles to process his father's harsh words and violent rejection. Years later, the red-haired boy, now wearing a headband, tearfully assures a kind girl that he never intended to hurt her. The girl holds his hands, praising his courage for fighting back against his father to protect their group of friends. Surrounded by blooming lilies, the girl laughs brightly and offers her shoulder for the exhausted boy to lean on.
At sunset, the pair discusses the dangerous political situation facing the prince, with the critical election only 1 month away.
Determined to protect his friends, the red-haired boy resolves to act, even if it means going against his own family. At the palace, a report confirms Tunin's approval rating is steadily rising, though threats of military suppression remain a concern.
Tunan reviews documents with his secretary, privately worrying about the lack of communication from his dedicated guard, Li Chuan-sing.
A sudden ting-sounding notification from Li Chuan-sing sends the blonde prince into a flurry of flustered and excited chibi emotions.
Tunin is shocked to receive a message suggesting a meeting at a hotel, his imagination immediately running wild with possibilities.
The scene shifts to the grand and illuminated exterior of the Golden Huanghe Hotel as the night sky deepens.
Disguised in casual clothes, Tunan and Li Chuanxing enter the hotel together, the prince feeling both nervous and adventurous.
They enter a dark room where Tunin wonders if they are meeting here to discuss information too sensitive for the palace.
A sudden bam sounding startles the prince as Li Chuanxing pins him against the wall, whispering for him to be quiet.
Their hearts racing with a synchronized badum sounding, Li Chuanxing playfully references their new relationship status while they hide together.
In the dark hallway, they hold hands tightly as footsteps pass by, the tension of their secret mission mounting.
In the next room, General Yin Han turns on the light to begin a meeting with the mysterious man named Luo Yi.
Hidden in the shadows, Li Chuanxing whispers to Tunan, urging him to pay close attention to the negotiation happening nearby.
General Yin Han pours tea while proposing a new cooperation agreement to fund his mercenaries and secure the throne. Luai, secretly Li Chaosheng, admits he needs military funding and is willing to target the country's richest man to get it.
Tunan and Li Chuanxing watch intently as Luo Yi expresses doubt about following a candidate with such sluggish approval ratings. Sensing Tunin's growing anxiety, Li Chuanxing gently comforts the prince, reassuring him that he is there for his safety. Gazing at his guard, Tunan reflects on how much Li Chuanxing has matured into a reliable and deeply protective companion.
Yin Han warns Luo Yi that the crown prince will eventually become an obstacle that needs to be permanently removed. The general invites his guest to a celebratory banquet in 3 days, marking his 10th anniversary with a hidden agenda. Yin Han promises a special gift at the upcoming event, leaving the mercenaries intrigued by the potential for a big show.
A soft clatter sounding signals the end of the meeting, leaving a flustered chibi Tunin relieved to have avoided detection.
Tunin explains that Li Chuanxing's foresight allowed them to secure the anti-monitoring room and witness the traitorous meeting firsthand.
Bathed in a soft glow, their hearts beat with a heavy badum sounding as they find themselves alone once more.
Li Chuanxing claims a romantic reward for his hard work, earning full marks from the blushing and happy blonde prince. With a deep blush, the guard looks at Tunin and asks what they should do next as the night continues.
Tunin reflects on the coming banquet, realizing the political stakes are high and his grandfather's military power is at risk. The two surrender to their passion, sharing an intimate night of deep connection and promises to face life and death together.
Just as the moment reaches its peak, a persistent ring sounding causes Li Chuanxing's eyes to snap wide open in shock.
With an awake sounding, Li Chuanxing sits up in bed, realizing the entire romantic encounter was nothing more than a dream.
Panicking, Li Chuanxing answers a real call from Tunan, who is playfully providing a morning wake-up call over the phone.
Tunan questions his guard's heavy breathing, while Li Chuanxing desperately tries to hide his embarrassment over the vivid and intense dream.
Getting serious, Li Chuanxing confesses his loyalty and asks to follow the prince into the dangerous banquet scheduled for tomorrow.
Over the phone, they exchange heartfelt words of love and protection as they prepare to face the upcoming political storm.
The night of the event arrives at General Yin's mansion, with the air filled with noisy chatter and arriving guests.
Inside the lavish hall, guests notice a lack of phone signal and whisper about the absence of the rival candidate.
Dressed in a magnificent white military uniform, Tunan makes a grand entrance with Li Chuanxing following closely as his guard.
The guests are dazzled by Tunan's presence, while General Yin Han greets the prince as his most distinguished guest.
Tunan notices Yin Ziwei is out in the open, while the general introduces the mercenary Luo Yi to the crowd.
Yin Han offers a toast with a special 10-year-old wine, urging everyone to drink in celebration of the stable country.
Chaos erupts as guests become dizzy and faint, leading Li Chuanxing to realize the wine has been dangerously tampered with.
Suddenly, a group of armed soldiers surrounds the pair, pointing their weapons at the prince and his loyal guard. Tunan confronts the general, who falsely claims the foreign mercenary poisoned the wine and that he is only saving the prince.
Shocked and trembling, Yin Ziwei realizes his father is spinning a web of lies about the mercenary Luo Yi. General Yin Han shamelessly outlines a plan to frame Luo Yi for the prince's murder, intending to play the savior.
While the captured pair watches, a quick click sounding of a lighter signals a sudden shift in the tense confrontation.
Lu Yi lights a cigar and reveals that his mercenaries have already surrounded the entire mansion, catching the general off guard. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, the cool mercenary stares down the general, completely unfazed by the surrounding armed soldiers.
Yin Han sneers that the presence of mercenaries only proves their hostile intent toward the crown prince.
Elite troops move into position as Luo Yi claims his mercenaries are actually there to secure His Highness's safety.
A look of genuine surprise flashes across Luo Yi's face behind his sunglasses as the situation takes an unexpected turn. With a mocking clap, clap, clap sounding, the general declares the prince's impending death the highlight of his master plan.
Held at gunpoint, Tunan and Li Chuanxing are told they have reached a dead end by the cold-blooded general. In the shadows, their hands hold tight as Tunan questions their next move, while Li Chuanxing promises it isn't over.
Comparing the battle to a game of chess, Li Chuanxing urges the prince to help him stall for more time.
Overcome with grief and horror, Yin Ziwei trembles as he struggles to process the depth of his father's betrayal.
Staring at the floor in a daze, the red-haired boy remains paralyzed by his own inability to act against his father. As Yin Han prepares to fire, Li Chuanxing mentions the name Dueling, causing the general to falter for a moment. Li Chuanxing explains that Lord Dueling's absence was a strategic move, urging the prince to focus on the immediate threat.
Yin Han explodes in a rage, claiming a mere guard is unworthy of mentioning the man who granted him power.
Tunan notes with irony that the general still clings to Dueling's image despite the current chaos and betrayal.
Yin Han mocks the prince, claiming his cousin Bessel has already been neutralized and won't be coming to help.
Pointing his gun at Tunan's head, the general reveals he had spies monitoring their secret meeting at the hotel. Yin Han confidently explains his tactical analysis of the prince's maneuvers, believing he has successfully countered every possible move.
A blue-tinted hand knocks over a white knight as the general describes the unfortunate fate of the reinforcements.
An explosion rocks the outskirts of the city as a train accident supposedly eliminates the prince's final hidden hope.
Staggering back in shock, Tunan is supported by Lee Chuan-sing as they realize they have been cut off from information. Claiming victory, Yin Han laughs at the trapped prince and guard, telling them it is finally time to pay.
A sudden bam sounding echoes as a gun is fired, only for Yin Ziwei to bravely jump in and block. Through bitter tears, Yin Ziwei recalls his father's old promises to protect the people, now shattered by his current actions. The boy confronts his father's cruelty before the general shouts for him to shut up and know his place. With a violent strike, Yin Han knocks his own son to the ground, screaming for the boy to get lost. A painful bam sounding fills the boy's memories as he reflects on his father's fists being his greatest childhood fear. Grabbing his father's arm, the weeping Yin Ziwei declares that the prince is a far better leader than the general. Flashbacks of Tunan's kindness fuel Yin Ziwei's resolve as he tells his father he no longer deserves his high rank. Consumed by hatred, Yin Han calls his son a coward and cruelly disowns him in front of the silent room. A rhythmic rumble sounding of heavy footsteps suddenly fills the hall, causing the confused general to stop his tirade. Crows scatter into the night sky as a soldier's heavy boots stomp toward the mansion in a display of power. Looking relieved, Tunan thanks the crying Yin Ziwei for buying them the precious time they needed for the rescue. The hall is flooded with elite soldiers as Yin Han realizes in horror that the Zhongsu armies have arrived. Surrounded by snipers and spotlights, the general is ordered to lay down his weapon as his position completely collapses. Tunan coldly informs Yin Han that he is the one at a dead end, while Luo Yi watches in awe. Covered in sweat, the general stammers in disbelief, unable to understand how the army bypassed his blockade on the outskirts. A man with long orange-red hair and an eye patch makes a grand entrance, revealing himself as the cousin, Bessel. Bessel apologizes for his late arrival, while Lu Yi reflects on how much the little boy has grown into a general. Tunan reveals that the general's perfect plan was actually a carefully crafted illusion designed to lead him into a trap. Explaining his strategy, the prince notes that he purposefully allowed the general to feel superior to lower his guard. Tunan explains the army used the waterways while the general was busy sabotaging a train full of decoys and empty cars. Moving a final piece on the board, Tunan declares that the Yin family's 10 years of glory officially end tonight. Yin Han lets out a manic laugh, questioning if the prince truly believes this single victory will secure his future forever. The general mocks the declining royal family, but Tunan remains firm, stating he has long since transcended such petty games. The prince reflects on his diplomatic successes and his journey to establish equal relations with other nations despite the odds. As fireworks explode over the city, Tunan resolves to lead the people toward happiness and away from selfish traitors. Tunan stands amidst the fallen guests, accusing General Yin Han of poisoning them in a desperate bid for power. The prince warns that assassinating the royal family would trigger a catastrophic war and ruin the nation's future stability.
Yin Han rages about seizing control, but a brown-haired guest bravely stands up to declare her unwavering loyalty to Tunan.
A brown-haired man in uniform joins the growing resistance, loudly announcing his support for the crown prince against the traitor. Li Chuanxing reveals that Tunan anticipated the betrayal, while the general realizes with horror that his poisoned wine has failed. A brown-haired girl discusses the general's failed scheme with Tunan, noting his only option was to tamper with the drinks. Flashbacks reveal Yin Ziwei's secret assistance, allowing Li Chuanxing to distribute an antidote that protected the guests from the toxin. Elite soldiers arrest the general as his own son, Yin Ziwei, tearfully explains he chose to do the right thing. Devastated and alone, Yin Han reflects on the total collapse of his power as he is led away in disgrace. Handcuffed and defeated, the general recalls the inauguration 10 years ago when he first met the young crown prince.
Flashbacks show a young, innocent Tunin, whom the general once believed would be a puppet easily manipulated for his own gain. Looking at Tunin surrounded by loyal companions and high-ranking generals, Yin Han realizes how much the boy has truly grown.
Bathed in light, Tunan displays the formidable temper of a future emperor, his presence commanding respect from everyone in the hall.
At the royal palace of Calais, Tunin's mother welcomes the group home safely, confirming the general's case is now with the court.
The orange-red-haired Bessel acts like a clingy child toward the queen, seeking affection after his long time away at war.
With a gentle pat sounding, the queen encourages Tunin and his guard to spend more time together to rebuild their bond.
Li Chuanxing is hit with a sudden startle sounding as the queen mentions they used to share a bed as children.
Bessel playfully invites Tunin to drink and sleep in his room, triggering Li Chuanxing's fierce protective instincts and deep jealousy. Offering his hand, Bessel claims he won this free time for the prince, leaving the guard looking on in silent frustration. Chibi Tunan tells the driver to take his guard home first, causing Li Chuanxing's concern to peak as they part. Teasing the guard, Bessel tells Tunin not to let Li Chuanxing sleep with him, leaving the young man looking truly pitiful. Li Chuanxing watches the two walk away, questioning Bessel's control over the prince while feeling a deep, lingering sense of unease. Watching from behind, the guard grows increasingly agitated as Bessel whisked the prince away for a night of celebration. Unable to stand it, Li Chuanxing makes a sudden turn and grabs Tunan's hand to pull him back to his side. With a bold and blushing face, the guard declares that the room and Tunin both belong exclusively to him tonight. Under the moonlight, Bessel questions the sudden shift in the situation, while Li Chuanxing remains flustered by his own outburst. Bessel teases the blushing Tunin about his boyfriend as they settle down to share wine and discuss their long-held feelings. The orange-red-haired cousin mocks Tunin's reaction, noting the guard's impressive physique and the prince's obvious infatuation with him. Tunin admits he wants to grow stronger before fully committing, fearing he cannot yet protect the relationship he treasures so much. Pouring wine as fireworks explode, Bessel advises his cousin to embrace his first love fully and live with no regrets. Bessel suggests playing a new game, to which Tunin agrees as the sky remains filled with brilliant, celebratory light. A nervous Li Chuanxing hesitates outside the door until a soft clack sounding signals his entry into the private room. Inside, the guard finds a drunken Bessel leaning on him, while Tunin watches the scene with a slightly embarrassed blush. Li Chuanxing struggles to support the intoxicated general, who insists Tunan needs to be bathed and changed before the morning. Bessel entrusts the care of his cousin to the guard before the scene shifts toward a future radio broadcast event. Wearing glasses, Tunin appears at the Calais radio studio as a special guest, greeted by the host with great enthusiasm. Tunin reads a listener's letter about the innocence and restlessness of first love, reflecting on his own journey through youth. A soft puff sounding escapes Tunin as he shares a story about handwritten letters, prompted by the listener's touching messages. Flashbacks show a young Li Chuanxing being scolded by his teacher for leaving his essay composition completely empty. Looking sad, the young boy apologizes to his grandfather for failing to get full marks like the other children in class. His grandfather gently questions him, asking why he refused to write a letter to his favorite person for the assignment. The old man realizes the boy's favorite person lives far away, explaining his hesitation to write a letter that cannot reach them. He encourages the boy to write letters to those who need comfort and motivation, regardless of whether they are strangers or friends. Overjoyed by the advice, the young Li Chuanxing cheers up and runs off to catch butterflies with his beloved grandfather. Back in the studio, Tunin reflects on how Li Chuanxing has always remained a warm person who carries his grandfather's wisdom.
Tunin asks the audience if they remember his first public speech on behalf of the royal family over 12 years ago.
A flashback shows a tiny, nervous Tunin watching himself on television as he prepares for his monumental royal debut.
His mother gives him a tender kiss, expressing her complete confidence that her baby prince will not let her down.
Taking the podium, the young Tunin begins to discuss the harmony between humans and nature before a large crowd.
Disaster strikes as the boy's mind goes blank, leading to a clumsy fall and bitter tears of frustration on stage. A sudden crash sounding echoes as a fist strikes the television where a young, crying Tunin is displayed.
Li Chuangsing's grandparents pity the lonely prince, noting the young boy lacks the family warmth that Xiaoxing enjoys.
At the royal palace of Calais, a young Tunin receives a mysterious letter that moves him to joyful tears.
Tunin concludes his radio broadcast by dedicating a song to his listeners as chibi memories of youth fade away.
Following the extended broadcast, the popular prince leaves the studio while his devoted guard waits with a blushing face.
A drunken Bessel begins to undress, casually instructing Li Chuanxing to take over the prince's bathing and care. The red-haired general insists the bodyguard fulfill his duty as the scene transitions toward a quiet, intimate evening. While Bessel sleeps soundly, the guard finds himself overwhelmed by the proximity of the beautiful, intoxicated crown prince.
A sharp clatter sounding startles the nervous guard as he approaches Tunin, who is already relaxing in the bath.
Watching Tunan from behind, Li Chuanxing's heart begins a rapid thump, sounding as the prince enjoys a glass of wine.
Internally panicking, the guard tells Tunin to undress himself while struggling to maintain his professional and emotional composure.
Chibi panels illustrate the guard obediently bathing and drying the prince before carrying the sleepy royal back to bed.
Reaching out, Li Chuanxing is paralyzed by a sudden touch as he tries to resist his growing physical attraction.
Emerging from the water, a shirtless and blushing Tunin embraces his guard and asks him to join the bath.
The atmosphere becomes electric as the guard unbuckles his belt while Tunin nuzzles his neck with drunken affection.
Tunin asks the guard to listen closely, his gaze intense and full of longing beneath the warm bathroom lights. Bathed in a celebratory glow, the shirtless Tunin displays a powerful and seductive presence that leaves the guard breathless.
A sudden splash sounding occurs as Li Chuanxing is pulled into the water, questioning if Tunan is truly himself. Close together in the rising steam, the blonde prince gazes into the guard's eyes with a soft, challenging smile.
Feeling his self-control slip away,
the guard realizes he can no longer suppress the deep feelings he holds. A chibi Tunin playfully attacks the guard, while in reality, the prince leans in with a mischievous, drunken expression.
Tunin leans down to bite the guard's neck, playfully claiming he wants to eat something sweet like cotton candy.
With a sudden turn of events, the guard pins Tunin against the side of the tub, unable to wait.
Surrounded by a brilliant light, the two share a moment of intense physical and emotional connection in the water.
Tunin whispers that the guard is sweet as they share a passionate kiss amidst the steam and glowing flowers.
Breathless and flushed, the prince closes his eyes in surrender as the guard continues to hold him with desperation.
Li Chuanxing grows concerned that Tunan might be suffering from the heat, realizing the intensity of their encounter was excessive.
Carrying the prince to the bedroom, the guard decides that the bed will be a more comfortable place to rest.
Tunin relaxes onto the bed with a sigh of comfort as the guard gently strokes his golden, damp hair.
Li Chuanxing watches over the prince with an affectionate gaze, cherishing the quiet intimacy of their shared private moment.
A sudden rustle sounding catches the guard's attention as he notices something hidden beneath the silk sheets of the bed.
Pulling out a document, Li Chuanxing is surprised to find a real estate certificate hidden away in the prince's room. Tunin stirs awake, and the guard decides to wait for the prince to explain the significance of the hidden paper.
Reaching out with a dazed expression,
The blonde prince pulls his guard closer and asks to be touched more.
Tunin explains that he just wants to give the certificate to the guard, leading to a confusing but tender exchange.
Li Chuanxing realizes the certificate is for his old secret base, a place Tunin bought specifically to protect for him.
The prince admits he purchased the land to ensure his guard always has a place to go when feeling down.
Deeply moved, the guard embraces Tunin and declares that the prince himself is the only home he truly needs.
A chibi Tunin shakes with exaggerated emotion, reflecting the intensity of the sentimental moment they are currently sharing.
Crying Chibi Tunin explains he wants to hide his guard away in a secret home to protect their precious relationship.
Tunan vows to create a safe haven where no one can hurt them, while Li Chuanxing offers his sincere thanks.
The prince tells the guard not to thank him, but to simply love him more as they lean in. Under a canopy of glowing flowers, the two share another passionate kiss, fully embracing the depth of their mutual love.
A sudden click sounding from the doorway interrupts their private moment as someone enters the royal suite without warning.
Li Chuanxing turns around in a panic, coming face to face with a maid who has arrived with a tray of food.
The maid reveals the queen came to deliver soup but left after seeing how busy the prince and guard were.
Mortified by the realization that the queen witnessed their intimacy, the guard wonders how much she actually saw tonight.
The scene shifts to a dark city building where a new player, Lord Dueling, is introduced into the political game.
Within a lavish office, men discuss the plummeting approval ratings following the general's arrest, seeking a way to shift blame.
Drinking wine, Lord Dueling plots to destroy Tunin's clean reputation by leaking scandalous photos of the prince and his guard.
Lord Dueling reveals his secret weapon, plotting to use a hidden document to strike at the royal family. Smoking casually, Lord Dueling anticipates the chaos he will unleash upon the monarchy with his latest scheme.
Back at the palace, Tunin reflects on the border riots and the dangerous infiltration threatening his kingdom.
Li Chuanxing enters the study, gently urging the exhausted prince to finish his work and finally rest.
Declaring their shift over, the guard boldly carries Tunin away, while the prince protests with a flustered blush.
Maids giggle as the couple passes, one even questioning what the prince's future husband should be titled.
Mortified by the maid's teasing, a bewildered Tunin wonders why everyone is suddenly so focused on his relationship.
Li Chuanxing asserts his status as a legal partner, promising to take his love home for a private dinner.
Standing by the river under the moonlight, the guard reflects on the peaceful home they share together.
Watching the prince sleep soundly, Li Chuanxing cherishes the rare moment of stability and peace in their lives.
The guard recalls his secret agreement with the queen, deciding to hide it until Tunin takes the throne. Li Chuanxing leaves a tender kiss on Tunan's forehead, wishing for his beloved's good dreams to last forever. A camera phone captures the intimate scene, as a lonely observer admires the couple's early morning affection.
Li Chuanxing snaps at Bessel for waking the prince, while the red-haired general teases them about their love.
The following morning, the royal group gathers as the sunlight streams into the elegant palace chamber.
Tunin confronts his cousin for getting him drunk, while a playful Bessel asks if he slept well.
Surrounded by floral imagery, the pair is reminded of their passionate night as Bessel mocks their exciting encounter.
The sound of knocking interrupts the group as physician Anya arrives to perform an official medical examination.
Wearing a mask, the beautiful, long-haired Anya enters the room to greet His Royal Highness with professional grace.
A sudden thump sounding fills Bessel's chest as he becomes instantly enamored with the physician's striking beauty.
Anya notes Tunin's unique charm, while Li Chuanxing watches the interaction with a hint of silent skepticism.
Tunin explains Anya is the queen's physician, tasked with accompanying them to Kangjia province for flood relief.
Before they depart,
Anya announces that both the general and the guard must undergo a routine physical check. Eager to show off, Bessel strips first, much to the annoyance of a grumbling Li Chuansheng. Chibi panels show Anya efficiently drawing blood and examining the general, who seems quite pleased with the attention. Physician Anya turns to Li Chuanxing next, professionally requesting that the guard remove his shirt for the exam.
Li Chuanxing panics, realizing his chest is covered in bite marks and hickeys left by the prince last night.
Sensing the danger, Tunin quickly intervenes and insists that his guard does not need a physical checkup. Caught off guard by the prince's sudden protective outburst, Anya stares at him with a puzzled expression. Realizing the situation, Anya smiles knowingly and agrees to follow Tunin's orders regarding the guard's medical records. The scene shifts as the group arrives at the field hospital to begin their humanitarian mission.
Anya performs a limited check on Liz's torso while Tunin watches with a nervous, flushed expression.
The prince remains visibly tense, struggling to keep his composure while Anya works closely with his guard.
Tunin's gaze lingers on the guard, his eyes reflecting a mix of possessiveness and lingering embarrassment.
Internally, the prince admires Li's impressive physique, admitting to himself that his guard has a very good body.
Turning back to Tunin, physician Anya asks if the prince can lend him guard Li for a while.
Both the prince and the guard are stunned by the request, their faces filled with utter confusion and shock. While Bessel finds the awkwardness amusing, Tunin demands to know what the doctor means by lending his guard.
Anya explains that he needs Li's help to combat malaria and assist local medical institutions in the province.
Praising the guard's physical strength, Anya insists that he is the perfect assistant for the dangerous task ahead.
A chibi Li Chuanxing tries to sneak away from the extra work while Tunan looks on in bewilderment.
Li Chuanxing firmly refuses the assignment, declaring his sole intention is to stay by Tunan's side at all times.
Tunin falls silent as he weighs the importance of the relief mission against his desire to keep Li near. Ultimately, the prince grants permission, telling a surprised Li Chuanxing to go ahead with the doctor's request.
Tunin confesses his deep worry for the victims, regretting that his schedule prevents him from helping them personally.
Placing a hand on his guard, Tunan asks Li to wear the royal uniform and represent him among the people.
Clad in the regal uniform, Li Chuanxing arrives at the rescue station, instantly inspiring hope among the desperate citizens.
The guard realizes that his presence as a royal representative is the greatest support these victims can receive. Amidst the chaotic triage center, Anya prepares to treat patients while a child cries out in the background. Anya gently treats a sobbing boy, providing the medicine and comfort needed to ease the child's pain. Physician Anya comforts a weeping child with a blue bracelet, impressing Li Chuanxing with such unexpected gentleness. Taking command of the triage center, Anya's medical expertise and methodical approach leave the guard deeply admiring his skill. Li Chuanxing watches Anya perform life-saving CPR, realizing the doctor will be an invaluable ally for Tunan's future. After the shift, Anya approaches the guard with a weary expression, asking Li Chuanxing for a personal favor. Having finished moving the heavy medical crates, Li Chuanxing looks for the doctor to offer further assistance. Entering the quiet office, the guard finds an exhausted Anya resting and checking if anyone is still busy outside. Startled from sleep, the physician trips and falls directly into Li Chuanxing's arms while searching for new patients. The dark-haired guard reacts with wide-eyed shock as Anya clings to his chest, stammering the doctor's name.
Anya stays close to the guard to ask for help, just as Tunin arrives looking for his partner. Standing in the doorway, the blonde prince in civilian clothes stares at the intimate scene with silent, visible tension.
A playful, cat-eared chibi version of Li appears as Tunan enters, asking if the doctor is finished with work. Tunin explains he wore a beanie and civilian clothes to avoid a scene, though his gaze remains fixed on Anya. Anya offers a tired smile,
teasingly claiming he only borrowed guard Lee's shoulder to recharge his energy. The doctor continues to praise the guard's energy while Tunin watches them with a mounting sense of jealousy. Feeling like a third wheel, Tunan turns to leave, but Li Chuanxing quickly reaches out to stop him.
Anya watches the couple depart with a chilling, dark expression, whispering that the prince has found a dead end.
Running through the camp, the guard calls out for Tunin to wait as rain begins to fall.
A sudden grab sounding occurs as Li Chuanxing finally catches the prince's hand under the gray, overcast sky.
Breathlessly, the guard pins Tunin against a wall, their intense gaze cutting through the cold mist of the storm.
Tunin asks what his guard is doing, looking around nervously in case someone sees their private confrontation.
Li Chuanxing looks directly into the prince's eyes, asking if he is jealous, only to receive a flat denial. Mocked by a bunny-eared chibi version of himself, Tunin tries to hide his blush while Li finds him adorable. The guard clarifies that he was only helping Anya, insisting there were no romantic sparks between them.
Embracing his prince, Li declares himself Tunan's exclusive charger, while the blonde man admits he couldn't control his heart.
Under the heavy rain, Tunan holds his guard close, confessing how much he missed him during their day apart.
Tunin smiles warmly at his partner, proud to see that Li Chuanxing is now standing on his own.
Surrounded by white blossoms, Li tells the prince to shut up before leaning in for a long-awaited kiss. The two share a tender, floral-framed moment of passion, finally finding peace amidst the chaos of the province. A sudden splashing sounding fills the tent as a torrential rainburst awakens Li Chuanxing from his sleep. Bolting upright in a cold sweat, the guard hears a frantic warning that the flood is finally coming.
Li and Anya realize the severity of the situation and urgently discuss the need for an immediate evacuation.
Anya rushes to save vital herbs while Li urges him to leave, their hands parting as the storm intensifies. At the Disaster Relief Command, Tunin and Bessel monitor the river levels as the banks begin to fail. A terrified soldier arrives to report that the rescue station has been flooded and the eastern front has burst. Tunin's blood runs cold as he learns Li Chuanxing stayed behind to rescue medicine and is now missing. Distraught, the prince demands a helicopter, but Bessel holds him back, urging him to stay and lead. Tunin struggles against the general's grip, desperate to save his guard who is out there all alone.
Bessel forces Tunin to face his duty, reminding him that he is the crown prince and must prioritize the country.
Trembling with suppressed emotion, Tunin stares at the tactical maps, his heart breaking for the man he left behind. The one-eyed general watches as the prince begins coordinating the flood defense, his leadership emerging through his grief. Tunan orders the royal guards to find Li while he focuses on filling the gaps in the Kuomu River. Haunted by a vision of Li drowning, Tunin pushes through his fear to issue critical orders for the embankment.
Bessel comforts the prince, reminding him of Li's mountain upbringing and his incredibly strong will to survive.
After 2 days and a night of nonstop work, the rain finally lightens as the dikes are secured. Exhausted but resolute, Tunin receives the final reports that the victims have been successfully transferred to safety.
Bessel watches the prince closely, concerned by his physical state as Tunin prepares to head out.
Vowing to find his guard, Tunin walks toward the light, his thoughts entirely focused on Li Chuanxing. A sudden thump sounding echoes as the prince collapses from exhaustion, the voices of his staff fading away.
Shards of memories and butterflies swirl through Tunin's mind as he drifts into a deep, dreamlike unconsciousness. Waking on a desolate shore, the blonde prince cries out Li Chuanxing's name into the cold morning air.
Tunin lies unconscious on a desolate shore while waves crash against the jagged cliffs above. Waking up, the blonde prince looks around in a panic, desperately searching for any sign of his guard. Tunin runs across the rocky terrain,
his voice hoarse as he screams Li Chuangxing's name into the wind. Stumbling over the uneven ground, the prince reaches out as if trying to grab onto a fading hope.
Tunan finally finds Li Chuansheng's limp body on the sand and frantically begins performing life-saving chest compressions.
Tears stream down Tunan's face as he cradles his guard, begging him to wake up and stay with him. Desperation takes hold as the prince pleads with the unresponsive man, refusing to accept that he might be gone. A single tear falls onto Li's cheek while Tunan watches him with a heart-wrenching expression of pure grief. The prince collapses in tears, calling Li a liar for breaking his promise to always stay by his side.
A haunting silence fills the air as Tunan realizes the man he loves is slipping through his fingers. Reality shatters into shards of light as Tunan reaches out, but Li Chuangxing's form vanishes into the darkness.
Alone in a void filled with glowing butterflies, the prince continues his search for a shadow that isn't there. Tunan stares at a shimmering butterfly, wondering if it's a lingering fragment of his guard's soul. A sudden clatter sounding echoes as Tunan is jolted toward consciousness, hearing voices calling out for help nearby. As a woman's voice calls his name, Tunan watches a glowing butterfly drift away from his trembling hands. A heavy boot crushes the delicate butterfly, accompanied by a cold declaration of hatred for the winged creatures. Screaming his guard's name, Tunan bolts upright in a hospital bed, his face drenched in sweat and tears.
Breathing heavily, the blonde prince looks around the sterile room, realizing the nightmare was only a dream.
Tunan buries his face in his hand, overwhelmed by the lingering terror and the crushing weight of Li's absence.
Anya tearfully blames himself for the tragedy, while General Bessel offers steady support in the hospital.
The general instructs Anya to care for the prince while he prepares to personally search for the guard.
Anya watches with a somber expression as the one-eyed general departs, leaving him alone with his heavy thoughts.
A helicopter cuts through the gray, overcast sky as the rescue mission for Li Chuanxing officially begins.
High above the terrain, the pilot identifies Jufang Mountain as the most likely place for the guard to seek refuge.
Clad in tactical gear, Tunan refuses to sit idly by and prepares to join the search on the ground.
Lightning crackles across the sky as Tunan's voice rings out through the forest, calling for Li Chuanxing.
The prince trudges through the thick mud and pouring rain, his determination unshaken by the worsening storm.
Gripping the wet rocks, Tunan climbs the steep mountainside, his every sense heightened as he searches for any clue. Exhaustion begins to set in, but the blonde man pushes forward, ignoring his own physical limits for Li's sake.
A sudden rustle sounding puts Tunan on high alert as he senses a presence lurking in the shadows. Drawing his blade, the prince turns sharply to face the unknown threat hiding among the trees.
Masked men in camouflage uniforms leap from the brush, launching a coordinated ambush against the unsuspecting prince.
Tunan expertly evades their initial strike, realizing that these attackers are far more organized than simple mountain bandits. Engaging in a fierce struggle, the prince wonders how his secret mission was compromised by such dangerous enemies. Tunan fights to retain control of his gear as he grapples with one of the relentless masked assailants.
The prince flashes his knife, preparing to defend his life against the group that has surrounded him. A sharp pain erupts as a metal pipe strikes Tunan's back, sending him stumbling forward with a pained cry.
Fueled by adrenaline, Tunan delivers a powerful kick to repel his attacker, refusing to be taken down so easily. Li Chuanxing suddenly appears from the darkness, catching Tunan in a protective embrace and calling out his name. The guard blocks a blunt strike with his arm, shielding the prince from the incoming metal pipe. Driven by a protective fury, Li Chuanxing swiftly neutralizes the attackers with brutal efficiency to keep Tunan safe.
With a chilling, murderous gaze, the guard stands over his fallen foes, warning them of the consequences of their actions.
Chibi panels show Lee fussing over Tunin's injuries while the prince explains that the enemies have all been defeated.
Tunan cups Li Chuangsing's face, his eyes filled with disbelief and relief as he confirms his guard is alive. Despite his own bruises, the prince insists on checking Li for wounds, his hands trembling with lingering fear.
Li gently reassures the prince, confessing that the only thing that truly hurts is the thought of losing him.
The two share a tender, desperate embrace amidst the storm, finally reunited after the terrifying ordeal on the mountain.
A soft rustling sounding fills the quiet air as the scene transitions to the warmth of a nearby campfire.
Li Chuanxing carefully applies healing medicine to Tunan's bruised back, relieved to find that no bones were broken. A chibi version of the prince realizes the attackers likely intended to make his death look like a tragic accident.
Resting against his guard, Tunin realizes Anya used him as bait, suspecting only General Bessel remains trustworthy.
Li Chuanxing holds the prince close, questioning how Anya could have predicted their survival amidst the mountain floods.
The dark-haired guard explains that Anya's betrayal relied on Tunin's unwavering desperation to find him at any cost. Tunin tenderly touches Li's face, apologizing for his delay, but the guard insists they stop saying sorry.
Clasping hands, Li declares their love should be fearless, urging the prince to abandon his heavy burden of guilt.
With tears of relief shimmering in his eyes, Tunin smiles warmly and promises to never doubt their bond again.
Turning his attention to the captured assassins, Li vows to eliminate anyone who dares to use Tunan as leverage. At the deployment center, Anya and Bessel discuss Tunin's vanishing signal, oblivious to the prince's successful counter-ambush nearby.
A sinister text message arrives on a phone, displaying a photo of an unconscious Tunin and confirming mission completion. Claiming the medical team needs urgent help, Anya departs while the general orders the prince's disappearance to remain secret.
Bessel watches the long-haired man leave, his single eye narrowed with suspicion as a heavy silence fills the room.
A sudden vibrating sounding alerts Bessel to a text from Tunin, exposing Anya's treachery and revealing the ambush's failure. Anya stares at his screen with a troubled expression, feeling a growing sense of unease despite the mission's apparent success. Out in the forest, Tunin dons tactical gear as the pair prepares to leave before the general's team arrives. Tunan suggests waiting for rescue, but Li insists on disappearing to lure out the masterminds behind Anya's calculated betrayal.
A sharp sliding sounding follows as Tunin stumbles on the treacherous rocks, his heavy backpack throwing him off balance. Li Chuanxing reacts instantly, his firm grip catching the prince's arm before he can fall down the steep slope.
Pulling Tunin into a protective embrace, the guard scolds him for being careless in such a dangerous environment. A soft scraping sounding echoes as Tunin's boots struggle to find purchase on the wet, uneven mountain terrain. Seeing his partner's fatigue, Li offers to carry him, though the blonde prince initially protests the unnecessary help. Despite the prince's protests, Li hoists him up, explaining that his mountain upbringing makes this the fastest route. Li looks back with a gentle gaze, promising to keep Tunin's feet out of the mud while he's there. Walking with ease, the guard admits that carrying the man he loves brings him nothing but genuine happiness.
Chibi panels show Li proudly calling himself Tunin's boyfriend, leaving the blushing blonde man speechless and utterly flustered.
Tunin looks down thoughtfully, contemplating the potential dead ends they might face in their search for the truth. Leaning his head against Li's shoulder, Tunin marvels at the fool who chose to follow him with total devotion. The pair reaches the outskirts of a village, where Li reveals his grandmother's house is just a short distance away. Li suggests they seek refuge in his childhood home, offering Tunin a safe place to hide from their enemies.
Tunin expresses concern about bringing danger to Li's family, but the guard remains confident in his secret hiding spot.
Lee reminds the prince that he is a stranger in this province and desperately needs a guide he can trust.
The dark-haired man explains that the town's residents are mostly elderly and unlikely to recognize a member of royalty. As the sun sets, Tunin frets about not having a gift, while Lee laughs, knowing his grandmother will love him.
A sudden thumping sounding of footsteps precedes Lee's joyful shout as they finally arrive at the humble doorstep.
Lee sweeps his elderly grandmother into a massive hug, surrounded by playful, potato-themed chibi icons and bright stars. Cupping his face, the gray-haired woman asks how her grandson has been, her eyes filled with maternal affection.
Tunin steps forward with a polite greeting, prompting the grandmother to comment on how incredibly handsome the guest is.
Lee begins to introduce Tunon, but hesitates, his cheeks flushing as he struggles to find the right words. A soft rustling sounding occurs as Tunin adjusts his collar, feeling the grandmother's curious gaze as she awaits an answer.
To avoid suspicion, Tunon introduces himself simply as Lee's former classmate, offering a humble smile to the elderly woman.
The blonde prince apologizes for his lack of a proper gift, but the grandmother dismisses his concerns with warmth.
Welcoming them both inside, she urges the exhausted men to rest and eat after their long, difficult journey. Tunin and Lee share a quiet, meaningful look, thankful to have found a brief moment of peace together.
As they settle in, the grandmother notes that this is the first time her grandson has ever brought home a friend. After a quiet dinner, Tunin enjoys a cup of tea, finding the small home more comfortable than any royal palace. The grandmother brings out a dusty photo album, eager to share memories of Lee Chuanxing's early years with Tunan. Tunan views photos of a young, skinny Lee swimming and climbing trees, amazed by the guard's energetic childhood. Laughing together, Tunan admits he wishes he could have known the younger, adventurous version of his devoted partner. Noticing a scar in a photo, Tunin learns that a young Lee once fell and badly hurt his jaw while fishing. The prince looks at the album with a somber expression, feeling a twinge of phantom pain for Lee's past injuries. The grandmother recalls Lee's letters about someone he liked, revealing the guard worked tirelessly to stand proudly beside Tunin. Looking away from his guest, the brown-haired grandmother speaks into her phone about Lee Chuanxing's mysterious romantic interest. Adjusting her glasses, the elderly woman smiles as she realizes the truth about her grandson's hidden feelings. Lee Chuanxing frantically finishes washing up as he calls out to Tunon, whose hand reaches for a forbidden album. Lee Chuanxing panics as Tunon teases him, while Grandma laughs at his embarrassment and a huff sounding occurs. Sitting comfortably, Grandma directly questions Lee Chuanxing about whether Tunon is the secret lover he mentioned before. Grandma gently teases Lee Chuanxing about a childhood injury photo, noting Tunon's genuine concern for his well-being. Blushing deeply, Lee Chuanxing tentatively asks his grandmother if she is upset by his recent revelation. Grandma scolds Lee Chuanxing for keeping his heart a secret, her expression showing her disappointment in his lack of honesty. In a playful moment, Lee Chuanxing nuzzles Grandma, who warns him to treat the sensible Tunon with kindness. Tunon watches with a tender smile as Grandma wonders what charm Lee Chuanxing used to win over someone so perfect. As evening falls, Tunon informs Lee Chuanxing that he has turned off the lights to prepare for bed. Tunin observes his sleeping partner, wondering if Lee Chuanxing has already drifted off into a deep slumber. Entering the bedroom, Tunin reminisces about his childhood, realizing the bed he stands before is one he once shared. Moving quietly in the dimly lit room, Tunin climbs into bed to lie down beside the resting Lee Chuanxing.
Tunin gently brushes his fingers against Lee Chuanxing's neck, a stroke sounding as he traces the lingering scars.
Looking at Lee Chuanxing's peaceful face, Tunon affectionately refers to him as his little potato from the past. Tunin's heart begins to race with a thump sounding as he contemplates their fated reunion and shared history.
Embracing him, Tunin reflects on the simple beauty of their mutual affection and the comfort of being together. Li Tranxing wakes up, whispering that the steady rhythm of Tunan's heartbeat was what finally drew him from sleep. The scene transitions smoothly as the night passes, paving the way for the couple's next significant moment. Embarrassed, Tunin rolls away with a rustle sounding, pretending to sleep while Li Chuangxing watches him with confusion.
Li Chuanxing promises to take Tunan on a tour of his childhood village, a thump sounding from his chest. Tunin smiles warmly in the moonlight, agreeing to the plan as the two share a quiet moment of intimacy. As they sleep, a vision of their younger selves appears, calling out good night to one another.
Under the sprawling branches of a village tree, bells chime with a jingle sounding as Li Chuanxing arrives.
Li Tranxing recalls burying a secret time capsule here, as memories of two children under the tree resurface.
Tunan watches with a knowing look as Li Chuanxing realizes the little crying bag from his past is Tunan.
Overwhelmed by the revelation, Li Chuangxing touches Tunan's face, lamenting how long it took him to recognize his old friend.
Li Chuangxing questions Tunan's silence, while Tunan admits he didn't want the past to complicate their current relationship.
Tunin declares his selfish desire to prove they would fall in love regardless of their identities or the time past. A shovel scrapes sounding against the earth as they return to the spiritual tree to uncover their shared history.
Crouched by the tree, Tunan asks if Li Chuanxing ever fulfills the wish of dreaming about him every day.
Blushing, Tunin admits he has indeed had occasional dreams, while a memory of them in bed together flickers.
Standing before the wishing tree, the blonde Tunin closes his eyes to offer one more heartfelt prayer.
Tunin prays for the spiritual tree to bless his lover for the rest of his life and fulfill every wish.
The scene shifts to the vibrant foliage of the village as Li Chuanxing expresses his gratitude for their reunion.
Tunin recalls their childhood vow to be family, while a chibi Li Chuanxing jokes about his grandfather's marriage.
Smiling brightly, Li Chuanxing suggests he might start calling Tunan by a much more intimate title soon.
Tunin's heart beats wildly with a thump sounding as he processes the depth of Li Chuanxing's playful proposal. Overwhelmed by the closeness, Li Chuanxing's eyes swirl as he feels the heat of Tunan's touch on his neck.
Li Tranxing quickly apologizes for his intense reaction, his hands trembling as he faces the blonde prince.
Tunan leans in, his gaze fixed on Li Chuanxing as he suggests they become each other's true family. With a sharp gasp sounding, Tunin focuses on Li Chuanxing, his eyes filled with a desperate, growing passion. Tunan pulls Li Chuanxing into a tight embrace, nuzzling his neck as their breaths sink in the garden. The atmosphere becomes heavy with longing as they press against each other, a gasp sounding in the silence.
Li Chuanxing suddenly cries out as Tunin's hands grip him, the intensity of the moment nearly overwhelming them both. Clutching Tunin's shirt, Li Chuanxing tearfully insists they must wait until Tunin secures his place as the emperor.
A chibi panel shows Tunin playfully pushing Li Chuanxing down as the prince towers over him in the grass.
Tunin reflects on his life of perfection and duty, admitting he has never dared to want anything for himself. Following his heart at last, Tunan leans down to Li Chuanxing, ready to prioritize their love above all else.
Blonde Prince Tunin trembles with emotion, his face flushed and glistening with sweat as he breathes heavily.
Wrapped in a passionate embrace, Li Chuanxing pulls the blonde prince close for a deep, lingering kiss.
Relaxing together under a lush tree, Tunin asks his partner for help retrieving an item from his pocket.
Flashes of memory reveal Tunin's various expressions before he bites down on cloth with a desperate, heated gaze.
Tension rises as Li Chuanxing's bare chest is shown, his heart racing during their intense and intimate moment.
Overwhelmed by desire, Tunin gasps as an ah sounding escapes his lips, his body feeling like it might melt. The dark-haired guard teases the prince about his cuteness, prompting a playful and defiant challenge from Tunin.
Gasping out Li Chuangsing's name, the blonde prince is consumed by the raw intensity of their shared connection.
Beneath the canopy of trees, the two men lose themselves in each other, their movements hurried and fast. Tearfully, Tunin whispers Li Chuansheng's name, expressing his joy that they have finally become a true family.
Night falls over a quiet cottage as a voice calls out, questioning why the pair returned so late.
Inside, Grandma prepares dinner while Li Chuanxing offers his help, his attention divided by the running shower. While Tunin washes away the day, the dark-haired guard assists Grandma, ensuring the prince has his favorite dishes.
A quiet gulp sounding follows as Li Chuanxing gazes at the bathroom door, wondering how Tunan is doing.
Hidden among the leaves, a vision of the blonde prince appears, his face tearful and filled with longing.
Tunin cries out in a dreamlike haze, his hand reaching for a comfort that feels just out of reach.
Looking downcast, Li Chuanxing admits his actions were too much, his expression reflecting a mix of regret and concern.
Freshly showered, Tunin emerges to find his partner busy in the kitchen, preparing for their upcoming family meal. A sudden ah sounding occurs as Tunan slips, caught instantly by Li Chuanxing's swift and protective reflexes.
Flustered, the prince reminds Li Chuanxing that Grandma is nearby, though the guard only cares for his safety.
Li Chuanxing tenderly suggests that the tired prince take a nap before dinner, offering him a comforting hug.
Resting in his partner's arms, Tunin finds a languid sense of security, feeling warm and safe at last.
A soft voice calls to Tunin as he drifts off, pulling his consciousness into a radiant, celestial dreamscape.
Opening his eyes, the prince is greeted by a familiar presence that brings a sudden spark of recognition.
Tunan is stunned to see his late imperial father standing before him in his full, regal military uniform.
Looking around his secret childhood base, the prince finds his father waiting under the glowing pink-blossomed tree.
The late emperor admits he was worried Tunan had forgotten their special place, offering a gentle, loving smile.
Realizing this is his father's soul, Tunan kneels before him, overwhelmed by the impossible reunion.
His father explains he has always watched over Tunan during his saddest moments at the old tree hole.
Holding his father's hands, Tunin confesses the deep pain of his loss and his reluctance to let go.
With a final hug, the emperor worries about who will guard his son once his soul finally departs.
The father asks about the person Tunin loves, prompting the prince to describe his fierce, dark-haired protector.
Tunan describes Li Chuanxing as a former academy tyrant, recalling the guard's reputation for strength and fearlessness.
Laughing through his tears, the prince admits they started as rivals who constantly sought to outdo each other. The father correctly guesses that Li Chuanxing's casual nature initially made the high-ranking prince feel very uncomfortable.
The emperor reveals that Tunin's past irritation was actually a suppressed yearning for someone with a similar soul.
Radiant with joy, Tunin explains he is finally happy because he is accepted for who he truly is.
Assured of his son's happiness, the late father offers one last touch of comfort before his time ends.
As he fades into light, the emperor urges Tunin not to work too hard and remain his pride.
Tunin awakens in bed with tears in his eyes, feeling the lingering warmth of his father's final blessing.
Wiping away the remnants of his dream, the prince settles back into the reality of his quiet room.
Li Chuanxing watches over him with concern, asking if the blonde prince suffered through a sad and difficult dream.
Leaning in close,
The dark-haired guard kisses Tunin's forehead and wishes him a peaceful, restorative night's rest. Outside the cottage, the orange glow of twilight fades as a soft, rhythmic pew sounding marks the evening. The peaceful balcony remains empty under the setting sun, the world outside still and quiet for a moment. Lee Chuan-sing sleeps soundly, his steady breathing filling the room with a sense of calm and well-deserved rest. Morning brings a serious discussion as Tunin reveals that his attackers were spies planted by the rival Saya kingdom. Searching for answers, the prince explains how Saya has been methodically undermining his family's throne for many years. Visuals of gold and weaponry illustrate the grim future where Duelan's rule would leave the people suffering and impoverished. As the sun sets, Tunin declares they must retreat to advance, his eyes fixed on reclaiming the lost crown.
Tunan and Li Chuanxing share a tender moment as they prepare for a dangerous plan to bait their enemies.
A news anchor on GLTV announces a live update confirming that their elaborate trap has successfully been set. Reporters gather outside a deployment center, fueling rumors that the crown prince has tragically vanished during a catastrophic flood. As a reporter delivers a live broadcast, the disguised blonde prince remains hidden in plain sight nearby.
Disguised in medical attire, Tunin is startled to realize that a live news crew is approaching his position.
Seeking an exclusive scoop, the persistent reporter and his cameraman rush toward the disguised prince for an interview. Thinking quickly to protect his secret identity, Tunin pulls on a medical mask to hide his royal features. Surrounded by cameras, the masked prince questions the source of the rumors while maintaining his cover as a worker. Walking away, Tunin worries that appearing on national television might compromise his survival and lead to further trouble. At the Value Palace, a muscular, brown-haired man lounges on a sofa, drinking wine while watching the unfolding news. The lounging man watches the televised interview, his eyes narrowing as he studies the masked figure on the screen. Shocked into silence, the man drops his glass as he recognizes Tunin's eyes, realizing the prince is hiding at Calais.
Staring intensely at the broadcast, the brown-haired rival questions why Tunin would choose to hide by another prince's side.
In the darkness, the man contemplates Tunin's motives and the risk he is taking by staying near the enemy. Night falls over the royal palace of Calais as whispers spread that the crown prince may have already died.
Anxiety grips the royal court until Dueling makes a grand entrance, his presence sparking immediate suspicion among the nobles.
Dueling manipulatively announces he is taking control, but the angry nobles openly accuse him of orchestrating the prince's disappearance.
Walking through the garden, Dueling is informed by his assistant that no obstacles remain in his path to the throne.
Dueling stops abruptly as his aide mentions that the Empress and Miss Zhu Yizhuo are grieving the supposed tragedy.
Reflecting on the chaos, Dueling realizes Tunin's death wasn't his doing and wonders who the true secret mastermind is. Haunted by his reliance on foreign powers, Dueling orders his assistant to search the site where Tunin was last seen.
Recalling their shared childhood, Dueling struggles to believe that his formidable rival could be defeated so easily and quietly.
A haunting memory of a young, weeping Prince Tunin highlights the resilience that turned him into a powerful political force. One day later, Tunan and Lee Chuan-sing seek refuge together in a quiet house, unaware of the encroaching danger. A sudden crash sounding echoes through the room as armed men shatter the window, startling a sleeping Lee Chuan-sing.
Royal guards burst through the door, shouting orders and catching the residents of the house completely off guard.
Sitting up in bed, Lee Chuan-sing stares in confusion as the guard captain with glasses demands to know his identity. The guard captain expresses frustration after failing to find the crown prince, realizing they missed their primary royal target. A sharp whoosh sounding follows as guards swarm the room,
following strict orders to search every corner for Tunin.
Li Chuanxing attempts to calm his terrified grandmother as she questions the intrusion into Boss Shu's private territory. Recognizing the dark-haired man, the captain identifies Li Chuanxing as the prince's former bodyguard who disappeared from service. A metallic clink sounding marks the moment Li Chuanxing is handcuffed and formally accused of deserting the royal guard.
As he is led away, Li Chuanxing remains silent, his stoic expression masking his true thoughts about the prince's safety.
Haunted by an illusion of Tunan sitting on the bed, Li Chuanxing reflects on how perfectly the prince predicted this.
A flashback shows the two men lying in a field, where Tunin explains his strategy for baiting their rivals.
Tunin predicts that Duelan's suspicious nature will inevitably lead him to investigate Li Chuanxing's home near the accident.
The blonde prince explains that their public connection makes the bodyguard's home the most logical place for the enemy to look.
Looking down at the prince, Li Chuanxing asks about their departure, ready to follow Tunan into the next phase. Tunin shocks his companion by declaring that he must return to the capital alone to confront the Empress's isolation.
A soft chime sounding comes from a wind chime as the pair debates the next steps of their dangerous plan.
Li Chuanxing refuses to be separated, fearing for the prince's safety while Tunan tries to arrange a safe escape.
Tunan argues that they must return to Minland separately to avoid suspicion and ensure they can react to Duelan's moves. Staring at Tunan's collar, Li Chuanxing realizes that their simultaneous disappearance would look like a deliberate, guilty act.
Clinging to his lover's hands, Li Chuanxing insists on staying behind to draw attention away from the prince's movements. Embracing Tunan tightly, the dark-haired guard vows to protect himself and his grandmother while acting as the ultimate bait. Looking into Tunan's eyes, Li Chuanxing declares his unwavering desire to advance and retreat by the prince's side forever.
A rustle sounding occurs as Li Chuanxing holds Tunan close, terrified of the dangers he cannot see or prevent.
Sharing an intimate, emotional moment, the guard confesses that even a minor injury to Tunan would break his heart.
Gripping Tunan's neck, Li Chuanxing demands a promise that the prince will not take any unnecessary risks while alone.
Holding each other one last time, they both silently wish for their long, painful struggle to finally come to an end.
A beautiful, sun-dappled canopy of leaves frames a hopeful message about reuniting with loved ones sooner rather than later.
In a peaceful memory, Tunan and Li Chuanxing share a deeply emotional embrace amidst a field of tall grass.
A splash sounding echoes through the dark prison as guards throw water on a bound and exhausted Li Chuanxing.
Panting and wet, the dark-haired bodyguard is interrogated by the blonde rival, Dueling, who demands the crown prince's location.
Li Chuanxing weakly explains his escape during the flood, claiming he has had no contact with Tunan since the disaster.
From his comfortable chair, Dueling decides the bodyguard is useless, ordering his assistant to prepare a bucket of thick slurry.
Guards roughly seize the prisoner until the Empress suddenly intervenes, commanding them to stop the unauthorized interrogation immediately.
The Empress takes custody of the battered Li Chuanxing as he collapses into unconsciousness, leaving the frustrated rival behind.
In a quiet, sunlit room, Li Chuanxing begins to wake as a gentle voice calls out to him.
The Empress weeps at the bedside, expressing her deep grief and surprise at the bodyguard's miraculous survival after the disaster.
A blonde attendant watches as the Empress laments, noting that Tunan was her last hope for survival in the palace. Li Chuanxing watches the grieving Empress, his expression reflecting the weight of the secrets he must protect for the prince.
Back at the palace, Duelan's assistant observes that Tunan cleverly used the Empress's grief to secure Li Chuanxing's safe relocation.
Li Chuanxing remains silent in his bed, his eyes full of hidden resolve as he stays under the Empress's protection. Deeply sorrowful, the Empress continues to cry, her long, wavy brown hair framing her pale and tear-streaked face. Dueling sits in quiet contemplation, his cold, blonde features revealing nothing of his next move against the missing prince. The scene shifts to the Grand Embassy of Valu, where a royal figure waits for an unexpected evening guest. Turning toward the voice, the brown-haired Prince of Valu is surprised that news of his arrival has spread so quickly. Sitting at a tea table, the prince invites the mysterious visitor to enter and reveal their hidden identity. A figure clad in a dark hoodie and mask stands in the doorway, keeping their face completely concealed. The Prince of Valu is stunned as the visitor removes their mask, revealing a familiar golden blonde face.
Tunin lowers his hood, exposing his full appearance as he greets the Prince of Valu with a knowing look.
The next day at the royal parlor, formal preparations are underway for a significant meeting between political powers.
Meeting with the Empress, the Prince of Valu warns that Dueling's ambitions pose a grave threat during this crisis.
Wiping her eyes, the Empress admits that public suspicion currently prevents Dueling from making a direct move against her.
A dark-haired man in a vest serves tea, his presence a quiet constant in the tense royal room.
A sudden clatter sounding occurs as tea spills, prompting the Empress to send the clumsy guard away to clean. Entering a lavish bathroom, the dark-haired man prepares to apply medicine to his minor tea-scald injury. A hand reaches through the door to offer a tube of cream, catching the man off guard as he reaches. A heavy thud sounding echoes as the Prince of Valu pins the dark-haired man against the door, leaning in. Looking up, the dark-haired man stares in disbelief at the blonde figure before him, whispering Tunin's name. Tunin embraces him tightly, expressing his deep relief and guilt over the injuries the dark-haired man endured. Tunin explains that his mother's acting skills are superior to his, as she recognized him instantly through his disguise. A playful chibi panel shows Tunin teasing the dark-haired man about his jealousy while explaining his intelligence network. Tunin details Dueling's desperate plan to sign an unequal treaty with Saya to secure his grip on power. Under the moonlit wisteria, a royal man sits alone, contemplating the crucial role of the Prince of Valu. The Prince of Valu teases that Tunin might have rekindled a romance with his little lover during his time away. Tunin reveals that the interview was a deliberate lure to draw the Prince of Valu into his intricate plan. Scientists monitor a subject named N98, noting that his usually stable mood waveforms have begun to fluctuate wildly. A figure with long blonde hair flees through the garden as a voice calls out for someone named Engani. The Prince of Valu catches the fleeing man, holding him close despite Engani's protests about his rude behavior. Facing the long-haired man, the Prince of Valu drops his guard, admitting his inability to keep up the charade.
Engani stands up among the white flowers, his expression cold as he turns to leave the prince behind.
As he walks away, the prince reminds Engani of the wisteria tattoo he personally engraved on the man's chest. A haunting memory shows the Prince of Valu tattooing a purple wisteria flower onto Engani's chest during a bath. In the present, the prince questions if Engani still carries that mark of their past shared intimacy.
A sharp step sounding occurs as the prince blocks Engani's path, demanding he tell the truth about his feelings.
With a sudden rip sounding, the prince tears open Engani's shirt, revealing the purple wisteria tattoo beneath. The prince asks if the tattoo means Engani once loved him, his gaze searching the blonde man's silent eyes. A rhythmic thump sounding accompanies a desperate embrace as the prince begs Engani to abandon his mission and choose him.
A uniformed guard explains that monitoring chips have been implanted in the students as a mandatory security measure. Horrified, blonde Prince Tunin watches as a fellow student is lethally shocked for attempting to betray the kingdom.
Memories reveal Anya being offered retirement by Dueling in exchange for support, followed by a tender moment with Angoni.
Anya expresses a deep longing for a simple, faithful life together as the scene shifts to a waiting car.
In the present, Tunan playfully questions Lee Chuan-sing about his past feelings for Anya, resulting in a lighthearted exchange.
Li Chuanxing reflectively notes that once trust and hearts are broken, they can never be fully restored to their original state.
The dark-haired guard reveals the painful truth that his lover was killed after discovering that their shared life was a hoax.
1 week later, a grand state funeral is held at the chapel to mourn the supposedly deceased Crown Prince Tunan.
Standing at the podium, Dueling delivers a manipulative eulogy praising Tunan's heroic sacrifice during a catastrophic flood. While a noble woman weeps, Dueling vows to protect the kingdom's future, unaware that his every word is being watched. The crowd is thrown into a state of confusion as a video reveals Duoling's secret meeting with the expansionist General Hein. Tunan watches from the shadows as the funeral guests gossip about Dueling's scandalous negotiations with the enemy from Saya. Staring at the signed evidence, Tunan realizes the depth of Dueling's betrayal and the humiliating terms of the secret agreement. Tunan recalls how Anya facilitated the meeting with General Hein, a move he never expected would lead to such ruin. Memories show Anya begging Angoni for help to protect Falu from the encroaching threat of the Saya regime.
Tunan suddenly interrupts the funeral, exposing the Saya conspiracy and the plot to dismantle the country's defensive barriers. Dueling's satisfaction turns to utter shock as Tunan makes a grand entrance, proving he is very much alive.
The chapel erupts in disbelief as the blonde prince appears in full regalia, his presence a direct challenge to the traitors.
Confronting his rival at the altar, Tunan demands honesty from Dueling as the gathered officials watch the tense standoff.
Backed by General Bethel, Tunan presents captured Saya agents and mercenaries as proof of Dueling's treasonous communications. Tunan accuses Dueling of sacrificing national interests for power, while a desperate Dueling questions the prince's use of mercenaries. Declaring the throne unsettled and all treaties void, Tunan watches as his mercenaries force the disgraced Dueling to his knees.
Dueling warns that Saya forces have infiltrated the palace, but Tunan reveals that the true enemies are hidden among the guests.
Terrified, Dueling cries out for General Hein, only for the disguised general to be intercepted and held at gunpoint.
Purple-haired Li Keosheng reveals he survived to avenge his brothers, holding a gun to the head of the traitorous General Hein.
Tunan identifies Li Chaosheng to the crowd, clearing his name and promising to resolve the unjust case from 14 years ago.
Looking at the chaos, Tunan sheds tears of mourning for the years lost and the late atonement of those involved.
Li Chuanxing reports to his prince, confirming that the area surrounding the church has been successfully secured.
Standing victoriously before his armed men, the dark-haired guard announces that all Saya forces have been brought under control. In a quiet moment of triumph, Tunan and Li Chuanxing exchange a knowing, proud look as their dangerous gamble finally pays off.